Got resetting his counter pull on there. There's huge damage coming in. They're turning it around once again with Sinu in Angels.
It's cross kill, cross kill.
It's gonna be cross kill.
And Echo stall. They need to stall for one more icebox. Might feel confident. He's got Cricket, he's got his turtle. Raikou gets stunned. Bash on Matt, and Raikou looking like he will go down. Locked in.
Once again, the trail could just go down right now. They got nothing left. Sinu gets stunned. They're going for the kill.
Oh my goodness.
Coming in from Drake.
And they can get to JT. They might be able to kill him. They're trying to 2v3. And it's down.
Get much to get one shot. Holy moly.
He goes to the snowdrift, but the wall hits and Flappers gets shattered by Raikou. It's over. Waz finds the kill, but maybe it's a reversal. Waz is low. He's gonna go down, and it's a 2 versus 2.
Hypothermia, massive shatter. DOBOB might be able to do it. Tessia takes him down. A beautiful play. They were way behind in the 2v2.
They have any fun? They do. They follow up with the full poly cheap shot in the ward. This is it right here, right now. There's no way he lives. Even the disarm, he couldn't even heal himself. Those Flappers gets knocked behind Tiller. Massive catch by Echo. PI being committed as well. Sea-Doo desperate prayer in the middle of the map. The swap the flop! Can Drill do it? He does! We have ourselves a 2v2 here.
No, put into bear form. He might just rub down.
Huge damage. Lights out.
2 months ago, the road to glory began. Dozens of teams, hundreds of matches, countless unforgettable moments. Every play, every strategy, every second has led to this day. And now only 2 regions, 2 titles, 2 champions are going to be crowned today. Welcome to the Arena World Championship. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Suptees, and Chad. It is going to be an exciting day of games because it is Championship Sunday. Like I said, we have 4 teams from each region. Only one from each region can be crowned the winner of the Season 2, The War Within, and I'm so excited to get started. Suptees, the level of competition is so high this season. Have there been any standout moments?
I mean, it's the highest it's ever been. Every single team is saying anybody can take it throughout the cup stages, leading now all the way into the finals. It's been awesome to see these newcomer teams form their rosters. It's been great to see teams that had to rebuild themselves. A team like CHIBAKU TENSEI that had their roster completely shredded away with Mercy getting poached onto Echo and having to rebuild themselves, find their stance in the meta, just survive, get into the gauntlet, and then get into the top 4, and then get into the grand finals. It's been absolutely epic from both regions.
Absolutely. Legends have been made this season, Chan. Some returning faces, some newer faces as well with these rosters. Are we about to see the rise of a new dynasty, or will the old guard hold their ground?
Absolutely, and this season has been so unpredictable, hasn't it? You know, over on the European scene, especially the Kings of Europe, Echo, are not doing good at all. Yesterday, they had a strong initial showing, but went down into the losers bracket. And the question is, can they reclaim their throne, or is there going to be a new champion of Europe? And of course, on the North American side as well, welcome to the JUNG vs Team Liquid yesterday. That was a grand finals, kind of game. Let's be honest, wasn't it? Brilliant series, and I'm very excited to see what is going to come from that.
I'm excited as well. Not only is glory on the line, of course, but there is a prize pool of $200,000 on the line. That is a lot of pressure for these teams, of course. And not only that, but we have some nice medals as well. Very on theme for the current patch. Very, very cool looking as well. So the players, I'm sure, are excited for that. But let's talk about what happened yesterday, Europe, in this European region. Zico, in case some of these people watching from home may have missed it, what did they miss?
Well, yesterday we had CHIBAKU TENSEI coming in from the gauntlet in the worst possible position that you could be in, facing the #1 seed in DOBOB and actually winning. Yesterday, I don't know what happened with CHIBAKU TENSEI, but they were locked in. They looked absolutely locked in the gauntlet as well, but taking down DOBOB's FMP and their RMP with Trimaz on that sub-rogue. DOBOB, of course, made that go all the way to Game 5, but still, CHIBAKU TENSEI managed to close that one out. And then, of course, we had Echo finally looking decent. They've been getting beaten the entire season, it feels like. We're not used to seeing it, but yesterday with some fancy plays from Waz on that sub-rogue as well, Echo was able to best overload 3-0. Then we had probably the most epic EU game that we've seen all weekend, with CHIBAKU Tensei versus Echo, and Lontar especially on that Resto Druid playing out of his mind, and eventually CHIBAKU Tensei was able to beat Echo and advance to the grand finals. And that's got to be sweet, sweet revenge there for Lontar after he got kicked off the roster, after they took Mercy from CHIBAKU, after they yoinked his teammates. He's just coming in now, and he just gets to watch the entire day from the upper bracket, from the grand finals, secured a top 2 no matter what, and he just gets to watch all the chaos.
It just kind of unfolds sitting there like, yeah. No, I'm sure it does feel good for him. Let's zoom in a little bit on these individual rosters themselves, Supatees. Let's first start off with DOBOB.
I mean, every single player, every single team in this top 4 is top of their class, and they're bringing in unique playstyles and flavor. TENSEI has been a playmaker throughout the entire cup stage, but I feel like, you know, yesterday it wasn't his best showing. He had a couple games where he went down with that ice blocking. So for me, it's about, can he get up to par here on that specialization? All 4 players have been vital. Trimaz has been playing in on the subtlety rogue. Relza has been backing him up on the holy priest throughout this. And then, of course, Flappers with the big chompers, the biggest bites in Europe on that feral druid. So they can flex between multiple compositions. They have some curveballs. They've got style, but it's a matter of if they can step up to the plate and deliver. And obviously their opponents are also a very stacked roster, being Overload, JT, TJ, Oscar, and Brunhilde. And they basically mirror them as far as compositions. JT on Holy Priest, TJ on Feral Druid, looking to rival Flappers, and then of course Brunhilde as well on the Rogue, and Oscar on the Mage. So it's just a straight up head-to-head. Unfortunately, yesterday, Overload, they just got 3-0'd by Echo. So for me, it's a question of morale. How are these teams going to pick themselves back up after just getting knocked down to the lower bracket, Chan?
Absolutely, and for Echo, you know, Mercy, Waz, Raikou, and Meh, absolute legends. Honestly, best in slot, BIS in every single role there, if we're being honest. These guys are the best in Europe for sure, for me. But they haven't been, if we're being honest. These guys are the best in Europe for sure, for me. But they haven't been showing that too much lately. And this finals, you know, like I said earlier, they had a good initial showing yesterday, falling short to CHIBAKU Tensei, but in this, you know, this kind of tournament, what really matters is how well do you play on the day. And I think if they show up in form, they're going to do great today. But I'm very excited to watch this team play. And of course, CHIBAKU Tensei coming out of that gauntlet. Lontar wanting to get his revenge on Echo after being replaced, after having Mercy taken from him. These guys are on a absolute tear down in this tournament. And this is, Ellie Shaman from ZPie is just fantastic, as Houston and Lontar just constantly backing him up. CHIBAKU Tensei coming into this tournament, I think, a little bit underdog, but they've really looked good this tournament so far.
Yeah, they certainly have. They have been on just a streak here in the bracket, coming from that gauntlet and seeing where they are right now has been so exciting to watch. But let's talk about that bracket a little bit more, and the matches that we've already seen and the matches that we're going to see today. Zico, we're starting to eliminate some teams right now. It's starting to get scary for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this bracket, again, like we mentioned, CHIBAKU Tensei cruising through all the way to the grand finals. They're going to be waiting there for their opponent. But DOBOB and Overload, this is, you know, the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed in the regular season. One of them is getting eliminated. If you're eliminated in 4th, you don't get a medal. You get the smallest amount of the prize pool. So that is the worst possible position, of course, to be in. At least if you finish 3rd, you at least grab one of those really nice looking medals. But yeah, DOBOB versus Overload, do or die time for them. And then we have Echo in that lower bracket as well, waiting for the winner. And I think for Echo, they probably rather face Overload. I feel like DOBOB has been giving Echo a tough time throughout the regular season in the cups. And mainly, I think it has been, I mean, we can just say it, it's been TENSEI diff for the most part. So I think if you're Echo, you're probably praying that Overload wins that series, so then you can get another rematch. Echo looked super solid yesterday against Overload, so if they can take that, then they get their rematch against CHIBAKU Tensei in the grand finals. So we'll see. CHIBAKU Tensei, though, after their performance yesterday, they are just in the best possible seat and they get to just watch all the chaos unfold and just wait for their opponent, no matter who it's gonna be. I think they're ready. They're looking super solid on that Ellie Windwalker.
I think it's really important that we build a solid frame also. Every single series is an elimination series. You can't miss a single one. But I think if I'm being particular here, the one that I'm rooting for is Echo getting back into that grand final. I think that a best of 7 series there between them is going to be remarkable. It already was with a best of 5, so I can only imagine with a best of 7 with more games tagged onto that. But this is the last time this season that these teams are going to be able to put everything on the line to be able to win the lion's share of the prize, $200,000. You cannot miss a single one of these series.
It's a do or die for these teams right now. Let's talk about the first series that we've got coming up here. The predictions are open, so get them in if you're in chat right now. DOBOB versus Overload is the teams that we're going to be starting off with today. They're on the chopping block as well, Chan, because both of them are facing elimination, and I have to imagine they're also a little bit disappointed in their performance yesterday.
Absolutely, and Overload going 0-3 into Echo RMP, that's tough, you know. You go into the grand finals and you start off in the losers bracket, and then you have to face up against Desia's FMP or RMP. Not a good spot to be in. I actually messaged JT today, said good luck to him, and he said more than needed. So I don't know how Overload are feeling. I think it's 3-1 for DOBOB today.
All right, 3-1 from Chan. Zigo, what is your prediction for this series?
My prediction is very similar to Chan here. Once again, 3-2 for DOBOB as well. I don't know, Chan. Yesterday you were like, oh, you're copying my predictions, but we keep going in the same direction here. I feel like DOBOB, their FMP is looking solid. I'm really excited to see, because last time it felt like FMP beat RMP, but yesterday all the teams that could have ran FMP, like Overload for example, they still opted to play with that sub-rogue. So I think this match is going to be kind of telling about the meta in of itself. But I think I'd rather have flappers on my team than a sub-rogue. So I'm going with DOBOB.
All right. Super Tease, what about you?
I just feel like the synergy on DOBOB, the vibes, I think they're a little bit more positive on their side. They've got long history as well, having played together even at LAN events. I think that comes in crucial here in like a final moment, your last stand, your last chance. They've been in these positions many times before, and I think that's what's giving them the edge. But of course, Overload, they've been players that have been leveling up through more recent seasons, and they're looking like they could be a cutting edge roster. They have the potential to go all the way. It's just a matter of getting the experience in these types of situations.
All right, we are all on the side of DOBOB. My prediction for this is also 3-1. I feel like kind of what you said, Super Tease. You know, this team clearly has so much chemistry. I feel like they had early success. So did Overload, though. So honestly, it's a difficult prediction to make, I feel like. And you know that both of these teams are going to be playing their absolute best, because this is the first elimination round of the day. This is the first elimination round of the whole season 2. For the grand finals here. So I can't imagine what these players are going through. Curious to see also what the predictions for Ven and Absurge and the Coin are in chat, and see if we're all in alignment with DOBOB. But yeah, I mean, I you know, they were feeling a little bit down. I did have a moment to speak with Flappers yesterday. They kind of felt a little bit disappointed, and I do kind of wonder, like, Chan, how do you bounce back from that as a player? Like, have you been in that kind of a situation where you're really disappointed in your performance, but you know that you have to kind of turn it on, because it doesn't really matter how you played, you have to bring it for the series?
Absolutely, and this, last season, this exact thing happened to me on Echo. We got knocked down to the losers bracket on Saturday, had to sit there and watch the rest of the tournament and come back the next day. We ended up winning the whole thing, but this is normal, right? And like I said earlier, it just matters how you play on the day. If you're on form, then that's all that really matters. Even if you're the best team in the world, you have a bad day on Championship Sunday, you're going home, you're getting 4th place. And I hope that's not what we're going to see today. I want to see some great games from both teams, from every team really, and it's going to be a blast for us all to watch.
All right. Okay, looks like we're getting some predictions in from Ven and Absurge and the Coin. So every single team is on the side of DOBOB right now. Overload definitely coming in as the underdog, but we've seen underdogs win in AWC. That's the special thing about it, is this is really could be anyone's game here in the War Within Season 2 finals. So I want to backtrack a little bit, Supatees. If we get an overview of kind of the first 2 days of this weekend, have we seen any sort of meta shifts based on the changes that we saw come through during that break?
I mean, leading in from the Cups, it was all about Feral Druids. It was all, who's the best Feral Druid? And now it's like, I don't know what it is. It's just who's the best player. I don't think anybody really knows, and that's why they're going back to their bread and butter. We see the main rogues going back on their rogues. We see Ellie Shamans, not flexing and trying to play any mages. And we just see everyone playing their mains, which is great.
All right, we're ready to go. DOBOB versus Overload at Chan, game number 1.
Kitty Cleave, this is an interesting pick from Brunhilde, obviously an excellent warrior. This guy is playing multiple classes, but I've actually heard this is actually quite favorable for Kitty into RMP. Good pick, I think, from Overload into DOBOB here. We'll see how it plays out. Sid, what do you think of this matchup?
I mean, it's one that I haven't seen very much. I didn't expect. I thought we would see Rogue Mage Mirrors or Feral Mage Mirrors or Feral Mage into Rogue Mage, but this is completely left field with Brunhilde coming in on the Warrior. It looks like they're kind of focus firing the Rogue here, because you typically expect a melee cleave to not do well into a Frost Mage. That's usually the best territory, but a Feral Druid gets really good uptime and can support the Warrior, stunning the Mage, buying time for the Warrior to get into the mix and start cleaving down their targets. So obviously Overload must have a bunch of war games saying that they are not confident in the mirror or confident in mage play. So bringing Brunhilde in on this Warrior, is it like, are they not feeling confident? It's got some troubling signs for me, at least.
Absolutely, and after yesterday's 0-3 into Echo, maybe they don't feel comfortable with it. Shrimaz's taking a lot of damage right now, but as I was saying, maybe they didn't feel comfortable with the mage comps yesterday and opting for something that feels a little bit more stable, a little bit more comfortable. I do want to highlight as well that the Arms Warrior is a very big natural counter to the Sub-Rogue from Shrimaz. Shrimaz is not going to have a good time at all. Brunhilde is going to cover him every single time. Big go on TJ right now. He does trade out skin, so he's going to be okay. But this entire match, Brunhilde is going to be trying to make Shrimaz's life hell. Disarm, Stormbolt, Shockwave, Fear on every single one. That's Thezia almost going down, having to block.
This looks good so far. That's a major cooldown, only a minute and a half in, and we've seen some of these teams at this caliber, this play, it can take maybe 4 minutes sometimes to get an ice block from a mage. So impressive early showing for Overload. TJ is getting great bear form usage as well, anticipating the stun locks and increasing his armor and his stamina to survive these setups. You see him in bear form once again, anticipating Trimaz's stun here in the next couple of seconds. Relze is sneaking in. Here comes the setup, but he's in bear form with Barkskin. Icewall comes down. I don't think they can kill him. They're switching back on the Warrior. Brunhilde has died by the sword available. If he gets to hold on to it, they're going to be so far ahead. But the cheeky mind control at low health, almost finishing him right there, but he will survive and recover, and that was great from Overload. They get off of that basically scot-free.
They do have a window though. TJ has no skin, no trinket for 40 seconds, and Shrimaz does have the smoke bomb ready. So we'll see if they're going to try and do something there. I think TJ, we need to keep an eye on him right now. But I mean, just look at the mana, right? It's 2 minutes 30 into the game. JT, 90%. Rel's 60%. This Kitty Cleave is doing so much damage, and if the game goes long, it's going to look really rough. TJ getting stunned right now. Looks like he's going to be fine. Next stun DR, his trinket is going to rotate back up. CC on JT, cheap shot. Brunhilde in a bit of trouble as well. Does have the dive by the sword. Gets MC'd by Relza, and I'm loving that Relza is getting involved in the CC.
Yeah, Mind Control is super good utility here, as they don't have that Cyclone diminishing return like the Feral Druid for TJ. Trimaz gets stunned up, no trinket. Not enough damage to finish him. Brunhilde getting cleaved down. Now caught into a cheap shot. Still sitting on that smoke bomb. JT tried to pre-life grip it, anticipating that. Now he's disarmed, but they still have smoke bomb. So if they can manage to get a trinket from Brunhilde or TJ, that's their opening. But they're falling behind. I don't know how many more opportunities they're going to get to make their way to that win condition.
Yeah, this Kitty Cleave is doing so much damage. And look at Shrimaz right now. He's out of cooldowns. Relza trades out the Guardian Spirit. Looks like Shrimaz is going to be fine. That's the last cooldown aside from Void Shift for Relza. So they need to make something happen soon, because the blue bar is not going to be good to them. And one thing I want to highlight as well, look at Thezia's positioning. Shrimaz taking so much damage, but Thezia is just sitting in the back. He doesn't look like his normal self. He's not running in on top of the enemy healer. Shrimaz is having to use the Void Shift right there. And Relza is out of cooldowns. Shrimaz is out of cooldowns. DOBOB, this is not looking good if you're a DOBOB fan.
They are playing so passively. This is not the playmakers that we are used to seeing.
DJ?
They set up an ice wall. Big burst of damage on the cheap shot. Barkskin, very low health, but it should be enough for him to recover. And now they're going to get cleaved. They still only have one ice block. Trimaz has no trinket. If he gets caught in a storm bolt with this Colossus Smash or a Shockwave, it could be deadly if he's not careful. They jump over to Tessia and blast him. He just blocks immediately. They're running out of mana so fast. They're running out of cooldowns even faster in Overload with a crazy heads-up composition pick. I was kind of questioning it. Is this them doubting themselves, their confidence in the mirror? But they might have just found something that's actually better than Rogue Mage Priest, which might flip the entire region on its head if they can actually pull this off. Tessia shifting power, looking to reset cooldowns, but he doesn't have Icy Veins for so long. He's got a Comet Storm coming up pretty soon. He needs this one to get a big hit on TJ with no Barkskin at this point in time, but Trimaz just can't move. He's pinned down. He trades out Evasion, going toe-to-toe with Brunhilde. Relza gets into Angel and managed to actually regenerate a significant amount of mana, putting himself back into the match.
All right, DOBOB hanging on for a little bit longer, but the problem is, offensively, there are no openings. Everyone has Trinket. There's the blind committed. JT instantly trinketing. Doesn't want them to get any momentum. But Trimaz is just under so much trouble. He stuns the entire team. Big go on TJ. Does have the Barkskin ready. Opting to not use it. Gets GS instead from JT. Holding onto the skin. Holding onto the Trinket. That means he can play aggressively.
All right, we see Brunhilde just dismantled at the moment, slowly marching to his target. And this is typically the disadvantage of the Warrior in a Frost Mage matchup. But he's going to leap during the stun, so Tessia can't escape. Good timing of his mobility. Multiple stuns incoming. No blocks remain. Relza trades. And thankfully, he regenerated mana earlier on, because this is going to be a lot of damage to heal through. Now they switch to Trimaz. They're switching off their stun diminishing returns. And Ice Wall comes down on the Angel. TJ immediately in bear form. Brunhilde can't intervene for a moment. They've removed the Ice Wall. Brunhilde intervenes over, redirecting damage. But with a half poly, can they get anything more? It doesn't look like it. They're really just hardly denting Overload. They haven't pulled Brunhilde's medallion or Die by the Sword the entire game. Another setup with this stun lock. Oh my god, that is the lowest health Ray of Hope I think we may have seen. Is it positive? Oh, and he's bounced back with it. Crazy save from Relza. That was almost lights out. And in a matchup like this, it's your last chance in the Grand Finals for Europe. You gamble it at 1%. Tension is high.
I mean, absolutely. And his Arms Warrior in a Championship Sunday game is so scary to face. Big damage on TJ. Gets intervened. Doesn't have skin, but does have his trinket ready, so he's going to be just okay. Overload in such a commanding defensive position. JT even pushing in. A little bit uncharacteristic from him, but that tells you how much confidence he has right now.
Brunhilde charging. Tessia blinking away. Brunhilde leaping over. Vortex to pin the mage. Blast wave and Brunhilde, he reconnects, he's getting uptime on the main. Tessia Trinket invises, good exchange here. Overlapped a bit though with the Guardian Spirit. Brunhilde blade storming over, but TJ is Heart of the Wild. He's gonna be durable. Here comes the Incarnation. Trimaz instantly evasions. They stormbolt the evasion, but Relza's an Angel. They can't kill him through it. TJ's forced back into Bear. Barkskin trading as his team is crowd controlled. They're still trying to cut him down through Barkskin. Tessia needs to keep the chain going. They go for a cheap shot. He's trying to fake an interrupt. He can't. He gets put into a stun. Ice Block just came off cooldown and he has to press it immediately, but now they just switch their attention to Trimaz. He's gonna dismantle Brunhilde, take his weapon away and prevent him from attacking for a moment here. Tessia is on the run. Trimaz getting cut up now as the weapon is returned to Brunhilde. And Tessia is in the backline. No blocks remain. No evasion. Relza has burned all of the mana he regenerated a moment ago. And this full blind is getting nothing. JT just sits through it. They still haven't got a trinket from Brunhilde the entire game. They finally get TJ's medallion, but I think it might just be over. Ray of Hope, it could be negative if they've got enough damage here. Dampening is very high. How much damage can they do into this Ray? Smoke Bomb comes down in desperation. It's almost negative. He almost goes down. Bladestorm is cutting him to pieces, and I can't believe it. Overload, do it! They beat DOBOB's RMP in game one.
I mean, this was a commanding win from Overload. JT, he is pushing up, and we never see that from him. You know, he is full confident in this matchup. This looks fantastic for Overload. Kitty Cleave into RMP, it just does so much damage, and the priest from, you know, Relza, he just can't keep up with the damage, whereas JT only really has to worry about the veins, the blades from the sub-rook. You look at details this game, you look at the damage done, it's not even close. TJ is doubling Trimaz, doing more than double Trimaz's damage. I really have, you know, a big criticism of DOBOB. Yesterday, they were sitting back, they were playing passive, very conservative style. Today, it's the same thing. I didn't see Tessia get on top of JT a single time, and I wonder what's going on. What is the missing piece of the puzzle that we're missing here, Sid? Why isn't he running on top of JT, trying to make something happen? They're losing the long game.
We know, like, history in the AWC is usually, like, Swapsy's trademark is do damage, don't die, right? That's kind of the trap, but that can be a trap sometimes that teams fall into. They think, well, let's just play conservative. Let's just play passive and safe. The other team will make more mistakes, and we'll just win in the late game. But in the current meta, we're actually seeing players rewarded for aggression, right? Even a team like Welcome to the JUNG, which is probably the most notorious dampeners, right, that remain in the tournament, they make swaps to Sea-Doo and kill him in like a 2-minute game in the upper bracket finals for North America. So aggression can be rewarded when it's calculated. And right now, Overload's aggression, it just overwhelmed DOBOB. They're still just trying to play the safe line, the safe strategy. And obviously, that didn't work, because with every single resource, they lost this game. They lost on mana, they lost on cooldowns, they lost on momentum, they didn't get really anything going for their team. This was a complete blowout, seemingly, on their part, and maybe it's just because they didn't expect what to come of the matchup. Maybe they didn't get a lot of experience with this. Not a lot of teams are playing the Feral Warrior, right? Even leading from Cup 3, it was like Ret Warriors popping up, the occasional Feral Warrior every now and then with Tony's team playing that with Streamer Zone, but this level of play from this team on this Feral Warrior was very high. Now, what do you think they're going to blind lock? Because are they worried about flappers coming in? I feel like a Feral Mage could be better in this type of matchup.
I do think thoroughly the Feral Druid is better in this matchup. Like I said, Arms Warrior into a Sub-Rogue is an absolute nightmare for Trimaz. It is so hard to get anything done. It's even harder when you're sitting back and you're not able to get CC on the enemy healer and get setups going. Now, DOBOB looks like they've opted to take Tolvaron Arena, so they're looking for the big map. And there is something in the water, Sid, because I am not understanding these map picks from these players. Yesterday, today. Come on, we want to get in there and do something as the mage comp. You're losing the long game. Why are we picking the big map here?
I mean, I think they want to set up a Feral Mage comp and maybe like a Mage Mirror.
Run around and dampen.
And they don't want Kitty, so they're picking like the least friendly Kitty map maybe, and they're like, don't pick Kitty, pick something else. This is not a good cleave map. We want you to pick the Mage. We want to play the Mage Mirror. That's what we've put all the time into. We don't want to deal with this new thing that you've thrown your way. So Overload need to make the decision. Like, that worked really well. Like, do we care that it's a big map? Like, that looked really good. Like, maybe we should just run that back again here for game number 2 as they're taking their time, because you said you asked JT and he said he's going to need luck. He doesn't feel confident at all, but like that game 1 was so good. Like, they looked so clean on defense, no overlaps, really no openings for DOBOB to find any opportunities. So I wonder if he was kind of sandbagging a little bit with his comments to you. And yeah, they have confidence. They're saying it again. They're like, we don't care, Tolvaron, whatever. Like, you got to have an answer for this. If you don't, we're running away to game 3.
And I like this from Overload. So yeah, like you said right there, they've thrown a curveball to DOBOB, and they're testing them now. Do they have an answer? We're trying it out. We're up 1. We still have the counter pick, even if we lose. We're just going to test it, ride it out, and see if it keeps working. And if you win on Tolvaron, well, DOBOB is screwed, aren't they? There is no real solution from that. So I like this from Overload. Showing some good understanding of the mind games involved. DOBOB, how do you answer this? FMP trying to play a slow game with Veins, with Incarn, trying to squeeze out enough damage to make the Holy Priest suffer from JT? Or do you go for the same thing and try and run on top of JT and make a play happen?
I think they bring flappers in. I feel like you run what's been like your staple for DOBOB, is my opinion. I think you just play the Feral Mage Priest. Like, you've proved that you were the best in the region with that. Like, just lock that in. That's where I think they've got the most synergy. That's where they've got the most reps, it seems like, and that's where their playstyle is going to be the most rewarded. And also, I just think the rogue matchup is getting shut down too much here. So the Feral Druid will provide more peels, more cyclones, and Flappers is coming in off the bench. They're going back to the bread and butter with their Feral Mage Holy Priest, and this needs to work for them, because if it doesn't, this series is going to spiral out of control very quickly on their side. Maybe DOBOB are concerned with maybe the RMP matchup, because we saw Waz, deciding to do Rogue yesterday as opposed to Feral, so maybe they're worried about that, and we'll have to see that in a future game. Right now, it's all about, can DOBOB deal with this Feral Warrior composition that seemingly came out of nowhere for Overload. We've not seen them run this the entire tournament. So obviously that little break between Cup 3 and the time to prepare, some of the meta changes and adaptations that have happened, they snuck something in, and it's cool to see. It's literally the grand finals. It's like you're just pulling out a comp you never played the entire season, and taking the #1 seed, right? DOBOB's #1 seed for Europe at the moment as far as point standings, and just taking a confident game 1, just like bulletproof game from them.
Absolutely, and we haven't really seen too much Kitty Cleave in the tournament. Streamer Zone did pull it out for a few games, but I do know that Echo has been practicing this comp as well, and they think highly of it. So Overload, obviously, Brunhilde is an excellent warrior. TJ is a main Feral. This is very comfortable for them. The question really is, what is TENSEI going to do in this matchup? I really want to see him run on top of JT. I want to see him making his usual playmaking abilities, making them choke under the pressure. But if he sits back, plays conservative, I think it's anyone's game. I don't know what's going to happen in dampening at that point with the Avatar, the Incarns, the Icy Veins coming up. One mistake and it's going to be lights out for either team.
I'm just trying to imagine what it must be like to be DOBOB right now. Like, you finished the cup season, #1 seed, super confident, you're smashing Echo, like, you're just must be going on into this at the top of the world, and then you're just kind of you get CHIBAKU TENSEI with a comp that maybe you weren't exactly ready for, really tough series, and now you got another comp that maybe you weren't the most prepared for, thrown in at the last second from Overload. Like, how do you feel as a team that, like, you're riding the highest high, and now you're coming into this tournament, and it's like, what? We can get knocked out? Like, this can just be over already? What's going on?
I mean, I feel for them. You know, they're under so much pressure right now because honestly, they went into this finals as favorites. But, you know, the most important thing is performing in the finals, having the meta in your favor in the finals. The F&P, that was a strong suit, Cup 1, 2, and 3, and they did fantastic as it. But right now, it seems like it's fallen a little bit out of the meta, but they're still sticking to it. It's their mains. They're trying to make it work here. Sub RMP didn't look too hot last game. Tolvaron Arena gates are about to open, and I want to see TENSEI double blinking in the opener and get something going right away. I'm very excited to see if there's going to be any adaptations or if it's going to be a bit of a slower pace start to the game.
All right, TJ in stealth, Flappers in stealth, Feral head to head, and these guys have been brawling to decide who's the best Feral in the region for quite some time at this point. And this will be the last opportunity this season to finally decide that. Rels is in Angel form immediately, JT as well. It's very important to activate this to negate the offensive cooldowns, but also to mitigate their mana. It makes their healing free, so you'll see them use those Angel forms basically on cooldown as they're available to make sure they can play it out into the late game. Flappers and TJ also using Heart of the Wild very early, as that's quite a long cooldown. They want to try and get 2 of those in a match if they can for maximum value, but that Ice Wall is making it dicey. JT repositions. TJ looks for Cyclones. He gets interrupted by Flappers, really tearing in, and Flappers is going to do way more sustained damage. We're seeing that as the major difference between the Rogue Mage, just on the damage meter already.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage there. It's insane. Brunhilde is lowest now instead of Trimaz. Flappers is absolutely cranking. Gets knocked behind the pillar. Is going to be okay. Has his skin coming up in just a moment here. But there's, yeah, Relza sitting back, playing a very, very slow game. Looks like they're opting for that slower late game dampening Incarn Veins win condition, hoping that it can overwhelm JT.
All right, let's see if they can find that window to overwhelm him. He's got Bark Skin. I think he's okay. JT in a stun, but no follow-up. He's going to be able to reposition and be okay. But Flappers gets caught. He gets gripped away. And Barkskin should trade more than effectively here. Brunhilde's marching towards TENSEI with that Chastise, but having a tough time actually getting there. Choosing to run the Dark Iron Dwarf Warrior also, so he's not going to have the ability to gnome out. He doesn't get the stun reduction. He really wants that bleed removal as kind of a main negating factor to the Incarn, which I think is smart, because otherwise Die by the Sword might not line up perfectly with an Icy Veins or an Incarn later on, so Brunhilde just wants to make sure he's not a target, but it will limit his mobility throughout the match, which can definitely be frustrating with a Feral and a Mage. Big catch on Flappers with the main stun. Store Bolt, oh my god! Relza trinkets again, gambling at 10% and recovers Flappers. And mana is slowly falling behind for Relza in this position. And we haven't seen really too much momentum as I say that. TJ takes some hits, but he'll be fine with the Guardian Spirit. Ice Wall comes down. Relza repositioning. Kind of getting a bit aggressive here. And that's what you were saying. You want them to be more aggressive, right?
Exactly. They do get JT's Trinket here, so that is good for them. TJ having to use his skin. Flappers has his rotating back, but this is a little bit better now. There's getting in position, moving away from JT now. Won't be able to capitalize on that Trinket, but there is a bit of an opening there. TJ, no skin. JT, no Trinket. If they can catch him in a CC, stun TJ, restun his Trinket, there is a potential for something there. No Incarn, no Veins for 2 minutes for Flappers, for TENSEI. TENSEI under a lot of fire right now in the full stun.
All right, he gets gripped away though. Looks like he'd be fine with that Vortex from the Druid of Flappers. But Flappers has no Medallion. Relza has no way to get out of crowd control. Neither does TENSEI, so that's a big opening. But they're getting aggressive. Chastise. Relza's there. Full Polymorph. Maim stun on TJ. He has to trinket immediately. This is an excellent setup. They get a double Fear as well to support it into another Polymorph. Curious if Brunhilde's running the Berserker Rage that removes Fear or not. On the gear check. I'll have to check that here in a moment because he didn't actually use it there on top of it. But TENSEI repolyed anyways. Flappers stunned. Big exchange for Relza though. Guardian Spirit. He will bounce back. It still just feels like even despite the damage increase for TENSEI and Flappers that Relza's still burning mana faster. It's just a ticking clock for them.
No, absolutely. And fundamentally, the problem is you're not getting any CC on the Priest. Well, you're getting a couple sheeps here and there, but JT isn't really feeling the pressure from TENSEI that he's normally able to output. And so the Arms Warrior, the burst, it's just so hard for Relza to deal with. He's just constantly running out of healing, having to do inefficient healing, and that's burning his mana so much. Big Ice Wall Flappers. He's going to be okay with a Ray of Hope and the skin. JT having to go around. TENSEI harassing him now. Full sheep lands finally. TJ has the skin. No trinket. Does have SI out. Should be okay. See if he can get a re. Full clone onto JT. TJ does have SI. He's still holding onto it. Feels comfortable right now, and he's going to be able to make it out. But I love seeing this from DOBOB now. Showing signs of life. Getting aggressive onto JT. And that's what you have to do as this mage comp.
They need polymorphs, they need cyclones, they need fears, they need some type of crowd control.
That's
and
nice.
Here comes the chastise. Big pressure on Hitty. So greedy, but he fears the mage. They stun Flappers, and they play with confidence, not using the dab of the sword. And Flappers almost gets destroyed there. He gets pulled away by the leap of faith. Relza is in angel form, recovering, trying to heal the damage. It's so much. He has to use Guardian Spirit on top of Angel. It's so much damage on Flappers. Finally, he's back into a healthy position. He's got Incarn. He wants to get something going. Both Feral Druids have Incarn. This could turn around quite quickly. Full stun on Brunhitty. Big Comet Storm comes in. Massive cleave on 2 targets. JT void shifts right before the Dragon Storm. But then now he's into a full polymorph. Brunhitty uses Dive by the Sword. Relza has to void shift. Constantly back and forth. It's looking so much more evenly matched in game 2. But DOBOB have the gas pedal down. They are pushing for it. Double Ring of Frost. Going after TJ, but he has Bark Skin, so they're going to swap off likely onto Brunhitty, I would imagine here. Flappers is getting bleeds up, getting ready for the next engagement. Back into bear form. They bounce over to TENSEI. TENSEI's trying to reposition. He's got Alter, he blinks. Flappers gets caught out of form in a Stormbolt, choosing not to use Bark Skin. He doesn't want to trade it, I guess, but it's kind of risky to not do that. He trades it a bit late. Brunhitty gets stunned. He's gripped away right before the ice wall, but then TJ is left behind. No, he gets gripped by JT. JT making a double save. Now, do they stay at the pillar or do they push? It looks like they want to push out and maintain their advantage, but it's so much damage incoming. Nice clone on TJ. Oh, that bought time for Relza to get symbols off and get a little bit of mana. Excellent teamwork there between Flappers and Relza.
And look at the cooldowns on Overload. No Void Shift, no GS. Apotheosis running out. Brunhitty, no Dive by the Sword, no Trinket. Veins coming up in 1 second here. Big damage on Brunhitty coming in soon. And 30 seconds Incarn for Flappers. If DOBOB hang on for just a bit longer, I think score a kill here.
All right, and they managed to get to that point. Heart of the Wild for Flappers. This is why he used it early, so that he could get it at this critical point and dampening. He's literally predicting the game 5 minutes in the future on how it would play out. It's making him more durable in this position. TENSEI is trying to reposition into the back here and pull JT off the pillar. JT is slightly in the middle here, so is TENSEI going to shimmer in offensively or not is the question. He's choosing to stay passive right now, just waiting until they commit. There's the spear. He's probably going to blink in with that spear committed to Flappers. He's moving towards JT, refusing to shimmer, and then shimmers away right as they swap. They're not letting TENSEI get in. They punish him as soon as he even gets close, and it seems like TENSEI is worried about it. They want to wait and line up these cooldowns. Let's see what happens with the Incarnation. They catch TJ first. JT immediately into Angel form. It might not be enough. Comet Storm comes in and almost closes it. I can't believe he's alive. He survives it. Now he's turning it around with an Incarnation of his own, but TENSEI fakes the interrupt. Triple Dragon's Breath. Polymorph doesn't land it. He gets faded. Another polymorph. He deaths it into another polymorph. Is that going to be enough? TJ wraps around the corner. He survives. Ice Wall comes down. Flapper's in trouble. He gets pulled away to safety. It is so close. A nail biter game 2. Brunhitty gets blasted. Stunned on his trinket. Is it lights out? Dive with the sword at 20%. And he holds on by a thread. But Flappers with no trinket is a sitting duck. Relza trinkets out of a Stormbolt to try and recover, but it's overwhelming damage. He uses Ray. That Ray might not be positive. Brunhitty can get uptime here. TJ's doing what he can. Massive damage incoming. Flappers is low. It could be a cross kill at this point. It's coming down to the wire. Either team can take this.
Oh my god, this is so close as well. Relza out of cooldowns, JT out of cooldowns. Icy Veins coming up in 20 seconds for TENSEI. TJ in so much trouble right now. Stunned without no skin, no trinket. Lives at 20% health. Looks like he's going to get away. So Flappers gets GS on him. He's going to be okay. TENSEI has Icy Veins in 8 seconds. Overload are not out of the woods yet.
Oh my god, Relza has absolutely 0 mana at this point, but cooldowns are dicey for Overload, but the momentum's in favor of Overload.
There it is.
Can they stay on target? Can they finish him with this spear? Flappers is locked down, but he turns it around with a maim stun on Brunhitty. TJ repositioning, looking like he wants to maybe go for some crowd control. He just charges through the ring. Flappers pre-bears the stun, but I don't think it's enough. Relza has 0 mana, and Overload moved to match point.
Oh man, I mean, this did look a little bit better towards the second half of this game, Sid, but I don't know. I don't like what I'm seeing here from DOBOB. The game is just going too long. Relza runs out of mana. We just hit that point where he just can't keep up anymore. And yes, they had moments in this game where they could have won. TJ, Brunhitty both going to 10% life, but it just wasn't enough for them.
Hey, it's match point. DOBOB are #1 seed in Europe. They came into this with the most confidence. Flashy plays, styling on Waz, knocking him off the side, knocking Raikou off the side, tilting Echo, maybe to the point where Mev was considering retirement at some points in the season. Like, DOBOB were an all-star roster in the cup stage. It would be such a defeat for them to go out just 3-0 in this lower bracket round. So I'm really hoping that they can step up for game number 3. But in my opinion, this was their best comp. This was their best hand. They're not pulling any punches. They played the Feral Mage Priest. They played it out to the end, but they can't keep it going into the late game. It's a mana issue. So I do wonder, we've seen Paladins in North America. When games come down to mana, they always end up on top. Do you think if Relza has a Paladin that maybe that could be the difference in victory or defeat?
I don't think so. I think more than anything that this is a playstyle error. I think just playing the slow style, waiting for Inkpan, waiting for Veins, it's just not DOBOB's strength. It can work, and sometimes it has worked for them. But really, if you don't get on top of JT, this guy is a masterclass at defensive play at the pillar, avoiding CC. You're playing to his strength and away from yours. And this was Overload's map pick on Tolvaron Arena. So to lose that with the FMP into the kitty puts them in such a tough position. The backs are against the wall. I feel like they're out of options at this point. They got 30 more seconds to pick their map here, and my guess is it's going to be another big one. They're going to try the same style again. But what I want to see from them here, Empyrean Domain. Okay, so they're going for the big map. But they're also going for the big map with the smallest pillar. Empyrean Domain's pillars feel like a needle. It is so hard to use the line of sight, and maybe they can abuse that. Maybe TENSEI can get on top of them, get on top of JT, land some polys. In Cup 3, we saw him on this map show an absolute masterclass in that FMP mirror, CCing JT. We'll see if he can do the same thing here. Overload, taking a bit of time now to pick. If I were them, I would instantly lock that kitty, because that did look good.
Yeah,
even though there were some moments. Don't give them any time, make them stress out, and just instant lock in. Make it tough for DOBOB, apply the pressure.
I just feel like it's like Execute could just win the game at any point. Like,
exactly.
It just could be the first Stormbolt in the game. You don't know. Like, it could just get a massive crit, and they are able to overwhelm them. And that's what they're doing. Just lock it in. Make them sweat. Like, just lock this in fast. Get it going. Make them have to get ready to play. Put them on the edge of their seat, because this is it. Like, this is the big moment. This is what you've been playing the entire season for. And they are sweating. They just can't come up with an answer. It seems like they're stuck in this defensive play style, wanting to play it safe, thinking they can win later and dampening, not taking any risks, and that's just the opposite of how we've seen DOBOB play throughout the entire season. So I don't know what shift happened, if they had like a ton of war games where it was like, we should just play safe, don't take any gambles. But it's just like, it seems like it's so the antithesis to what their previous theme was as a team. They were the aggressors. They're the ones making plays with ice walls. They were the ones sending setups, pushing the pace, and now they're not doing that. They're just kind of hoping that they can keep the enemy away. Like, oh, you guys are attacking me, I'm not going to go in for a sheep, it's okay, I'll just blink away, maybe we'll win in dampening. And they're dragging the game on, and it's not working. It's one thing if it works, like if they can play safe and they can win, then sure, just take the safe route, but it's not. So DOBOB need to figure out how they can get aggressive against Overload if they want to close this out, and they're taking as much time as they can, because this could be the last time that they get to lock in a comp for the entire season.
There it is again. FMP with 40 seconds left on the clock. Okay, so, I mean, we saw it last game. Tolvaron looks so much better than Nagrand with the sub-rogue. FMP, I think, is the right pick here. I do like this. The question really is in terms of playstyle. Yes, Dezia was moving in a little bit more last game. He was getting some DB sheeps on JT, harassing a little bit more, but still not the characteristic Dezia that we know and love. So, Empyrean Domain here, small pillar. We'll see if he can make any magic happen. If he chooses to play conservatively, it really just depends. Will Overload make a defensive blunder, throw a game, maybe give DOBOB some momentum? But I think if JT and crew here just solid foundation, play well defensively, I think they're going to take it here, 3-0.
And now if you're Echo, are you pretty happy about this, or are you concerned about this kitty cleave?
That's a good question. They don't want to face Dezia, I can tell you that much. There is a big mental block. They do not want to face DOBOB whatsoever. But watching this into Kitty, they lost his RMP, they lost his FMP. Do I think that they're a better RMP? Yes, I do think Echo is a better RMP. Yeah. So maybe the matchup looks a little bit different. But this isn't a good sign either way. I think you're in a bit of a lose-lose situation, because this Kitty cleave is looking brutal to deal with as a mage.
Okay, so Overload might have cracked the code here in Europe. It seemed like the meta had been pretty solved. Just play Mage, Feral, Holy Priest, or Mage, Rogue, Holy Priest. Those are like the two predominant comps throughout the entire season. And now they're being tested. They're being tested by CHIBAKU with their Elemental Shaman compositions. Now they're being tested with this Feral Druid Warrior composition. So Europe is likely going to be a case of can they adapt and overcome? The old tricks are not working anymore, so can they learn some new ones in their final hour? This could be the last time you get to see DOBOB this season, and they were fan favorites. They were one of the first teams to be taking out Echo and styling on them and Tessia with these insane ice walls and crazy games. They always have insane grand final matches against Echo in previous seasons, and they might just be out in fourth right now. That's how much the competition has leveled up, and the game is starting. There's no going back from this.
Europe is a bloodbath. The fact that DOBOB might be going out fourth, such a great team. So many veterans, Flappers and Relza, AWC champions in the past. Let's see how this plays out. Open on Brunhilde, Flappers swaps onto TJ. Instant Incarn, instant Veins. I think JT will trade out the Angel just to stabilize that. Thesia choosing to sit back here on the Angel. No point to push in right now. Just passing on TJ, who still hasn't skinned. Being a little bit greedy there, but he's going to be okay, looks like.
All right. Tessia looks like he's gone Orc also. He's not playing the Dwarf, so he prefers the stun reduction. Maybe just get a little bit extra mobility, but they're right on top of him here. And with him playing Orc, they can commit the Incarnation more reliably as well in these types of positions. So it could be dicey for Relza. It's going to cost them a lot more mana in this matchup if they want to play passively. So I think with this adaptation, now they absolutely have to play aggressive. Chastise Sheep. Oh, it's only on half DR. They get Barkskin at least, along with Heart of the Wild. Flappers has a tough decision. When is he going to commit his Heart of the Wild? Because he used it very early last time and got 2 uses of it right when he needed it. He hasn't committed it just yet, even on the Spear, which means it might be more unlikely that he gets a second one in this game. They swap back on Flappers again. He's still greedy. He gets caught in a stun. Ray of Hope, pinned down by the Vortex. And that Ray, likely positive by a significant margin. He's going to get back to full health. Tessia still looks like he's trying to sneak across the map on top of JT. He gets there with the Shiver Dragon's Breath. He gets the Polymorph. Excellent setup. Can they kill him through Barkskin? Renewal trades for TJ. Brunhilde maybe getting swapped to in the bash now. Flapper switches, but TJ's on his back. Keeping pressure going in both sides. Relza. Chastise, no follow-up, but even just a Chastise and 2 players at just 50% health on DOBOB on match point.
Flappers!
Oh my god, Flappers! It was almost lights out. He Barkskins. He still hasn't used that Heart of the Wild. DOBOB, I would be so... This is such a tough call. Like, you need to be aggressive, but you're just dying. So it's like, what do you do? Tessia is getting in there again.
Fushi.
Oh, but it's on DR.
Off.
Oh, I don't think they're going to get anything with that. They cycle on TJ, but it's on DR also. The diminishing returns are just not being tracked appropriately. Tessia gets caught in a stun. Is he going to go down with a blocking? He gets pulled out, but now Flappers is low. He's trying to get out of there. Ice Wall comes down defensively for Flappers. I don't think DOBOB can do it. The spirit of DOBOB is not here today, it seems like. This game, they look terrified.
No, DOBOB are honestly kind of flailing around right now. They're just trying to live, and you can't be playing that kind of position. Flappers on his Incarn, having to run away. Relza trying to keep him up. GS traded out as well as the Angel, so he's going to be okay, but they really need to get some pressure with this Incarn right now. Veins ending for Thesia. Full clone onto JT. I like that, but TJ just trading out his skin, playing nice and safe. Brunhilde has every cooldown. And Flappers, yes, run away again.
You just can't stay near the blender. That Bladestorm is absolutely chewing up DOBOB, and once again, that mana is just a ticking time bomb for Relza. He's already established quite a significant advantage in favor of JT at this point. TJ stunned up. Flapper's trying to tear in, but he's just a bear. He's not getting any damage out here. Guardian Spirit, he'll recover to full. We see Relza going for the symbols, trying to use that on cooldown to get 2 of it in the game for some extra mana. He's tossing out some Holy Fires, but as he's doing damage, Flappers gets low. Huge Serenity comes in to restabilize. He's back into bear. But he can't get anything going. Tessia is just pulling back passively, and Flappers is getting shredded, and there's just no momentum for their team whatsoever. A Spear comes down to pin Flappers. He Barkskins right away, and they use the Ray. Tessia is getting cleaved, though, at the same time. And now that Ray tops Flappers, but Tessia is low. Tessia blinking in, can't get the polymorph, shut down by Brunhilde. He gets pulled away out of there, and they try and do these setups with the Chastise, but the time in between just feels so long, and they're not getting momentum. Big stun once again. It's still match point, and Relza, with this much pressure, is spamming Flash Heal likely in the matchup, and he's just slowly and surely running out of mana. Overload. They have 3 medallions. They have basically every major cooldown remaining. DOBOB, they need a miracle. I don't know how they can pull this one back.
Brunhilde, Veins on him. He's going to be fine. It looks like he still has a dive.
Don't even get a dive by the
Still has a rallying cry. TJ does trade out his skin there, though, to be fair, but Incarn is coming up in 12 seconds, so a bit of an opening there, but honestly, JT has every single defensive cooldown. Flappers getting kicked in human form, goes into bear. Looks like Rels is trying to sit down for a drink, not able to. Flappers put into a full fear, Desi in a full fear. It does break. Here it is, Incarn on TJ. No skin. We'll see what happens here.
Come on, DOBOB. Where's the spirit? Where's the energy? Where's the flare? Where's the fire that we've seen all season? Are they just going to fizzle out? 3-0 to Overload? Come on, this is not the DOBOB that we know and love. I think they can still do it. Can they manage to get some crowd control, some offensive pressure? There's the Chastise. TJ trades out the Renewal, but Flappers gets caught. He has to trinket immediately. They get a Polymorph. They got good cleave damage on Brunhilde and TJ right now, but not enough damage to finish. Flappers is forced to retreat away once again in bear form. He will recover, but unless Relza gets a drink, the mana is just getting worse and worse for them. TENSEI gets pinned. It's massive damage incoming. They use Guardian Spirit. Nice Cyclone on TJ, slowing down the attack. But now that Guardian Spirit can't go on Flappers, and he gets caught out of form. Massive damage incoming. Relza has to Ray, but he's used so much mana. Overloader just doing so much damage, seemingly. Even though on the meter, it doesn't look like there's that much of a deficit. It's just Relza has to spend so much mana healing through the Sharpened Blade. Avatar is available. Flappers needs to get ready to trade. Do they go all in? They're trying to. They use the in-cap roar, but that's going to DR the Polymorph. Flappers gets kicked on his clone, and he's getting chopped up. It's match
Void
point.
Shift.
They overlap Void Shift and Survival Instincts, and it's just spiraling out of control for DOBOB. They need the biggest burst ever on this next Icy Veins, or I think it's over.
Absolutely. Brunhilde getting knocked out of line of sight. Does have his trinket, though. Does have every single cooldown. I mean, the problem is, Flappers is under so much fire right now. Does have the skin. Looks like he's going to be okay. Ice Wall comes down. TJ trading out his skin. He should be okay as well. Does have the survival instincts. Every time Desia pushes in, Brunhilde, TJ instantly turn on him, just making his life hell. It is so hard for him to get CC on JT. And on top of that, he has to cross the whole map to get there. So after that, he goes backwards. JT's in a defensive position. Overload, completely fine. They haven't cracked at all this game.
Oh my god, just Overload look unbeatable. Like, they have so many cooldowns to continue to trade. They've got momentum. TJ out of nowhere takes a huge hit, but JT is ready. Polymorph looks like he deathed it. Tessia needs to go again, but Flappers is just going to die. Guardian Spirit is up. Are they really just going to go out with a fizzle? He pops Incarnation, and Flappers needs big crits right now if he's going to win this game. Brunhilde respects it, trades die by the sword. Now he's going for the kill. Tessia is low. He may need to block in the next couple of seconds. Even with Relza in angel form, he gets pinned by the spear. Chastise stunned, and he's just going to trade block. Now Flappers is left exposed. He goes into bear form right away. Tessia blinks in. Can they win with this? Will they make a mistake? But again, the Polymorph, it's not full duration. It's not going to be nearly long enough for them to finish here. There's one opening with Brunhilde with no die by the sword right now. It would come down to JT also making a mistake, but maybe he will. It is the finals here. Tension is high. Tessia's in trouble. Is he on hypo? He's on hypothermia. He can't block. Ray of Hope comes up. Will it be enough? Relz is gripping him, trying to stay alive. Vortex pins Brunhilde. Ray tops him for a moment, buying time for hypothermia now, which has faded, but they just switch back onto Flappers. And Relza, man, you have less than 5% mana. This safe, conservative strategy is not working. I don't even know if they're playing safe. They're playing scared.
Absolutely, and they do have one window. TJ has no trinket, but he does have the skin. JT does have the swap. He does have the GS rotating back in a second here. TJ trading out the skin there. Vayne's coming up in 8 seconds for Thezia. This is the final push for DOBOB before they get kicked out of the tournament. Eliminated in 4th place. We'll see if they can do anything with that. There it is. Thezia pops. TJ, let's keep an eye on him. Brunhilde, big damage on Brunhilde. Trades out the trinket, trades the die by the sword. Still under a lot of fire though.
Wall.
JT trying to get around. GS traded out. TJ in a lot of trouble as well. Can't participate in the game. Flappers trying to back out.
In-cap roar from TJ. Cyclone on the mage. It gets counterspelled. Tessia free casting. A couple seconds left on that Icy Veins. He's got Comet Storm. Maybe he can get a big hit here. Can he manage to connect it? He gets the Dragon's Breath with no trinket. He still has Comet Storm, but Flappers is dying. He gets pulled out of the fight. Tessia needs massive damage right now. He can't push them over. He's not even tickling them. They go for Chastise. Can they manage to? Flappers is just dying. He can't stay in. He's trying to retreat away. Brunhilde is chasing after him. He pins him with the spear. It could be over. Relza has 0 mana. How is Relza going to pull this off? Desperation Polymorphs on the Warrior, but that's resetting the bleeds, and Flappers is running out of time. Mind controls in desperation. Stuns come out. Flappers is on the run. His entire season on the line right now with a healer at absolutely 0 mana. JT deflects Tessia's assault. He's in Angel. He moons the poly. Can they manage to rot Brunhilde down? Can Tessia basically solo the team? Flappers is stuck in bear form, running for his life. He barkskins. Relza ducks into Angel. They bought time for Angel. Maybe they can actually do this. Incarnation comes through. Is he actually going to do it on his last leg? He gets another poly, and Brunhilde. Void Void Shift comes through at the last second. Brunity is still in this fight. Tessia has to block. Oh my god, Flappers with nothing at this point. Tessia's rotted. How is Relza going to do this? Ray and Guardian Spirit is the last line of defense for Flappers on match point, and it is a negative Ray. Flappers holds on. They switch back onto Tessia. I think that's got to be it. They've got nothing. How are they even still alive up to this point, to say the least? A Maim Stun comes in. Flappers jumps over, but the Blade Storm could be the finishing blows. They reconnected Relza. He's tapped out. Double kill. Overload.
Dominating a series from Overload, and I have to commend them. You know, this was brilliantly played. The patience at the end here, not throwing, saving Brunhilde with the voice shift from JT. This team is great defensively, I think. JT is such a good pillar to have on your team, and it showed. DOBOB could not make a dent in this team at all during the series. This was just a commanding victory for Overload every single game.
Oh my god, man. They tried to put on a show. There's little signs of life of the old DOBOB in these final seconds. There's a couple of little signs of life, but not enough. These teams have leveled up so much from the Cup season. They're playing out of their minds, new compositions, new strategies in the grand finals for both regions at this point. Number 1 seed is knocked out in 4th place. I'm glad that they at least put on a show here in the final moments of this game. I really wanted to see this swing back to like a game 5 or something for them, but we're not going to get that. But at the same time, we do get the rematch between Overload and Echo, and now Overload with this new tech. Maybe they're not going to be a pushover the second time around.
I don't know.
This composition, because it definitely worked out for them for this series. I mean, you guys kind of covered it enough. I mean, to be able to 3-0 a team like DOBOB that have had such an incredible season has been tremendous to see. So Overload going to take that victory 3-0, and like Supati said, they do get that rematch now against Echo, but they're going to be, Echo's going to be playing a different team, Shan. A different Overload.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going, the thing is, yes, it sucks for Overload that they lost yesterday in the upper bracket. Headed to the losers bracket, had to marinate and stew in the loss and the defeat yesterday. Terrible position to be in. But today, they look good. They just steamrolled DOBOB into the ground. They have so much momentum going into this one, and Echo are coming off the bench cold. I don't know. I'm not confident. I was going to originally predict that, you know, I was going to predict that Echo was going to win. After I saw that, though, I don't know anymore. I might have to, you know, go for Overload here, because that kitty cleave looks absolutely brutal for any mage to deal with.
Yeah. What do you think is going on with the comms right now with Echo after seeing that matchup?
Well, I mean, I can tell you for a fact they didn't want to face Desia. But now, after seeing that, I don't know if they'll want to face that. What is worse, right? Desia or Kitty Cleave? So, they're feeling the pressure right now. We'll see if they can live up to their name. But I don't know.
I also can't believe that my prediction is wrong again. I just can't, like, I'm just sitting here like, did I curse DOBOB? Is that what's happened here? Is that why DOBOB didn't look as they usually did? Like, is there some bad mojo going on here? Like, I don't know what I've done, but if I predict you, I'm sorry. I'm apologizing in advance if I predict for your team to win.
The bad luck charm. These teams are going to start messaging you like, bro, stop rooting for us.
I need to know no more predictions for me. I'll be happy with that. I'll just sit. Maybe someone will fall beneath me. I could just stop digging myself deeper.
Maybe. Yeah. All right. Well, incredible series for sure. 3-0 from them. Congratulations. And now Overload is going to take on Echo. And with that, we are going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to eliminate yet another team. And the winner will move on to the EU finals to face off against CHIBAKU TENSEI. We'll be right back. Stick around. Hey everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, DOBOB knocked out of the tournament. Overload moving on to face off against Echo. This is going to be a huge matchup, and we saw some tremendous changes, Chan, from Overload in that last series. They brought out the Kitty Cleave. Do you think that is a viable comp within this matchup?
Absolutely. I don't know how it's going to do into RMP, into FMP from Echo if they pull that one out. But, you know, they just completely smashed DOBOB. Echo cannot feel good going into this one, and I'd be honestly very surprised if Overload don't just pull that out in the blind pick. I could see them going for a Mage Mirror. Maybe their egos said, hey, we got smashed in the mirror yesterday, let's give it a second shot today, at least in the blind pick, and we can default back to that Kitty Cleave if we need to.
Okay, I'm excited for the blind pick. Given that, Chan, what is your prediction for this series?
This one is so hard. I want to say 3-1 to Echo. I still believe in them. I still believe in them. I don't know how much faith I have, but my heart is saying Echo. I think the boys, you know, hopefully, you know, for them, they're on point today. They're able to pull off some magic, but honestly, Overload is going to make it very, very hard for them.
Have you voted against them this at all since you've been casting? Are you with them every time?
I have against Echo in Cup 3. Yes, I did not believe in Echo Dream in Cup 3, but then after that Friday, I saw some renewed signs of life. I don't know what changed, but they looked much better moving forward. So, Echo, I always have to have faith in the boys, right?
That's fair. That's fair. All right, 3-1 for Chan. Zigo, what about you? What is your prediction?
We're on opposite sides here. I'm 3-1 with Overload, actually. I'm thinking... so for me, it's going to come down to the Feral Warrior. I think that if the Feral Warrior wins, if Echo doesn't have a good answer into it, then I think it's Overload series to lose, basically. And I think in the mirror, it could still go either way. So I feel like Echo has a taller mountain to climb with that in mind. But I do think I would favor Echo in the mirror. So yeah, it really just comes down to how the Feral Warrior plays out. If Echo can destroy that, then they're going to look good. But I don't think they will be able to destroy it. It looked really good against the DOBOB.
Okay, I'm kind of with you, Zico. I'm 2-3 in favor of Overload. I think that... I don't know. I feel like Overload, just based on what we saw against DOBOB, I think they could definitely pull it off. However, I do think Echo's definitely going to give them a run for their money. But I think one thing that's so impressive about Echo, Chan, and maybe you can speak to this a bit, and maybe they're not able to do it anymore without you, but it just seems like they're able to so quickly adapt in situations like this, where they're facing something that they maybe weren't quite prepared for in the beginning, but they can overcome it so easily.
Absolutely. And, you know... They were my former team, but I do think very highly of them. I do think that Echo is the best in Europe, if not the world. Game has already started, and, you know, if they're the best, they're going to learn quickly. Kitty Cleave against RMP already opening the game up here, Z. Not a surprise,
let's see it. Now, this is exactly what we expected to see. So Overload kind of ducking away from that mirror, and they're going to test their luck here with the Warrior Feral. And can already see, actually, Raikou and Waz topping the meter, so having a pretty solid opener in terms of damage. They land a full polymorph onto JT, and they're playing it a lot more aggressive than what we saw from DOBOB. And unfortunately for them, though, they will not get JT's trinket. The chain kind of drops there. Kidney shot coming out onto Brunhilde. And smoke bomb being dropped here by Waz as well. Do they have anything to follow it up? Maybe a blind onto JT. There's the cheap shot. Can they get anything out? Maybe a blind into a full sap potentially. There's the blind. And I think Waz is actually going to be able to sap this. No, the intervene comes out, so Raikou has the polymorph. Nicely done there. And they get the trinket. Beautiful chain there coming out from Echo. And they're playing this RMP so beautifully, very aggressively. And they're rewarded for it.
Exactly, and this is they saw from DOBOB's point of view just last series. Sitting back, you're going to lose big damage onto Brunhilde here. See if they can follow up on JT at all. Brunhilde looks like he's going to be okay. Waz not setting Raikou up just yet, but now going for it. Full kidney. Let's look at Raikou. Can he get there? Can he land it? Instantly stormbolted by Brunhilde. So excellent foresight from him. Not risking the kick, not risking the precog, just stunning him up, not giving him any opportunity to, you know, potentially outplay and get a poly off that kidney there.
Yeah, definitely just playing it safe at this point. Because getting that sheep there would have been absolutely disastrous. Still have no personal coolness, but look at Meh. He's pushing in there. Oh no, did he fade the fear there? It looked like Matt wasn't able to connect with
Willed
it.
it.
He does get
MC!
the mind control. Brunhilde's just dead.
Oh my God.
Beautiful push there coming in from Echo, already making some quick work here from Overload. And Echo, this is the thing, man, about this team. Every single time on Championship Sunday, they always just seem to lock in. That was a great push. They got the Chastise, they got the Ice Wall, they got the mind control. And Brunhilde just didn't react fast enough. I mean, he had answers. He had Die by the Sword. He had his commanding shout as well. And then you can see it here.
Chastise.
There's Meh.
Tries to pre-wheel the fear, and then look at this. MC as the wall breaks. Takes him out of line of sight, and they finish. And Brunhilde just pressing too late. Getting surprised by the damage. But for me, look at Meh's positioning here. Look at the way he moves in and gets involved. And this is why, for me, he is not just the best priest, but the best healer in the world. Chastise on JT, punishing no trinket, getting the will. Looks like JT fat-fingered his will. MC punish on that. And that's a Met masterclass right there, isn't it? Look at that.
That's what threw me off during the actual cast. I was like, huh, he didn't get the fear. What happened to the fear? But I didn't actually see that. JT, did he just get mind gamed there? It looked like
He did. He tried to
Matt
pre-press.
was pushing in for... Yeah, he tried to pre-will, I think. Matt just kind of juked his will there. And look, yeah, he instantly wills there, and then he just mind controls him, and now he doesn't have will. So JT definitely with a huge misplay there, and Meh with a big outplay as well. Yeah, I don't know, Overload. They just didn't see that coming. So what do you do now if you're Overload? You have to lock it in again, right? Like,
yes.
The thing is, they have won with the mirror in the past, so they could go to the mirror, but this is it, right? So, Chan, I want to ask you, in a position like this, what do you do? Do you believe in the counter comp? Do you believe in your homework? Or do you let the ego take over? What happens in this situation?
I think Overload, they're a younger team. A lot of emotion, a lot of ego. Insta pick on hook point by them. But that game was a disaster. You lost in 2 minutes, 3 cooldowns, in a matchup that looked fantastic the previous series. If you play it again, and it doesn't work into Echo's RMP because they're just better, they play differently, you've just thrown 2 games in the finals, and you risk getting eliminated on match point. So it is such a hard decision for Overload to make here. Do you go again with the kitty? Do you pivot to RMP and try to, take the ego matchup? This is worst case scenario if you're an Overload fan, worst case scenario if you're Overload themselves. Echo, taking their time.
What do you do if you're the 4th player here? If you are Oscar the mage, right? And you're just like, dude, just get me in there. We will destroy them in a mirror. If you're feeling like that, like how do you think the team would respond to that?
I'm gonna be honest, that's not me. I'm saying keep me on the bench. After Oscar sees that, then he's trying to keep them positive, trying to keep morale up. But let's be honest, that wasn't a real game. Nothing happened. It was just a massive blunder. Fantastic punish by Echo, but it was a massive blunder. And really, Kitty Cleave was great into RMP, into FMP in the previous series against DOBOB. We need to find out if you're Overload, if it really is. And if they do lose, if they're down 0-2, then you can pivot. Echo is taking all the time now though, because they want to talk about this and they want to, let them marinate in the defeat right now.
Yeah,
I'm expecting the RMP to come out. There it is. They lock it in. We'll see how long Overload takes the pick. If they pick it quickly, I do think that they realize, yeah, it was just a throw. We'll go again. We'll suss it out and do the research. And there it is. They've instantly picked it. Yeah. Not even 15 seconds. They realize it's a mistake. We got to find out if this is actually good. Because if it is, we can reverse, 3-1 it.
Yeah. That would be great for my prediction. But also great for Overload's chances overall in the tournament. I mean, this is an elimination series. Loser goes home in 3rd place, and winner advances to face CHIBAKU TENSEI in the grand finals. Now, last year, when you were on Echo, you actually were in this exact situation, right? You guys got destroyed on the Friday by Iltu, and then you found yourselves in this situation where you had to kind of go through the gauntlet. How do you think the team morale is on the side of Echo right now? Do you think they're completely locked in? They're forgetting about whatever happened, yesterday? Or do you think that the emotions and the tension might be running a little high?
No, every day is a new day. Yesterday, they were probably screaming on Discord. It was a war zone. Today, everyone is locked in. Everyone is calm. They just won. They've got all the momentum behind them, and they're going to push the gas pedal all the way down on top of JT, and I'm very, very excited to see this contrast between DOBOB and Echo in this game here on Hook Point. Very small map, very interesting map pick from Overload. Let's see how Raikou is going to manage this pressure from TJ from Brunhilde.
All right, let's see it. It's a new day, and Echo is looking for their ticket to the grand finals. Can they take it? TJ just chilling in stealth here in the midfield, getting ready to potentially shut down the opener. Waz getting a sap onto JT. Brunhilde with an early Bladestorm here, trying to pre-Bladestorm that setup from Waz, but Waz waits it out, gets the resap, and then a cheap shot, and Meh pushes in and gets the fear. Then they swap to TJ with a smoke bomb ice wall, but Brunhilde denies it with the intervene for a second there. Massive spell coming out from JT as he is in angel form, but this was a really, really nicely played opener here from Echo, waiting out that Bladestorm and getting a good punish. And now they got a lot of pressure as a result. They got the bark skin there from TJ as well, so he could be a big target. But they did commit a lot of offense there as well. And Raikou could be in trouble. Nice kitty shot there onto JT.
TJ!
And here comes the setup. Can they get the sheep? They do. TJ might just die in the opener. JT forced to trade out his trinket, Guardian, everything in the opener. And they still have the blind Chan.
Zico, 1 minute into the game, no trinket, no Will of the Forsaken, TJ no trinket, TJ no bark skin. If Echo plays this next 45 seconds perfectly, they can take Overload out and go up 2-0 right away. Let's see what they're going to do. Waz has Trinket, Raikou has Trinket, Meh has Trinket. They need to force this situation now. They need to make sure that it's perfectly squeaky clean and they can kill TJ. No skin, he's just sitting bare, he knows. 30 seconds until it rotates back up. They are looking for it. Look, kidney or JT, here it is. Disorienting roll right away. Full sheep! TJ.
Beautiful roar right there. They fear TJ. They're still taking their time, though. There's the cheap shot. This is the kill setup. Can they get it? Raiku's not really able to get too much.
Here comes the blind!
Waz is there. Dragon's Breath. Beautiful. Can they get the blind as well? They don't need it. Echo takes game number 2 very convincingly. And this was just a perfect RMP game. Echo is... If you're Overload, now you've seen the matchup. But again, there was a big overlap. That hook point... Finally, teams are picking hook point into a sub-rogue and getting absolutely destroyed for it. I love to see it because yesterday we were so confused about the map picks. Now they're thinking, okay, we're going to lock in a cleave against the sub-rogue, but let's see exactly how it played out. Chan, walk us through the replay here.
Well, the first minute of the game, they get the bark skin. They get Will from JT in the opener with a sap interfere. It ended up not mattering. Still excellent force of cooldowns here. JT was able to reset his skin, but just a perfect punish. I mean, look at this kidney shot. Disorienting roar. Raikou follows up with a poly. Chastise on Brunhilde to cover. And then Waz finally connects here, fearing TJ so he can't get away. And then look at this. Resheep, and then look at Raikou. Sheeps again. Blink DB. Waz looking for the blind, says, okay. Finishes off the job. This 45 seconds of build-up, just connecting onto DJ and finishing him off. Realizing the window of opportunity here. Textbook RMP. Brilliant from Echo, and just honestly a very different tier compared to DOBOB's RMP, I'd say. This match is totally different.
I am a little bit shocked. Honestly, like I gotta say it. Brunhilde usually plays an insane game, but in game number 1, he should have responded. And in game again, like why is he not responding here? Trinket, Intim Shout. Do something.
Yes, he has everything to PL.
He has Shockwave. He has buttons to press. He's the only one who can stop this. Why is he not trinketing? I guess he's afraid of getting blinded, but he's standing in a big meteor, like fire dot. He's standing in a blizzard, so it's gonna break right away. I feel like Brunhilde's warrior in game number 1 and game number 2 has been underwhelming. In the entire last series against DOBOB, he played it really well, but in this series in particular, I feel like he's made some huge blunders. It is his job in that position. Like, it's unfortunate that your team is in that position, but you're the only one who can actually do something. And a big reason why you lock in the warrior is so that the warrior can shut down situations like that. If you can get a disarm, a fear, a stun, anything on the rogue to try to slow it down, that could be what makes the difference and actually allows you to survive that setup and get to a later point in the game.
Absolutely, and maybe the pressure is getting to him because he did choke the first game. There's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, it does happen. Now the second game, he did have the potential to save them. But I do think, I want to commend Echo on their good play to get to that point. I did say 45 seconds until the end of game, and what do you know? 45 seconds later, they score the kill on TJ. So I know exactly how they work. I know how they play. I know Waz is screaming, "I do everything. Just follow up." And that he's gonna, finish the game for Raikou and handhold the entire way. But Overload picking Ruins of Lordaeron, Echo letting them marinate. Why are we picking Ruins of Lordaeron here?
That's a good question. I think they're gonna run it back. I think they're running the Kitty Cleave back again. They died. I feel like that last game, it was just, again, it's those setups, right? Like the opener was just Echo outplaying, right? Like the Warrior's gonna pre-Blade Storm, he's gonna try to pull the Rogue out, he's gonna try to pre-Blade Storm the first cheap shot. That's standard. So Waz being very patient, sapping, and then waiting for the Blade Storm, re-sapping, then going and mech pushing and getting the fear. That's just Echo playing well. There's not much you can do about that to like shut that down. But the second go, they're allowing Raikou to get this poly out of the kidney. And on the third go, again, they're allowing Raikou to get that big setup where they overlap defensives. And then on the killing blow, they get the polymorph again. So Raikou definitely playing a great game as well. And yeah, Overload, they're going to lock it in one more time here. And I think it's the correct play. I think reverse sweeping Echo 3-0 in mirrors, even if you take one game, even if you take two games, like taking 3 games after also you got 3-0'd yesterday in mirrors, it's just not gonna happen. Like it's such an unlikely thing to for Overload. However, they just 3-0'd DOBOB, right, in this same matchup, and forced them onto the FMP. So for Overload, winning 3 games in a row with this comp is still very much something that they could pull off. So I think it's the right play, but they need to lock in, because I'm not like, this is not what we saw in the previous series. Like,
JT wasn't wrong, right?
They played way better.
JT did say that they needed more than just luck today, so not going into this with too much confidence here. I do agree with you. Let's go for the kitty. The RMP mirrors yesterday were demolition. First game was a throw. Second game was just pure domination. Play better defensively. Try and rotate better. Avoid the setups. Ruins of Lordaeron, though, not the biggest map. Not the most space for JT to slither away from Waz and Raikou. And let's see how Waz handles this one. See if he can set Raikou up, if he can find that kill window like he did in Hook Point. That was brilliant to see, and gates have opened. Waz sneaking in from his right-hand side. TJ on the other side of the map, looking for that sap on JT into the feud, just like last game. Big opener on Warrior, big opener on Feral, maybe. Meh pushing in. He's gonna go for the fear after that sap. Resap first. One more so he doesn't get feared. Nice. Full fear lands. Open up onto Brunhiti. JT instantly trading Will, not letting them develop any pressure, but getting a cooldown off the bat just like that.
Yeah, they got the Will of Forsaken there from JT. So another kind of textbook what we saw in game number 1. Now it's all about this second setup here. Can they actually get something from TJ? Will they get the bark skin? They get the full sheep there onto JT. He's got no way out. He's forced to trade out the bark skin, but he holds on to the renewal. He holds on to the SI. So nicely done there for TJ still. And JT's going to have his trinket rotated back up. Waz, of course, still has the smoke bomb. They still have that ice. Waz is getting chopped up pretty good, though. Beautiful offense coming out here from Brunhiti on the Warrior. Climbing the damage meters a little bit. TJ trying to pre-bear form this next setup. Double Intim Roar coming out there for TJ. There's the fear. They fear him in cat form. They have an excellent setup here to catch TJ. This could just be deadly right now. Immediately, they get the CC there onto JT. He's going to have to trade out his trinket. Gets sheeped on the trinket, but he walks into the meteor dot there on the ground. And now they're in a dicey situation here. They have smoke bomb, but TJ still has his trinket, so it's not as bad as in that last game. On the side of Overload, they need good offense now onto Waz, and they're getting good chunks of damage there.
Absolutely, and TJ, being a bit more patient with his skin, with his trinket, but look, Waz is pushing on top of JT again. Kidney lands, stun onto TJ. If they can force the skin here, they have a massive window. Full fear off this poly potentially. He doesn't have the World of Forsaken, forced in the opener. TJ getting away without even pressing skin. Brunhiti this game doing a much better job. Some onto Waz, not letting him develop. But Waz taking so much damage. No GS available for Meh. Does have the Void Shift and the Ray of Hope if he needs it. JT is going to rotate his Will back in 20 seconds. He's going to have his Trinket back in 40. Overload defensively, much better.
Yeah, Brunhilde is doing a great job with that last setup. Couldn't get anything. He had a great intervene. He was able to shut down Waz and Raikou a lot more. And that's exactly what he needs to be doing. He needs to be the X factor in this matchup. Here comes the kidney shot. Raikou's pushing in for the polymorph. He gets it. He has an Icy Veins active, actually. A lot of damage here onto TJ. How is he going to respond?
Trinket.
Doesn't have the Trinket. Oh
SI.
my god. He Trinket, Barkskin, SI. Literally the entire spell book. There's the full blind committed as well. But I don't think they can kill through this. I don't really like that blind too much. But there's the Ice Wall as well. They try to extend the chain, but TJ is going to be able to walk out of that one. I think they overcommit a little bit. Big damage onto Raikou. There's the spear. Beautiful spear right before the blink lands. Raikou's going to use the greater invisibility alter time there as well. Looking for the sheep onto JT. Not able to find it. JT ducks into angel form. Waz is in trouble. Matt has a lot of healing to do here. Nice ray of hope right before the smoke, or right before the Stormbolt connects there. And like you mentioned, they have a smoke bomb here for TJ where they could take him down.
Look at this. Met pushing in, pre-chastising JT. TJ, Waz trying to get some CC on JT. Excellent avoiding of that from JT, just lining the step kidney shot. But Waz is going to still look for it. And TJ has his skin in 7 seconds. Just running around in bear form, letting Brunhilde do the bulk of the work. He realizes, you know, that he's in so much trouble. They're going on Brunhilde instead. Looks like he's going to be okay. But look at Met's positioning. Going for fears onto JT, forcing the will of the Forsaken. Now they're doing a go on TJ. They haven't forced the skin with this one. Raikou isn't there to help out. But this is, you know, Echo are getting setups. Overload, great job avoiding them as well. And big damage on Met as well, trying to pressure him.
Yeah, actually getting a decent chunk of damage here onto Met. Taxing his mana a little bit. Got the Despy Prayer right there as well. Still at 50% HP here, but he's not going to be too worried about this. Echo looking to launch the next attack. There's a kidney shot onto TJ. There's the smoke bomb. They get a cheap shot onto Brunhilde as well to cover it, but I think he actually got the intervene off there. TJ's not taking too much damage in that position. Meh is pushing in potentially for... Actually, it's going to be Raikou pushing in for a Dragon's Breath Sheep, but it's on diminishing returns there from the Chastise, I believe, from earlier. And that is going to be another setup here that Overload is going to survive. Meh is in big trouble. Meh actually forced to trade out his Trinket there on that stun. Gets stun on his Apotheosis. Doesn't want to trade out his Guardian, and he is going to be able to recover there, but Overload is looking way better in this game. Nice grip there.
Absolutely, and they're playing so defensively, and they're trying to play for the blue bar. However, Overload is losing on the blue bar ever so slightly. TJ, no skin, having to Trinket instead. Full poly landing onto JT. TJ has his skin ready. He's not opting to press. JT doesn't have Trinket. He's going to choke it. Does save him with a massive Serenity. TJ's going to be fine. JT using his Trinket there, and I can't say their names. TJ and JTZ.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister for sure. JT and TJ overlapping their entire spell books, both of them. Meh could be in trouble though. They need good offense here on the side of Overload. They pin him down with the spear. Good damage coming out, but now TJ's in big trouble. If Raikou gets his polymorph, it could just be lights out. Full polymorph connects. No, it's on diminishing return actually. TJ is in bear form, saving grace here. There's the full blind onto JT. They extend the chain. TJ, how are you going to survive? It's going to be up to Brunhilde. Is there a fear maybe coming out here for Brunhilde? No, he's holding on to it actually, being greedy with it. He's actually getting aggressive onto Matt. He might chop him up here. Matt is so
oh my
god, the ray of hope coming out on 1% HP, and Steve Cassie only fires the chopping up Waz. Matt manages to recover with that ray, and he doesn't actually heal Waz there with the void shift either, so he's able to hold on to that as well. Matt is feeling the pressure right now. Waz still not out of the woods yet. Nice roar coming out there onto Matt. Raikou pushing in. Dragon's Breath Sheep. No Trinket available here. Beautiful fear coming out from Brunhilde onto Waz, shutting down the setup while his healer is in crowd control. And these are the plays that the Warrior has to be making during those setups. Nicely done here by Overload. This could be their win actually. They're looking good so far.
Absolutely, Brunhilde avoiding those full polys on JT with that Berserker Rage talent, reducing incoming CC by 50%. Excellent job from him, but Waz is under so much trouble right now. Meh has no Trinket, does trade out the Guardian, so he's going to be fine, but TJ is going to be just okay. He has his Trinket coming back in 18. Barkskin coming up in 1 second. Brunhilde, no Trinket, no die by the sword, gets topped by JT. His Trinket is used there, so there is a little bit of an opening now on Brunhilde. He is vulnerable. He's going to have to play safe for the next few minutes.
Yeah, Smoke Bomb, Ice Wall available. TJ is taking a lot of damage, but he has the Barkskin. He goes in bear form. He's getting aggressive onto Raikou. And like you mentioned, Brunhilde in a Smoke Bomb. That is the win condition right now for Echo. Can they take him down? Is he going to be able to pre-outplay it somehow? He needs to be very careful right now as Waz is waiting for that Shadow Blades. It's coming up in 5 seconds. When he has that Shadow Blades, Brunhilde could definitely die, but I think JT actually has the leap of faith available, so maybe he can do something here.
Waz?
He doesn't have trinket. Waz is getting chopped up. Double Dragon's Breath defensively. They're trying to set up for it. Nice fear
gets
onto
lined
Waz
on the
there.
Ray.
JT just manages to get away here. He actually gets lined there as well with the Stormbolt, or with the Spear of Bastion coming out there. And Brunhilde is trying to stay alive, trying to stall for that trinket. 10 seconds away. That window is slipping away. There's the cheap shot. There's the polymorph onto JT, but the Berserker Rage coming out there for Brunhilde is going to reduce it. And now Overload is looking like their game.
I mean, they're just collapsing onto Meh right now. They realize that they're all on Sundiar. They are pressuring Meh right now. He has a GS, Waz there, but Waz under, taking a lot of damage as well. So does Meh. Meh has no trinket for 50 seconds. If he gets stunned at like 70-80% like he is right now, he could just go down. Bomb on TJ, no trinket, does have skin, gets instantly Stormbolt by Brunhilde. Excellent control on him, shutting Waz down, stopping onto Brunhilde. This is the Icy Veins. Wall comes down, leaps away. Going to be okay, but Meh, he is not happy right now. Full stun on him. He is in so much trouble. Can he make it out of this? He has no GS. If he gets restunned, looks like he's going to be okay. Despy, Prayer, Serenity. Brunhilde in a lot of trouble. JT trinketing to save him. Died by the sword, traded out as well. JT only has Void Shift to save them now. TJ has skin, so Brunhilde is going to be the target for the next minute or so.
Yeah, Brunhilde's got nothing left. If he goes into the room, I really love this positioning by Matt as well. Dragging him into the room. Gets a fear there onto TJ. Brunhilde still down to half HP. Cannot be too far away from his healer. Nice grip there from JT. He realizes, hey, you cannot be way too overextended like that. TJ's left behind. He has Bark Skin, but he doesn't want to use it outside of a stun on just the damage that's coming in from Echo. Shadow Blades is available for Waz here. They pull the trigger. There's the kidney shot. Brunhilde, how are you going to stay alive? He trinkets. He Blade Storms. Can he make it out alive? I don't think so. Echo 3-0. Against Overload here. Excellent push coming through there. Massive damage from the Shadow Blades of Waz. They managed to keep it cool. They managed to stay calm, and they pull out the win.
I mean, that was a brilliant setup at the end. Cheap shot onto JT, Chastise onto the Warrior, cheap shot onto TJ, and just getting the sheep. Brunhilde Trinket Berserker Rages reduces the sheep to 3 seconds. Riker doesn't care. It's a re-sheep, and the burst comes in at the right time and just finishes him off. Echo, the setups are just so good. They're so clean. They're coming on DR. Few moments of, terror for them this game. Meh, living at 1% health. I can't believe he doesn't press swap there. The fact that he's pressing Ray, and then Waz as well, almost flopping too. This was... If Overload played like this in Game 1, in Game 2, I could have seen the series going another way. Reality is 2 games thrown into the wind. The third one, very good showing. Very, very good showing. But... Good punish from Echo. Look at the sheep. 3 sheep. Big damage on Brunhilde, and just half a second away from getting that life swap. So, much better this game, but you can't be blundering 2 games in the finals on Championship Sunday and expect to advance, can you? Nope,
absolutely not. And I mean, in this final setup, they just needed to shut down one of these polys from Raikou, but unfortunately for Brunhilde, he got caught up in a triple DR cheap shot. TJ got stunned, and again, TJ had his trinket. Did he actually have kick there as well at the end? If he was really fast, I mean, obviously we're watching it in slow-mo with 2020 vision, but he actually could trink. It was 3 seconds on his trinket, actually. Okay, he just came back. He could have actually trinketed here and kicked the poly. So a bit unfortunate that they got that resheep there, but also split-second decision. You've been the target the entire game. That's the hardest thing about sub RMP. If you trinket, if you hold it for too long, your team is going to lose. And if you trinket at the wrong time, then you're also going to lose. So you always have to be on point the entire time, or you just get 100 O'd in a stun. So I can't really fault him too much. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Overload played a really good game here in game number 3, but Echo played an even better game. And the fact that they threw those first 2 games, Echo is going to advance, and they are going to get their rematch against CHIBAKU TENSEI.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately for your predictions... Sorry, I go ahead.
No, you go. I want to hear it. Yeah, the predictions. Let's talk about that. I'm down bad. Oh man, I'm blaming you, Chan.
Zico, the non-believer. Zico is there with the coin, losing on this one. The Echo dream, the finals dream. It's a prophecy, isn't it? Where Echo doesn't have a great start in the cups, sometimes losing.
Every time.
In the finals, they always show up. I don't know what's going on, but these guys are prepared. You can always believe in it though, can't you? I mean,
you can.
Even yesterday, they had a great initial showing. 3-0 against Overload, 3-2 against CHIBAKU TENSEI. I would say it was very good games, but today they look amazing. They crushed Overload now. And let's see, with that momentum going into the grand finals against CHIBAKU TENSEI, those guys are coming in very, very cold. Let's see if they can deal with the aggression.
Yeah, definitely. This is a rematch, like Chan mentioned as well. CHIBAKU TENSEI was the one that walked away with that victory. It was pretty close, though. It was a 3-2 series. But, you know, like we've covered so much already, Echo is just a team that bounces back so quickly. They did it with Overload. And I have to wonder if we're going to see it once again with CHIBAKU TENSEI. So this is really good, though, for CHIBAKU TENSEI. I mean, you said that they are kind of cold, Chan. How do you think that's going to affect their play? Do you think that they've been, like, doing any war games in the meantime? What have they been doing to not, you know, go in completely cold into this series?
Absolutely. And it is great to be in the upper bracket here in, you know, CHIBAKU TENSEI's position. The downside is warm-up shuffles, warm-up war games, they're not the same. They're getting dampened watching these games, you know, getting invested into the games, hoping the easier team wins for them. Whereas Echo, they've got a snowball behind them. It's growing, a lot of momentum going into this one, and you always want to be in that position. Yes, you might feel a little bit more cooked, but you feel hyped up, you've got the adrenaline with you, and CHIBAKU TENSEI have none of that right now, so they're going to have to deal with a steaming hot Echo.
Yeah, and you know, they've already made a tremendous run so far, Zico. This is the team. They were in round 4 for the Gauntlet, so they've had a great run already. But they're not really going to be able to take any of that momentum because, like we're saying, they are cold. But either way, I think that CHIBAKU TENSEI Zico should be proud of their performance so far. It's been incredible to see them.
Absolutely, but I think this is their big chance to actually take it. Like, I have to agree with Chan. The momentum is definitely going to be favoring Echo here, but at the same time, if you're Lontar, man, you gotta be hungry for this win right now. You gotta be excited. If you're Zeepai as well, honestly, Zeepai has been getting, honestly, kind of farmed. Like, he's always the main competition against Waz, you know, time and time again, every expansion, it's always Zeepai's team up against Waz's team in the finals, in the big tournaments. And usually it is Echo that comes out ahead. Zeepai is due for a win, and I think their team is looking super solid right now. Houston is looking excellent. Lontar on the Resto Druid. Sure, there has been some inty games where he maybe doesn't balance the offense and defense, you know, as good as he should. But overall, yesterday, he had some really clutch performances. Compositionally, their comp is looking strong as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a really exciting finals, and I think both teams really want it.
Yeah, I think so as well. So definitely stick around. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the European finals for the War Within Season 2. It is CHIBAKU TENSEI versus Echo. We'll be right back. The time is here. It is the European Season 2, the War Within Grand Finals here with CHIBAKU TENSEI, the team that rose up out of the gauntlet with Echo, Lone Tar's former team. There is so much going on with both of these teams, man. So much lore between these two and history with this matchup. It's a rematch as well, and I think this is going to be the best series that we see so far today.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different storylines you can go with. You mentioned Lone Tar, obviously being kind of the former healer for Echo. Echo taking Mercy from CHIBAKU TENSEI. You have Zeepai, who's been one of the long-standing players in Europe, who has been kind of the main thorn in the side of Echo. So lots of different storylines here. It should be a very exciting matchup, and I'm really excited for this finals.
Couldn't agree more, Ven. Zico, let us hear your prediction for CHIBAKU TENSEI versus Echo.
I'm going with Echo. It's just written in stone, isn't it? Like they just, I don't know. They just lock in Championship Sunday. This is what happened. Exactly, actually, what happened last year. They came in as the first seed, and then they lost their first game, and then they swept the lower bracket, and then they came in the finals, and then they won that as well. And they're so good at adapting. They are just so good at adapting and figuring out what went wrong and going back to the drawing board. And today they're just looking bulletproof. So easy Echo 4-2.
All right, Ven.
Echo's looking good, but I think there's a change of brewing. I'm going with CHIBAKU TENSEI for lots of different reasons, but I think we're going to get into the game here soon.
Yeah, I think we're starting up soon. I don't know. I learned my lesson in the last series rooting against Echo, and I think I'm just going to go with what my brain is telling me. My heart wants CHIBAKU TENSEI to win this. I feel like they're the underdog. I feel like it'd be such a good story for Lone Tar especially, and I do want to see them take it, but we'll have to see. It's Echo versus CHIBAKU TENSEI. It's best of 7 here in the European Grand Finals for the War Within Season 2 kicking off now.
All right, we got the RMP coming in from Echo, and we got CHIBAKU TENSEI running the Windwalker Ellie Resto Druid. No big surprises here, and let's see here what they can do. Yesterday, they were going after Houston quite a bit, and I feel like things were going a little bit better when they started going after Zeepai more in the match. So let's see if they actually decide to change up any strategy. And once again, it's going to be Waz getting found actually after he saps Zeepai. Gets opened on. Lone Tar is in Ancient of Lore. They're just going to wait that out. Raikou already pulled the trigger on the Icy Veins though, but they still have that Shadow Blades. Here comes the Shadow Blades. Kidney Shot coming out. They're going after Lone Tar actually. Kidney Shot there onto Houston. Big damage onto Lone Tar, but Waz unable to get there just yet. Might be able to pull him down, but no. It's just going to be the Bark Skin. They don't get the trinket there, so a pretty good opener here for CHIBAKU.
Yeah, not bad at all. Big Frostfire bolts coming in from Raikou right now. That Icy Veins is going to be absolutely deadly, and he's just free casting. Maybe looking for a polymorph. Lone Tar's just going to use the Disorienting Roar and shut that down. Full Cyclone lands. Great defense. Lightning Lasso on Waz. CHIBAKU TENSEI is on top of denying these setups so far. Big slicing wins onto Waz. We've seen it one-shot him in the past. Big setup onto Lone Tar as well. He's got no Bark Skin, no Iron Bark, but seems like he'll shrug off that attack, get behind the pillar, out of line of sight of Raikou, and will survive.
Nice off heals coming out there from Zeepai, realizing that a couple of healing surges there might be the difference between Lone Tar trinketing or not. And now Lone Tar's going to have that trinket coming up again, but he gets counterspelled. They're going after Zeepai a little bit. Raikou making some plays here, actually going after Houston a little bit. So a bit split pressure, but Houston's going to sit through those stuns. There's the cheap shot coming out onto Zeepai and Lone Tar. No Ring of Frost available. There's the Ice Wall though. They're isolating Zeepai. They kidney shot Lone Tar. Echo going on a bit of a mission here with just Raikou and Meh kind of leading the charge, but Waz getting absolutely destroyed there in that exchange. Lone Tar did sit through an entire fear there. Zeepai actually has Tremor, but doesn't want to use it. So overall, this was a win again for CHIBAKU TENSEI here. They launched another big attack here on the side of Echo, but they don't really get anything.
Yeah, all over Waz, and it's just so annoying for Waz. He's trying to get these setups, but Houston's just there to disarm him, to paralyze him, to leg sweep him. It's all about Houston shutting down Waz, but he gets caught into the cheap shot. Lone Tar is there to potentially deny. Chastise into a cheap shot. Big setup here on Lone Tar. They get the Iron Bark. They get the Bark Skin out of the way, and I really like that punish. Waz pulls out a line of sight, does a setup on Houston. Lone Tar is forced to push in. Then they get his Bark Skin. So Lone Tar, there is a bit of an opening here to go after him.
I kind of like what Lone Tar did there. He popped his Disorienting Roar there. Actually, Zeepai's taking some damage here. Icy Veins for Raikou, taking a decent amount of beating, but Mind Control coming out there for Meh as well. Looks like Zeepai is going to be able to survive that attack. But I really like what Lontar does. He goes for these roars onto Waz anytime he commits a stun onto Fuston. And then when Lontar gets stunned, then Fuston is out of a stun. So he can commit with Paralyze, with Disarm, things like that. But Lontar is in trouble. No Bark Skin. This could be his trinket. He's trying to hold on to it. He's trying to be greedy. There's the fear as well. Lontar actually manages to stay alive there. Once again, Zeepai with these off heals, with the Tremor Totem there as well. Doing a really good job just kind of playing defense for his team. Lontar looking for the Cyclone, not able to find it. Did he actually fake cast the counterspell of Raikou there? I think he did. So Lontar making some big plays here on the rest of Druid. Despite coming in cold, you can definitely tell that they're looking pretty hot.
I love just controlling the mage. Don't try to go after the mage. Control him with hexes, paralyze, wind shears, grounds. Big setup on Fuston. He's in trouble. Trinket and Touch of Karma trade. That was a great setup. Can they push through? Ice Wall comes down and gets sniped off immediately. Now they're going after Lontar. Echo really putting pressure here on both Fuston and Lontar consistently in the match. This is exactly what they need to do. They get the Bark Skin out of the way. Now there's a great situation where if they get a setup on Lontar and go after Fuston, they might force the Trinket at the same time. No, they need to live. This is the Ascendants. Massive damage here from Zeepai. Big Stormkeeper putting out big pressure. Hex potentially landing, but that Smoke Bomb does deny. Lightning Lasso here on the Waz. Once again, CHIBAKU TENSEI doing what they can to shut him down. Waz has no cooldowns. He's getting one shot and deleted.
What?
Goodbye, Waz.
What?
And CHIBAKU TENSEI, solid defense, great offense, and they claim game number 1.
Beautiful stuff here from CHIBAKU TENSEI. Again, we see it there towards the end of the match. Lontar knows. Fuston, he's got no trinket. He's got no way to survive that smoke bomb, and that is going to be the next threat. He pops that Ancient of Lore, makes himself immune to CC, deflects the attack, and then they have the insane amount of damage to actually close it out there onto Waz. We're going to need to see it on the replay. That I feel like if you blink, you just miss that. It was, I think it was Zeepai. He loaded up a Stormkeeper right before that, and then what did Fuston do? I think
Slicing.
We'll see
I think it
here.
was a slicing wins.
A lot of damage there onto Waz. They got the cloak here, and I thought they might go after Lontar here because he had no Bark Skin, but this is the moment, right? They get the Lightning Lasso there, and then they get a Cyclone onto Matt, and then one slice. Like, what was that Windwalker damage? Like, Jesus.
I think it was actually a lot of the LA Shaman too. It was big slicing winds, but I think at the same time it was like the instant lightning bolt. Let's see again. So this is where Fuston gets cheap shot, and then this is where they try to reverse the pressure here onto Waz. So Fuston comes out, starts pressuring him with that lightning lasso once again. This is the Zwen, whirling dragon punch, spinning crane kick. The slicing winds probably hits for a solid 2 million, but Zeepai at the same time, those are a lot of lightning bolts, like a lot of lava bursts, a lot of lightning bolts. So definitely both Fuston and Zeepai contributing in a huge way in that setup. But I just really like what CHIBAKU TENSEI is doing. They just this entire game is just shut down Waz. Just anytime Waz tries to go for a setup, paralyze, leg sweep, disarm, disorienting roar, lightning lasso, just anything you can to deny Waz from getting damage and gapping the stuns, and that is resulting in a win.
Yeah, and I really like what the teamwork just in general between all three members. Zeepai throwing out so much off healing. He had 41 million healing done. Just consistently throwing out heals in the stuns, ready with the Tremor Totems, ready to annoy Raikou as well. And you mentioned it during the cast. It's so annoying when you're the mage and they're just spamming interrupts on you, spamming hexes on you, spamming cyclones on you, grounding totems, just using what they can instead of actually tunneling you, because then they're kind of playing into your advantage, which is, the kiting, but instead just spam interrupting you and making you just unable to play the game by disrupting your gameplay like that. And then you can see Lontar as well, just landing these disorienting roars onto Waz, freeing up Fuston during those goes, and then Fuston returning the favor when they're going after Lontar. Big Rings of Peace, big disarms, big paralyze, things like that. And then towards the end of the game, Lontar getting that Ancient of Lore, getting the Cyclone actually onto Meh. And you can tell he's getting very comfortable on this Resto Druid. So what do you actually do if you're Echo? I would have liked to see that last setup happen onto Lontar because he had no Bark Skin, and then he would have no trinket, and Fuston would have no trinket, and then that's when it gets really hard for him to actually guess what is going to happen. And you can see, look at his burst damage, 1.7 seconds, 63% to 0.
Yep, happens. A lot of lightning bolts. I mean, yeah, both the Windwalker Monk and the Elemental Shaman are really explosive, so they're kind of a brick wall. Fuston's doing a really good job with the Celestial Conduit as well. So, When he uses that Celestial Conduit, he becomes immune to crowd control. It's almost like a Blade Storm for a Windwalker Monk. So quite often when Lone Tar is getting crowd control, Houston is just using that purely defensive to avoid the setup. So you can maybe preemptively get off a Diffuse Magic or a Fortifying Brew or Portal. It's really nice to see. So I think once again, we're going to have to really focus on Echo having picture-perfect setups. And also just trying to survive these one-shots, because I feel like Waz is doing a really good job of his positioning and kiting away, but if he just is off guard for just a few short seconds, he can lose really quickly, like we saw in that game number 1.
Yeah, it's a tough choice here, but they do have some options on Echo. I feel like we haven't seen Mercy. Have we seen him at all this weekend tagged in? I don't think we have. And during the cup stages as well, haven't really seen him either. We did see it a little bit. The Warrior kind of being an answer to the Windwalker with Super Duper Gamers. So maybe they could go that route with Echo, but probably we're just going to see more sub RMP. I feel like going after Zeepai seemed to be pretty effective in the matchup as well. So maybe just it's a targeting thing where they just need to bounce around more. But we'll see here. What is that? Is that a... What is that thing in the middle? Is that a reindeer at the...
It's a happy family drinking some water, getting ready for the games.
Yeah, Obama reindeer.
Yeah, getting a sip of water so they don't miss out on the games. All right, Waz and Stealth moving forward. What are they going to do? And the thing is, CHIBAKU TENSEI, you'll notice they're not even really focusing on any crowd control on Meh. Like the entire game is just stop Waz. That's the game. Stop Waz and have Zeepai control Raikou as much as possible. He goes for a Wind Shear, potential Hex, goes for a Lightning Lasso, Raikou trades out his Trinket, and all of a sudden, once again, Echo really doesn't have the best opener here.
Yeah, let's see it. Leg sweep coming out here onto Waz. Ice Wall is down. Nice fake cast there from Zeepai. He's going to be able to land a Hex on the back of that onto Raikou, shutting down basically his entire Icy Vein. Slicing Winds coming out here onto Waz. There's a cheap shot onto Lone Tar. I think he pre-bear forms that one. The Celestial Conduit is active, and they're going after Zeepai here. They got a full Ring of Frost onto Lone Tar. Fear onto Houston. Zeepai is isolated by himself here. Gonna just use the Burrow, but he already used Burrow and Astral Shift. So he's already committed a lot of cooldowns. Houston, though, might just go down. Huge damage on the Houston. He gets stunned on his Trinket. Beautifully done by Waz. He's going to be the Trinket and the Touch of Karma. Great offense so far. Now it's really hard for Lone Tar to guess who is going to be taking the damage here. Houston with no defensives and Zeepai. Sure, he has his Trinket, but he doesn't have any good defensive to combo it with. So both viable targets here for Echo.
Yeah, and Waz has a nice blind, so they can actually set up with blind here onto Lone Tar. And if they follow it up with a ring or anything like that, could be a kidney blind sap, something. We'll see what they end up doing. Looks like Zeepai's in trouble. Smoke bomb comes down. Echo looking to strike back. Can they do it? Lone Tar is there. Gets the disorienting roar. Zeepai's going to be A-okay, but the blind still is available. They use that blind. They can potentially get the trinket here from Lone Tar. He does have the Ancient of Lore if he needs it. Waz rotting down low, getting chunked once again here by Houston. Big slicing wins. Really just has to be careful with the pre-feints. Just everything he can to survive. Good polymorphs here by Raikou as well. The preemptive Ancient and Lore. He realizes his team's off diminishing return. Echo wants to do a setup, so he's going to preemptively use that Ancient of Lore to deny the setup.
Yeah, and they land a Hex here onto Raikou to stall it, but Echo hasn't committed anything. They have Shadow Blades in 10 seconds, Icy Veins in 10 seconds. Zeepai could definitely get absolutely smoked here on the wrong side of an Ice Wall. Waz is taking some damage, but Zeepai realizing he needs to position far away from his healer. They're going after Houston. There's the cheap shot. Zeepai realized this is a bait. And there's the Ice Wall attempt right there. But Zeepai manages to get away on the right side of the wall. Pre-Astral Shift. Great premonition coming in from Zeepai here. Doesn't have Trinket, but he pre-shifts the go here. And there is Houston again with the leg sweep. And this is the type of defense that makes Zeepai so good. But they're going after Lone Tar. He doesn't Trinket! Lone Tar! What is going on? He had to Trinket there.
That was picture perfect by Echo. Just unbelievable. And this is what makes Echo such a special team. We're going to see it in the replay. So they go after Houston. We say it's a bait. Houston portals away. They go after Zeepai. Houston comes back to peel. And then Med just rolls over with a double fear onto Zeepai as well as Houston. And they just immediately switch over on a Lone Tar. Perfect 3-2-1. Everyone's taken out of the game. And that's exactly what you want if you are that RMP. You want the enemy team guessing. So here it is. They've already gone after Houston. Houston is where they start putting some pressure on Zeepai, and you can see the Ring of Frost here on Lone Tar, and this is where they mix it up. They get a counterspell onto Lone Tar, so he cannot Bark Skin. He basically had to Trinket here, but I don't even know if that would have saved him. It was the counterspell swap with the double fear on the DPS. Echo, this was perfect execution, an amazing play. I mean, yeah. When you want to study RMP setups, this is what we're going to be looking at.
Yeah. No, that was a great play for sure. The fear as well from Meh. Beautifully done. But yeah, for Lontar, I think he doesn't want to trinket because he's locked on cast. But I think it's just a trinket bear form angle here. And then
Shadow Melt something.
Should be able to survive in the stun. But yeah, tough situation to get counterspelled there. I didn't realize that he actually got counterspelled before that happened. Nice punish there from Raikou. Been looking good. And yeah, I mean, it's so nice because you called it out, right? Houston, it's a bait. He knows, okay, they're just trying to use me to get my teammates to misstep, to try to come and save me. And then we can go after Zeepai, which was the real target in that position. Zeepai knows. Ice Wall, they have smoke, they have Ice Wall, they have Veins, and they have Shadow Blades. I'm dead. So he just doesn't fall for the bait. He just stays behind the pillar. And then when they actually pull the trigger, he manages to get on the right side of the wall. He manages to pre-Astral Shift the go as well. But then Lontar is the one who's isolated. So no matter what, they're going to have to trade something there, something big, because of those previous setups that Echo did. So a really good game from Echo, and their RMP is looking really, really solid. I mean, they're looking like their former selves, actually, especially with how they played that one game. So let's see if they can keep that up. And let's see what the next map is going to be here, because that has been another big thing that we've been talking about, right? The maps. They seem to like large maps as sub-rogue, which is weird. And CHIBAKU seems to like the small map, so now it's their turn to pick. Where are they going? They're going to Hook Point. I feel like this is a mistake. I think this is a huge mistake.
I think they just don't want Waz to be able to run away. Like, yeah, it's just like, this is something that could definitely backfire, because on the smaller map, Subtlety Rogue is going to have closer access to the different targets, and it's going to be easier for them to swap. Man might be able to land more fears, but also it's going to be a lot more difficult for Waz to pull into position where if Houston's just out of line of sight, you know, or if Zeepai wants to chase, he's just out of line of sight. So it is interesting. I feel like the big maps, what Echo's going for is just being able to separate an isolated target by creating space. And on the small map, they don't really have that same opportunity. So I think that's what's going on, but it definitely can be a risky map.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. So Echo did pick a large map into the Ellie Windwalker yesterday. So we'll see how this plays out. But I am still a firm believer that, like, the worst map to face Waz on his sub-rogue, it's got to be Hook Point. It's got to be, like, at least up there in terms of really bad maps. So it's going to be up to Lontar. He's going to have to play an insane game. He can't let what happened in that last game shake up his confidence. He's been playing a great tournament so far. There has been a couple of blunders, but it happens to everybody. Just more deadly when you're playing that Resto Druid. If you ever make a mistake on the Resto Druid, it's usually instantly game over. So you really have to balance the elements of nature and Arcane, I guess, for Lontar. But yeah, let's see if he can avoid those stuns, if he can avoid those setups. If he gets found here, it's going to be disaster. But no, he's going to open up to Houston. He gets stunned there by Lontar. Tree form coming out for Lontar, and they actually don't commit anything. This is a huge bait by Echo.
Yeah, I do like that play by Houston. He gets a double leg sweep, gets some pressure rolling, but it looks like Mez going to be able to easily recover from that initial assault. Houston and Zeepai just trying to get their damage loaded, basically popping all their offensive cooldowns. Echo plays it patient. Here's to the Shadow Blaze. What do they decide to do? Looks like they're going to be going after Zeepai here. Med lands a fear onto Houston. Lontar's caught into a blind. Who is going to trinket trade? Zeepai might just burrow. What's he going to do? Drops a grounding totem, lightning lasso, and just the Astral Shift is used. Nobody has to really commit a trinket. I feel like this is not too bad for JUBAKU TENSEI for what Echo committed.
Yeah, they wanted to extend the chain there and get a cheap shot into blind, into sap, but Lontar had a little tree. You can still see it there next to that pillar. Just faded. Actually, you can see another one there, but yeah, he had a little pet keeping him in combat, so that actually shut it down. But here's a nice setup.
Beautiful.
Zeepai's in a smoke bomb. Ooh, if he got stunned on his trinket there. But look at Houston. He just goes into the smoke bomb there with the leg sweep, and then he's kind of poured out. He realizes, hey, I probably don't want to be in that smoke bomb, but the entire team of JUBAKU TENSEI is rotting down to the pressure from Echo. Echo's RMP on this map is looking absolutely deadly. Lontar still has his trinket. Houston still has his trinket, but Zeepai basically with nothing left. And going after Zeepai seems to be the ticket to victory here for this team. They need some counter pressure on the side of CHIBAKU. Yesterday, they were able to take down the mages They were able to take down a lot of mages, actually, with just a surprise attack, but let's see if they can manage to also take down Raikou. It's going to be Zipai once again in big trouble. Lontar's in a gouge. Zipai's in a cheap shot. Can they take him down? Doesn't look like it. Lontar is out of crowd control. Nice double fear coming out. Lontar also needs to be careful, though, in case he gets swapped too. He's in bear form right now, realizing the situation. He stuns up Raikou. They're going for the ice block. Can they take it? No. Raikou is going to get topped with that Guardian.
Yeah, nicely done there. Echo's setups have been on point, just beautiful so far. Let's see what they can do now. Raikou is under fire. Houston's focusing on him a lot more in this match. Let's see what they do. Meh gets caught into the leg sweep. But my main wonder is, are they doing this so they can avoid the double fear? Because when Houston's going after Waz and Waz is going after Zipai, it allows an easy double fear onto both Zipai and Houston. So I think it might be an adaptation here from Chibaku Tensei. Going for a bit of a one-shot here onto Raikou. Cheap shot on Houston. Potential ice wall drops down. Looks like Zipai is there to back him up. Houston trades out the trinket as well as the portal. It's going to be the Ancient of Lore. Now it's Raikou on the back foot. Looks like Matt has enough healing to keep him alive, but Zipai and Houston are just continuing to push. Raikou gets topped off. Now it's going to be Zipai under fire.
Yeah, Zipai not feeling too safe. Raikou still has that icy veins. He gets a full sheep onto Lontar. Zipai's in a cheap shot. Lontar has to trinket that immediately. And now we are entering very scary territory. Waz, smoke bomb in 10 seconds, has blind available. Raikou's veins is still running. Houston is on the chopping block. So is Lontar. Any one of them could fall 100-0. They could get a nice long CC chain, kidney shot, blind, sap or something onto Lontar and take Houston down. How are they going to set it up? There's the Dragon's Breath onto Houston. Here comes the sheep. Lontar is in stealth. He knows if he goes out to do anything about this onto Houston, it's going to be big trouble. He stuns up Waz. Waz still has no trinket, so nicely played here by Lontar, re-stealthing in that position, but he's not out of the woods yet. There's the smoke bomb. Swap onto Lontar. Do they have the damage? He has bark skin. He has iron bark, but it's not going to be enough. I think kidney shot comes out. Beautiful paralyze coming out from Houston to save the day.
That was a great setup by Echo, but Chibaku Tensei, they had the perfect response, and Lontar ends up surviving. That was a big commitment there by the side of Echo. However, Waz still has Shadow Blade, so there's no bark skin. No trinket available. One more clean setup, and Lontar is a good knight. Echo, they just have to get good execution here. Zipa is going to have to be the one that saves the day. He's got his trinket. He's going to need some really good grounding totems and lightning lassos, or I think Lontar is just outright dead. We'll see how Echo decides to execute on this. The blades, the blind, shadow dance, they have all the tools they need.
Yeah, but there's a slim window here. 10 seconds. There's the blind onto Lontar. If they set up out of this blind, it's game over. Can they get it? The disarm is there onto Waz, but there's the kidney shot. Paralyzed onto Waz as well. Beautifully done. Beautifully done with the leg sweep as well. Houston is a king on the Windwalker. He manages to save Lontar not once, but twice from dying. That was a perfect setup from Echo. They waited out the Ancient of Lore. There was a 10-second kill window. They get the full blind to give them time to set up for the kill. No bark skin, but Houston time and time again. But still, Zipa is not out of trouble yet. Beautiful CC chain there onto Lontar. They extended with a cheap shot. They're swapping to Lontar once again. He does have bark skin. Is he actually going to greed the bark skin at this point? Zipai coming in with the lightning lasso, shutting down Waz in that position once again. But Houston, man, he is an MVP on that Windwalker.
That was so nice. I mean, Lontar was in a lot of trouble. The beautiful peels coming in, but now it's going to be Waz slightly on the back foot. All the cooldowns are available for Houston. He's pulling the trigger with the damage. Strike of the Wind Lord, Fists of Fury available. Let's see what he decides to do. Waz is on the run. Lontar has Trinket, Barkskin, Iron Bark, Chibaku Tensei. They have a lot of answers at this point. Big leg sweep. Ray of Hope needs to be enough healing here onto Waz. I think it will be. Likely going to get topped off. Full kitty shot here onto Lontar. Cheap shot onto Zipai. Beautiful setup once again, but Houston's there with the grapple weapon. He preemptively portals away. Houston, his defense on the Windwalker Monk is just so solid. And it's why Chibaku Tensei, I think, is able to find the success with this composition.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And now he dropped a pre-touch of Karma there onto Waz, actually. Zipa is going to be the target, though. Waz is taking so much damage. Oh, my God. Almost goes down right there. Meh manages to trinket and save the day there with the Guardian. But now Houston is also a target. Doesn't have any Karma. And they're going to try to punish that kidney shot onto Houston. Big damage. But look at Zipai with that pet stun onto Raikou. Zipai keeping himself alive, keeping himself safe there from a distance, but also managing to interrupt the setup. Beautiful defense once again from Chibaku Tensei to get a triple fear into a Ring of Frost onto Lontar. He's off stun DR. They're going to go after Zipai. They could go after Lontar as well if they want to. Lontar actually trinketing, dropping the bark skin onto Zipai. Now Lontar is going to be a very exposed target, and once again it's going to be up to Houston to save the day, but it's so hard to read where these setups are going to go for these players because Houston has no defensives as well. He could easily fall. He drops a diffuse magic. Now Houston has no defensives. Double leg sweep coming out. They're going after Meh. Huge swap from Chibaku Tensei. Can it take him down? Meh dropping very, very low, but there's not going to be enough. And and now here comes Echo. Can they take down Zeepai? They have a full fear onto Zeepai actually there. It looked like Matt wanted to go after Lontar, so bit of a miscommunication there. And once again, CHIBAKU TENSEI holds on.
That was actually traded out a defensive blind as well. I threw the blind onto Houston. It immediately broke, so didn't get too much value there. And it won't have that cooldown to really punish that earlier trinket. At the same time, Raiku's getting low. Mez ahead on mana. He's doing really well managing his mana in this game. Chastise onto Zeepai. They're going after him once again, but Waz gets dismantled. A really good job there by Houston, grappling his weapon, slowing down the damage. Zeepai behind the pillar. Houston's going to portal away also, but Lone Star's kind of left alone. Can they go after him? Is in a Dragon's Breath, the preemptive Ancient of Lore once again should easily keep the team alive. And I love these Ancients of Lore. Just slow down the setups. Waz is in trouble, and he's ran out of defensive cooldowns. Waz may have ran out of time. Dampening is getting high, and CHIBAKU TENSEI, their damage is sky high.
Yeah, that's the thing now. They just need good offense on the side of CHIBAKU. They have a couple of setups left here, maybe on the side of Echo. They need to make something happen, and all those defensives have rotated back up. Here comes the leg sweep onto Matt. He trinkets out. He's taking so much damage from Houston. He's pushing for the win. He's getting Matt down to half HP, already forcing out that trinket. It's going to be huge for them. That next stun onto Matt could be deadly, or if they can land another Cyclone. Zeepai, though, in a smoke bomb. Lontar ducks in. Can they manage to survive another setup? There's the Astral Shift coming out from Zeepai, holding onto his trinket. Pre-Tremors there as well. Waz on a grapple weapon, getting aggressive onto Zeepai with the Shadow Blades, but Zeepai catches a massive heal and will survive once again. Lontar, though, needs to be careful. They could swap to him. They could go after Houston as well, but Houston has the Karma. He pre-Karmas here, anticipating a kidney shot, but Waz is not committing it, but he's just going to be going offensive onto Waz. They sheep Houston to stall out the Karma. Are they going to go after Zeepai? Are they going to go after Houston? The kidney shot Zeepai. There's the Paralyze from Houston. Once again playing defense. Beautiful Ice Wall isolating Zeepai, but Lontar on the other side fakes the counterspell with the blink. Insane play from Lontar there. Pops the Tranquility on the opposite side of the wall and then fakes the blink CS, keeping Zeepai alive yet again.
Yeah, Ancient of Lore cast out. Now it's Waz once again on the run, on the back foot. Leg sweeps available. Celestial Conduit here for Houston is available also. He pops it. Waz is in trouble. He just shadow steps away, but it's going to be the Cloak of Shadows force. He does have the evasion. Doesn't want to just use it yet. Almost 50% dampening has elapsed in this game. This game is not going to be going on for too much longer. Both healers almost completely tapped on mana, but Lontar foot into a full polymorph. Zeepai could easily fall. He burrows underground, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Mass polymorph into polymorph. Waz, can he extend the chain? Does he have a stun? Big leg sweep, though, onto Waz at the same time. Houston buys his team a little bit of time, but Lontar, he's just completely gassed out. He's got no mana whatsoever. How is he going to keep Zeepai alive? I mean, there's no way this game goes on for longer than another minute.
Zeepai's got to have his Astral Shift, though. He needs to pre-Astral Shift the next setup here. He needs to pre-read it somehow, some way. Waz moving in. Here it comes. Zeepai is going to pull the trigger. He doesn't. Zeepai not able to get that pre-shift, and it might just cost him the game. No, he's going to be able to pull it off there in between the stuns. Lontar's in a full Ring of Frost. Has the trinket, but with Zeepai's Astral Shift, they don't want to overlap that cooldown. Houston is there to peel the situation, forcing Waz's trinket. There's the Stone Bulwark Totem being dropped as well. Raikou shifting powers. There is Waz being under heavy fire right now. The Guardian comes out from Matt to block the clearing, and there's the Ancient of Lore. Touch of Death Rage here for Houston. Houston pushing for the win. Shadow step back defensively. Matt with the Void Shift. Symbols of Hope coming out for Matt. Lontar with no mana left. Matt with no mana left. Echo is running out of time.
I mean, they're both running out of time. This is absolutely horrifying. I mean, 54% dampening. I can't believe the game is going on this long. Lontar looking for a potential Cyclone. Not able to find it. He's put into a Chastise. Where are they going? Zeepai is in a ton of trouble. They need a preemptive Iron Bark or something, but they do still have pressure here onto Waz. Mez really struggling to keep his team alive. It is on a razor's edge. Zeepai's getting low. Oh my goodness. Smoke bomb comes down. Waz is in so much trouble. Defensive plays coming in. He goes for the gouge. This is the Ray of Hope. Matt, can he keep him alive? Waz gets topped off. Zeepai's still low. He gets shattered from Raikou off the screen. Big Chastise. I don't think Zeepai's going to survive. Somehow, some way, Lontar is keeping him up. 20% health. A full fear on Houston. Right now, CHIBAKU TENSEI, they are on the run. Zeepai, how are you still alive? Lightning lasso on Waz. Oh no, devastating. Shadow Blades is up. Waz pulls the trigger immediately. They're still trying to get the game going, but Zeepai's just doing such a good job with his defensive positioning. Lontar blocks the kill once again. He's got 8 seconds on that Ancient of Lore.
Can he get there is the question. They interrupt the polymorph on Raikou. He can't get the DB Sheep. They have one more setup left on Echo. There's the offensive karma coming out from Houston. Here comes the slicing wind. Houston gets crowd control. There's the Ancient of Lore. I think they've done it. There's the stun from Zeepai onto Waz. Zeepai's pushing for the win. Houston's in a full fear. They're trying to stay alive on the side of Echo. Wind shear coming out onto Matt. Houston pushing in behind the pillar. They got nothing to deal with this Windwalker, and I think they've done it. Waz actually with the evasion at the last second, somehow buying some more time for his team, but they swap over to Matt. Houston gets caught up in a full kidney. He's got no trinket. He's got no karma. Miracle swap onto Houston. And they've done it on the side of Echo. But this could be a cross kill. Zeepai still has some damage left. Matt with no mana left. Desperate prayer coming out from Matt as he ducks across the corner. Full sheep's coming out onto Zeepai by Raikou as they continue to control him for a moment. But still, Zeepai, he's feeling hungry. He's pushing for the win. Waz cheap shots Lontar, and it looks like Zeepai is loading up a Stormkeeper. He's still trying to play it out. Can he take Matt down is the question. Lontar pushes in with a full stun. Where there's the offensive burrow coming out from Zeepai. Does he have the zaps to take him down? I don't know. It doesn't look like it. Zeepai gets caught up in a full kidney. There's the full sheep onto Lontar. Lontar trinkets out Iron Bark Zeepai, but I don't think they are going to have any more gas left in the tank. Zeepai will fall here for CHIBAKU Tensei, and after one of the most intense games I've seen, Echo manages to take the lead in the series.
Speechless, Seiko. My voice is gone. I don't know what's going on. That was the game of the weekend, I think. I mean, that was the best game of the weekend, in my opinion. That was so back and forth. It has everything. Everyone's out of mana. Beautiful defensive plays. People are preemptively trading cooldowns. Waz just doing the incredible job with his kiting. I mean, any other rogue is dead in this game. I'm not going to lie. Like, Waz did such a good job kiting away. Right? I mean, you just have this amazing play here, faking out the blink counterspell, like you mentioned, getting into the Ancient of Lore is just, you could make a montage.
Sick.
You could make a highlight video for every player in this game from this game, like, honestly. But this is where Waz is just in so much trouble. The evasion comes in. It's exactly what he needs. He has Vanish coming up in just a few short seconds as well. They're going after Matt. It's really the only target they can hit. But unfortunately, he's just too slippery. Somehow survives. And then look at this. They managed to turn it around here onto Houston. Houston, I mean, I feel like you're slamming your keyboard at that point. I'm not going to lie. Like, it can be so annoying fighting a slippery RMP like that. But this is just it. This is beautiful. This is the finals I wanted.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, look how troll this is as well. Like, look at Lontar. He's pushing in onto Meh. Both healers just completely tapped. Lontar is just trying to do something at this point. It's so late in the game. They're so tapped. They have nothing left. They're just trying to make something. Look at him going in there for the maim stun, just being a feral druid at this point with nothing left. He's got no mana. He's got no cooldowns. He can't press anything else. So at this point, just going for the win. But unfortunately for him, gets caught up in that full blind. Waz finds the opportunity. Zeepai a little bit too slow there with the lightning lasso, but you said it so brilliantly. You could make a montage out of every player in this game. Lontar would have been dead 10 minutes earlier if it wasn't for Houston playing out of his mind. Zeepai should have been dead. If it was any other early shaman, I'm convinced he would have been dead. The way he's reading the game, and also the blink CS fakes, like all of these moments in the game where if you don't make this play, if you don't make this outplay, you lose. And the same thing goes for the side of Echo, right? Just continuously finding these goals, continuously surviving. Meh somehow playing sub RMP and having mana at nearly 70% dampening as a Holy Priest. I don't even know how that's possible. But yeah, it looks like finally, because this was the next thing I want to say. There's so many things I want to say, but it looks like finally the Druid team is picking large maps again, and the RMP is looking favored on the small maps again. So I feel like balance is being restored in the universe in terms of the maps being picked. But what a finals, man. What a finals. Seeing Echo battling back after looking pretty weak, honestly, this season. Seeing Lontar and Zeepai kind of build up this team from scratch after all of the issues that they've had, you know, with Mercy getting snatched, Lontar getting replaced on an Echo for Meh, and seeing them meet once again with their new rosters in the grand finals. Like, I don't think I could have wished for a better finals.
I'm still out of breath. Like, I don't know. That was... I just take a moment, sip of water. Things are good. Let's see what Echo decides to do here. We are at a larger map, but I do kind of feel like this is going to be one of those series where both teams, they're leading with their best foot forward. This is the compositions we're going to see. Nobody's really going to mix it up. I don't really see CHIBAKU Tensei really making any kind of changes. The Windwalker Monk seems good. I mean, it just... I don't know. I'm trying to think of what they could have done for targeting. Like, really looking back at that game, maybe Houston overcommitted a little bit too long. You kind of had to know that was going to happen. But it's just so hard. Yeah, the healer's 20% health, completely out of mana. How do you... how do you deal with that situation? But yeah, RMP for Echo once again. Chibaku Tensei, really good chance it's the same composition. And you actually like the bigger map. Like, I just feel like Waz is impossible to kill, even on the small maps.
I feel like you never get a moment to breathe on the small map. Like, when I think about how that game went, I feel like Chibaku Tensei should have lost way earlier.
Yeah.
Like, the plays that they actually had to make to even make it to the point where they are supposed to win is insane. Like, Lontar is re-stealthing. He's literally line of sighting everyone on the map, re-stealthing, stalling for his cooldowns, then going back out, stunning Waz when they launch the go onto Fuston. Then Fuston has to come back and save Lontar. It's just like, it looks insane. Like that one time when they blinded Lontar, he had no skin, he had no trinket, he's blinded out of Ancient of Lore in human form. Like 99 out of 100 times the dude is dead there, even if you peel perfectly as a Windwalker. Like, there's just such an overwhelming amount of offense at that point, and you don't have anything, and he has to live through multiple stunts. Like, it's crazy to me, and it's all because Waz can just ping pong around. He can just do whatever he wants. Oh, goes on Zipai. Zipai pre-astral shifted. Okay, we're going on Fuston. Oh, Fuston is out of position, but now we've extended the CC chain onto Lontar. Let's swap to Lontar and fear Fuston. It's like, it's all possible because of the map. So I think large map, force Raikou to cross a long distance and just blast him, just LA Shaman him when he's crossing the map, and that is going to give you a way more convincing win condition, because at least Lontar won't be at the end of the match then.
Yeah, it's a good point. And one little strategy change I was noticing too, because we talked about in game number 1, it was just all about shutting down Waz, right? Like, Fuston's just training Waz the entire game. I think Echo made a really good adaptation so far in the series, where when Fuston and Zipai are clumped up because they are going after Waz, they just get double feared. So I feel like it made it a little bit more awkward for Fuston. Didn't want to commit to Waz as much. Started going after Raikou a little bit more, because just getting double feared and then them swapping over onto Lontar, or even just getting double feared, then crowd control on Lontar, and then you're getting set up on, and they can basically like preemptively butter you up with ruptures, and they're all casting at the same time out of the fear. Like, it's really hard to deal with that. So I think Echo, they've cleaned up their setups a lot, and it's made Chibaku Tensei have to change their strategy.
Yeah, it's a really good adaptation. And also, I feel like punishing Zipai more in general on the side of Echo is also really nice for them. I feel like Zipai he's a hard LA Shaman to kill, but keeping him honest in the game is important, because it limits his damage a lot. It just limits the way he can block a lot of these kills as well from happening. And I think in general, the targeting is really good. And for now, it's up to Chibaku Tensei to shake it up here. Is the large map going to be enough of a difference here? Because we have seen Echo win on large maps as well in this matchup. So is Chibaku going to be able to tie up the series here? Or is Echo going to start running away with this? I feel like Baku, they played an insane game. It was a long, drawn-out game as well. And this is where the fatigue can start settling in. This is where you need to have mental fortitude. It's in moments like this where champions are made. Game number 4, Chibaku versus Echo, grand finals in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, such a big prize pool on the line, the medals, the glory, even a little bit of a revenge match here, potentially for Lontar, if he can win this series. But Echo, it seems like they're getting better in this matchup, and that's one of the things about Echo. They're a team that learns really quickly and does adapt. Their RMP is just so solid because of that. Both teams really just not wanting to make a move. Raikou and Meg going to be sitting back. Finally, Fuston moving forward. Waz decides to move forward in stealth. It's the sap, opening up onto Fuston just a little bit. Not going to even open up with stun DR, so just going for a Shadow Strike, putting up the Rupture. He gets caught into a double stun, and Echo is, I think they're very happy to just not commit any offensive cooldowns and just get that Ancient of Lore out of the way.
Yeah, but yeah, actually it was a Veins proc for Raikou there. I thought he actually popped it, but yeah, they just stall out. They just go in open with just damage without committing any stuns. You got a Fear onto Lontar. There's a Tremor Totem. Trinket Tremor Totem actually coming out from Zipai already with the Astral Shift as well. Zipai having to trade big already in the game, but it is Shadow Blades, it is Icy Veins, so a lot of offense being committed. They could still drop an Ice Wall. They could still do something here with a Smoke Bomb onto Zipai. He needs to be careful. There's a Cheap Shot onto Lontar, but no follow-up. Nice Hex there onto Raikou, shutting him down. There's a Paralyze onto Meh, who has taking some damage. Lontar re-stuff, stuns up Raikou, then positions back on the pillar. There's a full blind onto Lontar. They're going after Houston. Houston actually going to port away in that exchange without even needing to use his trinket. They're going after Zeepai to get the Ring of Frost there to extend the chain. Do they have enough CC though to force out Lontar's trinket? There's the cheap shot. Zeepai's trying to be greedy. He's going for the Hex there. Another sheep coming out onto Lontar. He's just not leaving CC. Zeepai's going to respect it. Drop the Stone Bulwark Totem and survive. Now Guardian being forced onto Waz.
Yeah, nicely done. Houston right now still just going after Waz. Full kitty shot will land. So we'll put a little damage here on the Houston, but one of the things you have to be careful of on this map, especially if you look at this positioning, Ice Wall is very effective. It just completely cutting off this section of the map. So if Houston gets caught into a stun, Raikou lands a nice Ice Wall, it's definitely a win condition we could see for Echo on this particular map. Waz gets fully recovered here, and it seems like Echo's just kind of waiting for stun DRs to fade. Where do they want to go? It's a chastise onto Houston. Looks like Waz is trying to connect, but he gets clashed back. Houston doing a good job just making this game as annoying as possible here for Waz, but he gets caught into a cheap shot. Big shatter combo. Lone Star moves forward, gets the rake stun. Now gets clothesline with a cheap shot here. Nature Swiftness is available. You can see Lone Star has it available, but unfortunately, it might get dispelled off. Is he going to be able to? No, they actually dispel it off. Unfortunately, Lone Star doesn't have access to that Nature Swiftness, Ancient of Lore, unless he commits both charges, which he does. So at least they get one charge out of the way, but ultimately, Chibaku Tensei will recover with this Ancient of Lore.
Yeah, so nice dispel there coming out from Meh. Or maybe it was a spell still from Raikou, but good dispels there onto Lontar. But still, Smoke Bomb was committed. No trinket being forced there. Lontar going for a kick, actually. Now they're going after Lontar. Nice Ring of Peace, though. Immediately, look at Houston. Instantly what happens here. Lontar gets stunned. Boom. Ring of Peace. Boom. Paralyzed. Boom. Lightning Lasso on Raikou. They are so locked in on protecting Lontar on the side of Chibaku Tensei, which is just allowing him to play with confidence. He's off stun DR now, so he can push in like this. It's a nice maim stun onto Waz. Good pressure coming out from Houston, but Matt is responding here with the Angel form. Going to be able to access free healing onto his team and keep Waz alive in that position. Now Zeepai could be in some trouble. Raikou though in a Hex. They launched the setup while Raiku's in a Hex, so Raiku's not going to be able to do anything with this kidney shot there on to Zeepai. And now this is a good opportunity for Chibaku Tensei to get a little bit more aggressive here onto Waz.
Yeah, definitely. Lone Star once again getting a restart. There's the rake stun, but he gets double feared here. Will be a Tremor Totem. Nice Tremor Totem there by Zeepai before the stun goes out. Really nicely done, and that basically forces no trinkets on the side of Chibaku Tensei from that setup, despite it being a good setup there by Echo. Just a little bit of a gap onto Zeepai. Good preemptive play with that Tremor. Now they're going after Waz once again. You can see Lone Star getting stunned up, but Houston doing a really good job with that Ring of Peace. A full kidney shot here onto Houston. Raikou in the backline throwing in Frostfire Bolts. He gets shut down. Beautiful Hex there by Zeepai. That position very far away right now. Just trying to get out the spells, stay ahead of the damage just a little bit, but now pushing forward. Once again, trying to land that double fear, but unfortunately, doesn't find it on Zeepai.
Yeah, and Lontar with a quick dispel there, ducks around a corner and snipes it, then gets a re-stealth. Now, where is he going to allocate this rake stun? He gets it onto Ma, goes into the Ancient of Lore, doesn't want to get Dragon's Breath or Chastise stun or anything like that. Doesn't want to risk anything happening in terms of CC. And he's just going to go for the stun and respect it. So Lontar now with no Ancient of Lore could be a target. They're going after Houston. There's a kidney shot onto Lontar. Can they take him down? Celestial Conduit coming out for Houston. And once again, paralyzed onto Waz. Lontar did have to commit the bark skin though. So small victory. But look at the stun onto Waz. Big trouble here. Matt forced to trade out his trinket there. Nice punish coming out from Chibaku Tensei, realizing that Waz is a little bit overextending it, in that position. Now they're looking for Cyclones. Lontar gets feared on the Cyclone though into a full polymorph. This could be dangerous. They're going after who here exactly? It looks like Zeepai is going to be the target. He's taking a lot of damage in those cheap shots, but Lontar manages to restuff, get a nice stun onto Raikou. Waz is taking a lot of damage. Disarm there coming out. Zeepai's blasting off. And once again, another next week. Matt has no trinket. They're going for the kill. Guardian comes out. Defensive smoke bomb from Waz to peel that setup.
Honestly, I have to highlight Raikou. He has destroyed Houston with his polymorphs. The last two setups Houston's trying to get, he's immediately polymorphed. Raiku's doing a really good job with those peels in those last two setups. Now going after Houston just a little bit here. Big Frostfire Bolt's going to be landing. Zeepai gets interrupted. Lontar in cat form once again. Shifting into Bear. Trying to have that little bit of a mind game where he wants to get stunned in Bear. Big maim stun comes in. There's the double fear. Lontar needs to be careful. But with that full stun, paralyzed Cyclone, Waz might be in trouble. He gets topped off with that Ray of Hope. Beautiful healing coming in there from Meh. Meh doing a great job managing his mana once again. We saw this game go to 12 minutes in the last one. We'll see how long it does go. Ice Wall comes down. Full kidney shell on Lontar. Houston in a little bit of trouble here. They're just going to preemptively swap now onto Zeepai. Really mixing it up here. I love what Echo is doing.
Yeah, Echo's RMP is just keeping them guessing, and they're going to get an Astral Shift out of Zeepai with that. Lontar did go in and pre-bear form the stun. They're really nicely done, but they're just keeping up the pressure so well here from Raikou as well, almost topping the meters here on the Frost Mage. He really wants this. Ice blocks out of the stun and counterspells Lontar. Can they convert that into something, though? Maybe onto Fuse, and there's the cheap shot. He pre-diffused magics. Is it going to be enough? Lontar activates the Ancient of Lore there. Raikou with a very aggressive play there, blocking that stun and then counterspelling the Cyclone cast, which was the follow-up, keeping Lontar a little bit honest. He gets stunned out of his Ancient of Lore. Big damage potentially here. No, Zeepai is there to stun Waz with his pet. And look at Waz falling. So much damage coming in, but Meh blocks the kill there with the Guardian. Once again, nice response here from CHIBAKU TENSEI. Houston could still be in trouble, though. Lontar's in a polymorph. He might just go down here. Houston. Oh my goodness. Trinket Touch of Karma in the last second, but now Waz in big trouble here, Van.
Yeah, definitely. Houston going to get healed up here. That was the Touch of Karma. They actually shred through the Touch of Karma. And Lontar still hasn't topped him off. I mean, maybe Houston's in trouble. Raikou just free casting Frostfire Bolts here. Houston finally retreats, drops a new Transcendence, a new portal. Big leg sweep here onto Waz. He gets gripped away. Beautiful grip there by Meh. They could go after Raikou. He has only one ice block available. Just keep that in mind. If they get the second ice block at this point of the game, very unlikely he gets a third. But a big smoke bomb comes down. There's the wind shear. Huge setup on Houston, but Lontar going for the Tranquility. Gets counterspelled. Oh no! Disastrous counterspell. Houston portals away. It's going to be up to him to stay alive, but somehow, some way, they just do not have the damage. Raikou doing a great job with that counterspell, but CHIBAKU TENSEI, they shrug off the attack, and now they can get aggressive once again.
Yeah, Lontar looking for a Cyclone here onto Raikou potentially. Manages to find it there out of the MAME stun. So they're not going to go after Raikou in this position. And instead, it's going to be turning their attention towards Waz. Raikou, once again, though, getting aggressive. He has Ice Wall available. There is a Ray of Hope there onto Waz. Actually, he gets stunned. Look at that roar coming out onto Matt. Full Cyclone. Is that going to be enough? Nice interrupt there coming out once again. They're not going to be able to get that Cyclone. And Matt's going to be able to hold on to his Trinket, which most likely would have been popped in that situation. Waz still had to commit his evasion, though. And now Raikou has Icy Veins. He has Ice Wall. They have Shadow Blades. They have everything they need. Who is going to be the target? Right now, Houston is looking like a prime target. There it is. Full setup. Look at Houston, though. Pre-diffuse magic on this setup. This was a deadly go, but he might just go get shredded through it. It doesn't look like it. Houston shuts it down. Disarm into leg sweep. Waz is in trouble. Gets gripped back by Matt. Apotheosis is active. Matt resetting his own cooldown. Slicing Wings coming out onto Waz. Fist of Fury as well. Bit of a melee brawl in the midfield, but Lontar's caught up in polymorphs. Raikou's doing a good job here. Resetting his cooldowns as well. Gets windshield by Zeepai. Zeepai trying to blast Waz away from the midfield. Houston keeping up the pressure, and it looks like they're going to be able to deflect this attack for now, but Houston, with only the Touch of Karma available, needs to be a little bit careful. His Trinket is going to rotate back up in a second here. Lontar gets Shadow Step kicked into a kidney shot. Zeepai gets swapped to all of a sudden. Big damage onto Zeepai. He's going to Trinket, trade out the Astral Shift there as well. Huge pressure coming out. There's the Chastise into the Ring of Frost. Potential for a Fear here as well, but Zeepai does have the Tremor Totem. He's going to need to drop it here potentially. It's out of range. He gets killed off, I think. No. Yeah, Lontar's going to have to Trinket because of that. Beautiful punish there from Echo, kind of making the map their own. Waz, though, dropping low. Meh, forced to trade out the Void Shift. Game is becoming increasingly unstable at 50% dampening.
Yeah, I mean, big damage here available for Zeepai. Going to be channeling out that Stormkeeper while it's getting really low on health. And that Tremor Totem is really a disaster. I feel like they're going to win the game off that Tremor Totem. Beautiful plays there by Zeepai. He just jumps out of the smoke bomb before the stun connects. And Lontar is able to keep him up with the Ancient of Lore. That could have been GG. Beautiful mind control, denying some of that incoming healing. But, I mean, that was a game-winning play potentially by Zeepai to survive that setup. That was checkmate. Now Waz is in trouble. Matt has basically nothing left. The Ray of Hope, the Guardian Spirit. Waz should get topped off, but they committed a lot of their healing. Big Shadow Blades, but immediately get dismantled. Where are they going? Zeepai's low. Can Echo pick up a third game here? Somehow Zeepai stays alive, but big Frostfire Bolts close it out. Zeepai goes down. I really thought, oh man, Zeepai with that play, I thought they were going to be able to come back in it, but Echo, they just ride the momentum. They continue to push on Zeepai, and maybe they found their game-winning target here.
Yeah, go after the Ellie Shaman as Rogue Mage. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty effective, especially when you have Meh healing. The game just seems to be going on for a really long time. This guy is, I don't know what he's doing to manage to manage his mana that well, but Echo takes it once again, and it all comes down to that previous setup where they drop the Tremor Totem. Lontar is just slightly out of range. They kill off the Tremor Totem, and he has to trade out his Trinket on that Fear. And then here at the end, Zeepai actually did an insane play, pre-gust of winds out of the smoke bomb. Then he lightning lassoed Waz as well, and then he cancels his lasso and fake casts the kick. So right here you can see it. He's already gust of winded out of the smoke bomb, and then here comes the lasso. Then he cancels it, fake casts the counter spell there, or the kick from Waz, and then he goes for healing surges, but it's just not enough. Lontar tanks a full sheep, gets kidney shot there as well. The crowd control is just too far. It's just too long. Houston doesn't have any peels there to keep Waz and Raikou off of Zeepai, and Echo match point now after this one. Gotta be feeling good about their RMP. They kept their faith, and they're playing out of their minds once again.
Really nice kidney shot there by Was to extend the chain, and I think you're right. Literally came down to just that one moment. The burrow for Zeepai, the fear on Lontar. Zeepai gets out of the burrow. He goes for the Tremor Totem. It's out of range, and they end up sniping it off before he can actually project it to get on top of Lontar. So forces out basically both trinkets, and that's how they find themselves in this situation where it's deep and dampening. There's no trinket available. They get a lot of crowd control out onto Lontar, and they're able to win the game. So Echo in a very good spot now, because it seems like they're winning the late games. Like if you can win the late game as RMP, I mean, you're looking good in the early game, you're looking good in the mid game, and if the late game is also going in your favor because Mez doing such a good job managing his mana, now CHIBAKU TENSEI, they really have to question, what strategy they need to pull off.
Yeah, because that's a great point, right? Because you can see, right? Every single RMP has gotten absolutely destroyed by CHIBAKU. We see it time and time again. You get to the late game, they're losing. We're seeing DOBOB fall. We're seeing Overload, lose as well. Sure, they lost to Echo, but we're seeing these other RMPs just not perform to that same level. But somehow Echo, even Echo, got bested by CHIBAKU. But now they have kind of analyzed those games, realized their mistakes, and they're doing a great job. Raiku's keeping up his damage. Raiku's being very aggressive in general, landing a lot of counter spells, landing a lot of crowd control. Waz just really playing with a lot of confidence, keeping up the mana, playing for the late game, landing a lot of setups, landing a lot of game-winning fears, and CHIBAKU now going to lock in a small map. So I feel like it's interesting because on CHIBAKU's side, they lock in Hook Point, they lose. They're like, that didn't feel good. Then they lock in Maldraxxus, and they're like, wait, that also didn't feel good. So they're like, okay, well, let's lock in Dalaran Sur. So let's go back to the small maps. I feel like even the players are not sure, like, what should we do here in terms of maps? Honestly, maybe Tiger's Peak would have been a good pick for the Gust of Wind tech, but you could get isolated as well doing that from your own healer, so it could backfire. Baku definitely running the clock here. What are they going to do? I think there's zero chance we see a Demon Hunter, right, from Houston.
Nah. I kind of feel like if they switch off this composition, they're admitting defeat. That's what I was going to say. Like, I think it's ride or die for them at this point. Like, I don't think anything will be better. I think Echo's on fire. This is probably what they have the most practice with. So they got to just figure out a way to win. And there's been a lot of close calls. I mean, all it takes is a slicing winds crit, some lightning bolts critting at the same time, and it's good night was. But I think Matt in general has just been doing such a good job deflecting it with the Ray of Hopes, with the Guardian Spirits. He's definitely, everyone on Echo is honestly playing insane. I highlighted it at certain points in that game, but I feel like Raikou as well, his polymorphs to just slow down Houston during those moments are really solid. Like, he's on the money, just preemptively polymorphing, shutting down the cooldowns, not allowing Houston to really get anything rolling. So it's going to be difficult for CHIBAKU TENSEI, and this is their last shot. If they don't win this, it's over. Echo wins once again, and I predicted CHIBAKU TENSEI. I really thought they were going to be able to do it. Maybe they still can, but Echo is on fire.
Yeah, Echo is on fire. I don't know. This one was really hard to predict. I think even in the chat, it was a pretty even split for which team is going to win this one. It was I think like 53%. And yeah, most of us predicted Echo, though. I guess after what we saw in that lower bracket with Overload, I don't know. You can just tell, like, this is not the same Echo that we saw yesterday. This is the Echo that we know and love, and they are looking absolutely locked in to take yet another major tournament. Can they do it against CHIBAKU TENSEI? CHIBAKU TENSEI coming from the gauntlet, performing absolutely admirably. Now their fate might be sealed here on Dalaran Sewers. Can they finally battle back here, or is it going to be Echo that takes the entire thing? Let's see what happens.
Blast Wave on Zeepai off the side of the map. Echo looking to win once again. Another championship. Can they do it? They win this game. It is over. Full Hex lands here onto Matt. Immediately decurse there by Raikou. Paralyzed. And Raikou actually trinketed to get that decurse. So not a bad use of the trinket. But now he could be vulnerable to a setup. Zeepai's in a lot of trouble though. Blast Wave. Dragon's Breath onto Lone Tar. Looks like he will use the Nature Swiftness. Top off Zeepai as Chibaku Tensei is looking to get aggressive. A beautiful triple leg sweep. And I feel like Raikou could be under fire a lot more in this game on the small map. But Echo goes after Fusion. They get the trinket, the Karma. They're just getting everything out of the way. I can't believe it. Echo's playing so aggressively. A full kidney shot lands, but a preemptive Iron Bark should be enough to keep Houston alive. Echo is not messing around. It is not over yet. Can they get the trinket? Blind on Lone Tar into a cheap shot, into a full polymorph. But Houston, I think he has enough heal over time effects to kind of shrug off this attack.
Yeah, unfortunately for Echo, the blind actually broke in that exchange. Well, that probably would have been his trinket, but look at that. Finally, Chibaku Tensei forcing an ice block here. Lone Tar getting aggressive with the Cyclones, realizing that he needs to get some more offense. That is a big change from yesterday. Yesterday, he was able to land more CC onto Matt and just get more aggressive. I think he's been playing a really good defense, but it doesn't seem to be enough here to just auto-win in the late game with how Matt has been managing his mana. And once again, look at Matt. He's tied on mana with Lone Tar. He's not healing himself. He's just allowing himself to kind of recover. There's a Fear coming out onto Houston and Zeepai. Zeepai, though, with the beautiful pre-hex here on the smoke bomb setup. Houston teleports out. Nice shutdown here from Chibaku Tensei. But now Zeepai could be in trouble. Lone Tar's out of crowd control, though. Ice Wall coming out to isolate him, but it's not going to be enough here. Ice Wall is not going to get a lot of work done. Lone Tar is actually trying to kill the Ice Wall there on the Druid, using it to build up combo points in that position. Now looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it? Doesn't look like it. Sheep Shot comes out. There's the Ring of Frost. Nice knock coming out there from Zeepai. That Traveling Storm is going to interrupt that entire setup. But Houston is still not out of the woods yet.
Are you kidding me?
That's it. Houston is just going to die here in the grand finals. Insane greed coming out there. Lone Tar had cooldowns to trade, but Houston just overstayed his welcome a little bit there. And Echo are going to be the champions of this tournament, once again winning yet another major tournament 4-1.
Echo playing RMP and winning the regional tournament. I mean, name a more iconic duo here. It's just beautiful setups. Going after Houston here, they managed to force out the trinket and the touch of karma, and this is kind of foreshadowing of how this game did end. They had a really good extended crowd control chain here onto Lone Tar. Unfortunately, this blind broke a little bit early, and Houston was able to get that Iron Bark, but they're still able to capitalize on the fact that Houston didn't have his trinket during this moment. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how it played out once again. We have, Chibaku Tensei trying to get some counter pressure here. They get an ice block from Raikou, so the smaller map was more effective for going after the mage, but unfortunately, this is where the game kind of ends. We get a maim onto Meh. This is where Lone Tar gets put into a cheap shot, and they just have a very clean setup here onto Houston. He's chasing down Waz, but Waz ends up having the last laugh, gets the cheap shot, and unfortunately, Lone Tar just, there's really nothing you can do here. He actually he just didn't have the healing. There was no Iron Bark. There's no buttons he could press. They literally just killed him with no crowd control, just pure raw damage.
Yeah, that's why it was so surprising here. It actually wasn't. I don't know.
Is it Veins? It's Veins and Shadow Blades. It's literally just Veins and Shadow Blades. What does Raikou do? So Raikou gets a big Frostfire Bolt, Ice Lances. I have a feeling that Waz did insane damage here. Like, Waz has just had enough of Houston. He's like, oh yeah, you want to dismantle me? You want to paralyze me? You want to leg sweep me? And he just pulls the trigger with the Shadow Blades, gets the stun lock off, and literally just does unhealable damage.
I mean, it just looks like they're completely safe here, right? Like, when you look at this, it just looks like they're completely fine. They've already stopped the setup with that Thunderstorm from Zeepai, and it just looks like, okay, Houston is at full HP. They're getting aggressive. Lone Tar is not in any crowd control whatsoever. It's not even greed. It's just, they just actually just ran out of buttons to press here. Is Iron Bark in a couple of seconds. Look at that touch of karma in 5 seconds as well. It's just a perfect moment, right, to stun Houston. It's just a couple of seconds before they have an answer in terms of healing and in terms of
Carmen, 1 second.
It's literally 1 second away, and same thing for the Iron Bark. So pretty unfortunate.
Perfect storm.
It's just the perfect time to launch all your damage for Echo. Actually, just literally the perfect moment.
Yeah. It's one of the things that makes Echo so deadly. You know, they can get the perfect crowd control, and they can also just throw unhealable damage out. But I feel like Echo had an amazing performance. And also, we got to give a big shout out to JIBAKU Tensei. They had a phenomenal performance. They made it out of the gauntlet. They basically speed ran, you know, the other best teams in Europe, making it all the way to the finals. They're looking incredibly good, but unfortunately, Echo just seems like when their backs are against the wall, when they're looking to prove something, they just play on a completely different level. And this is why this team is so consistently winning these tournaments. I mean, it's just a dynasty for Echo at this point.
Couldn't agree more.
I mean, that was one of...
No, you go.
Go ahead. I was going to say, that was one of the questions we had right at the beginning. Is there going to be a new champion? Is the dynasty going to continue? And it seems like we have our answer. Echo just looking unbeatable. Anytime it's match day, these guys just lock in. And I think it was game number 3 that was the big deciding factor. I feel like that hook point game kind of sealed the deal for Echo. They played such a long, exhausting game of just playing perfect on hook point on the side of CHIBAKU. They deflected every attack. They got to the late game, but then they still lost. Just ran out of resources and still lost. And I feel like that was like the beginning of the end for them. But that was honestly my favorite. I think that was my favorite game the entire season. What an insane game that was.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, I was just going to agree that, you know, it's just the adaptability of this team, Echo. It's never a team that I think anybody should ever count out. I made that mistake when predicting against them in their series versus Overload, and they ended up taking that one 3-0. I mean, just textbook perfect play by them throughout the beginning of the bracket to the end for this team. But every single team here in the EU region played so well. Honestly, I think overall, Ven, what were your thoughts on Europe in general this season? I feel like it's been really fun to see them kind of play new comps that we haven't seen in a while, bring back classic comps. Just what was your take overall for the EU region?
I mean, honestly, the EU region seems like it was very evenly matched. I really still feel like any of these teams could have won. And that was kind of the theme in the cups as well, where it was like, okay, 1 week Overload is looking like they're completely unbeatable. No one's going to be able to touch them. Then it's like, okay, now DOBOB. This team is just so insane. Look at TENSEI. He's getting every crowd control. What is anyone going to do? He's an absolute terror of the region. No one's going to be able to beat them. Echo's falling off. Oh, now Echo's looking better with the Feral Druid. Oh, now they're playing RMP in the finals. JIBAKU Tensei, they're beating everybody. It's like, it's crazy. It was really hard to predict this one. And I think that's what made the season so far so fun for Europe for me.
Ooh, speaking of predictions, maybe I don't know if we have the leaderboard updated yet, but I wonder how are you feeling about your guys' predictions, Zico? I mean, it was a hard prediction, just every single cup to predict these EU teams.
I mean, it is impossible, I feel like, to predict what's going to happen here. 1 minute Overload is looking like they're just going to farm every RMP. Then Echo comes out and they're looking like they just have the answer for everything. DOBOB is looking like they just can't lose to anybody. Then DOBOB is losing to everybody. So I feel like every single time a team finds an answer and it looks really good, the other teams just adapt and find an even better answer. And the competition just keeps evolving. But I did get this prediction right. I had the previous one wrong. So I think probably like decent, like 50%. Probably like flipping a coin.
Yeah, I kind of stopped keeping track yesterday. I was kind of down bad.
If I beat...
That's the only goal.
The coin, I'm chilling.
Maybe Super T's also. I'd like to beat him in chat.
I feel like
in the coin.
You just beat Super T's by default if you just make the prediction.
I love how we're supposed to be like expert analysts of the game, and we're happy if we beat a coin flip.
Yeah. It looks like, actually, interestingly enough, I'm looking at the predictions also for that last series from chat, and it was chat was in favor of CHIBAKU Tensei as well, but honestly, I don't think that's... And it was really close. It was 53% to 47%. So I don't know if I've seen too many chat predictions where they were, against Echo quite like that. Interesting to see. But let's talk a little bit about North America. We do have an interview coming, but in the meantime, we can kind of go forward just a little bit because we've got 4 teams over there. Do you feel like that region, Zico, is just as unpredictable as this one?
Absolutely. I feel like North America yesterday, I was really shocked to see how well Left 4 Dead played against Welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the Jung, I thought like, okay, they're gonna 3-0 that. They're gonna make it look easy, but they definitely had to sweat for it. And then the Liquid versus Welcome to the Jung series, probably actually is my favorite NA series that we've seen so far this weekend. That one I highly recommend to go back and watch it if you missed it, the semifinals. That was a great series. Innovation, coming in from Liquid, consistent new tech, new talent choices being kind of employed, and Welcome to the Jung adapting to everything. I think it's going to be up in the air. Welcome to the Jung is sitting comfy in the finals, but we saw what happened to Chibaku Tensei. They were also sitting comfy in the finals, and then a beast emerged from that lower bracket. So Tiger Toads versus Left 4 Dead is going to be a nail biter. Liquid, if they can make it into that grand final, I'm going to be a bit biased and say I hope they do, because that Liquid Jung series was so good. I want to see it again. But yeah, NA has some fantastic surprises for us for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We're working on getting that interview, but definitely stick around for this region. Very excited for this one. Welcome to the Jung. They've been so consistent this year, but given that, then which team do you think is most likely in your mind, at least on paper in terms of like the compositions that they have, which team do you think would most easily be able to beat Jung, if any at all?
That is a very good question. I mean, the closest series we saw yesterday was definitely Liquid. Liquid bringing in some surprise compositions, surprise strategies. Now, we talked about this a little bit before the show started, and I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they're one of those teams where you can catch them off guard. So I feel like Liquid, the fact that they're so willing to innovate and try different specializations and try to, throw a wrench in the machine that is Welcome to the Jung and really mix up their game plan, I feel like that's how you beat them. Because Welcome to the Jung is a team that they're just so calculated. They're so prepared that if you can throw a curveball their way, I feel like that's the ticket to winning. And I feel like for me, so far from what I've seen, Liquid is the best equipped to do that.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen a lot of that in both regions, Zico, the teams that are able to sort of bring new compositions to the table and sort of make that work, or teams that, kind of play their tried and true RMP or, their bread and butter compositions. Which ones do you think in general make it further? Teams that are constantly experimenting or teams that stick with what they know?
I feel like preparing one, max two good comps that you feel confident locking in is kind of the recipe for success for a lot of these teams. Like Welcome to the Jung, we see them, they're basically just playing Ellie Feral and Shadow Priest Feral, and like that's it. That's pretty much all they're gonna lock in, and then just adapt to whatever is being thrown at them in terms of strategy. And I think same with Liquid. Like we're seeing them lock in the Rogue Mage, we're seeing them lock in the Windwalker Mage, but we're not seeing them deviate too much. And those are the two teams that are doing the best in terms of standings, as well as in terms of current tournament position. So I think that the teams that try to spread themselves out a little bit too much, that is where it can look a little dicey. And I'm thinking especially about the Tiger Toads. I feel like the Tiger Toads have so much raw skill on their roster. They really should be up there as one of the deadliest teams in the world. But I feel like they're not living up to their potential because they're spreading themselves too thin. They're locking in, like Arcane Mage, Destro Lock, like all kinds of crazy stuff. So, I think one or two comps is enough to make it.
Awesome. All right. Well, with that, we do have that interview ready. I am here with Mercy and Meh. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Yes.
I don't know if they can hear me.
Wait.
Wait. Hello?
I can hear them.
Oh, that was my fault.
The thing.
Hi. Sorry. That was actually on my end. I had the tab muted. Hello. Sorry. How's it going?
Hello.
It's going very well.
All right. Well, how are we feeling? Mercy, Meh, congratulations. You guys must feel great.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, what can I say? I'm just enjoying the ride.
Absolutely. My first question then, both of you guys can answer this. Just one person, doesn't matter. I'm curious about your preparation leading into this weekend, Mercy.
Well, we did a lot of war games. We war game as RMP, war game as FNP, as Kitty. We were very prepared. Besides for CHIBAKU, we were very prepared into mirrors, and I think they had a really strong comp. And even though we lost to them yesterday, we knew we can come back. And yeah, today was much better because we sat there, we analyzed, what reviewed, and today was a blast.
Yeah, that kind of was my another question that I was going to have is, CHIBAKU Tensei, in the beginning of the weekend, did you guys expect them to get as far as they did?
Oh yeah, we thought that they're gonna win the tournament without dropping a game. Like, honestly. I thought they were like the hardest
Is he
team to
here?
beat by
They're
far
not
in
here
the
again.
tournament. Wait, is my microphone on?
Ah,
Mercy,
hello.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, I was just talking for the whole time. Wait, Mercy, did you hear me the whole time?
I did hear you, yeah.
Okay, and did Aya or the stream hear me?
I didn't hear your beginning. I don't know about the stream. I didn't hear you. I can hear you now, though.
Okay, I basically said that
Who knows?
to answer your question, I thought they were gonna win the whole tournament without dropping a game. Like,
Really?
yes, I generally, well, I knew that they were by far the hardest team to beat going into the tournament. I knew it. Them or Jamie's team, whichever one of them made it out of the gauntlet, was going to be the hardest team, and that's kind of how it ended up for us as well. They were extremely difficult to beat, and I think we played very well today. But I also think at times we got a little bit lucky today. They were like very close calls many times.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious now also, when you guys saw Overload lock in that kitty cleave, did you guys have any initial thoughts or worries when you saw them bring in that composition?
Well, the one thing is we actually, I mean, I think Mercy said that we had, I don't know what, I can't remember what Mercy said, but we didn't really have any war games in the kitty. However, we had played the matchup from the kitty side. So we had played kitty into RMP. So we kinda knew how it goes. But that being said, it was our kind of first time playing RMP into kitty. And, you know, after seeing TENSEI's series against them, I think Waz was feeling very down. I don't think he had any hope. But I kind of knew that we can play it a little bit different than TENSEI did. And yeah, we played our game. We got really good first two games, to be honest. Our openers were insane. It kind of contributed to the way we won the first two games. And then the last game was more of a real game where it was very, very close. And yeah, I survived at 1% at one point, and then we ended up winning like 8 minutes later or 6 minutes later.
Yeah, that's awesome. Was there a most challenging part of this weekend in your mind? Either of you?
I think CHIBAKU
Sorry,
was the most
what do you mean?
challenging.
Yeah, for sure. CHIBAKU, like the Lontar's team, 100%.
Yeah, really good players, really good comp. The meta aligned perfectly for both our teams, to be fair.
Yeah. Also, I think Mercy kind of mentioned this, but it is true. Like nobody else in whole EU region plays the comp that Lontar plays. So, and we've had the similar situation in our end before, where we like play Roguelok, but no one else in EU plays Roguelok. So no one can really get practice in Roguelok. So it's also like, or into the comp that you need to. So we never really got practice into the comp that Lontar was playing. So, you know, that always makes it more difficult as well.
Yeah, certainly. So something I think that chat had a lot of questions about, also the casters on desk. You know, Mercy, we didn't really get to see you probably as much as we wanted to. When you finally did get to come in, what did that feel like? What was the decision behind that?
Okay. So I thought Warlock is going to be really good this season. I think everyone thought so, given what happened last season. Then when we saw how things are this season, it was a bit awkward. I mean, I had a blast. I have a blast playing with them. I think they're all really good. I think these three teams, players that are in the team, they're absolutely goated on their classes. Goat Priest, Goat Rogue, Goat Mage. So every time I get to play with them, it feels so naturally. It feels like everyone is on the same page, and it's like a cogwheel, you know, it just keeps rotating. It's working. Just amazing.
That's awesome. Well, I've only got a few more questions for you guys. So before I send you off, Med, do you have any final shout outs or thoughts that you'd like to leave us with?
Just that this is like I already said it on Twitter. This is most likely my last season, and I thank you everyone for all the support that you've showed us, even though it was a difficult season during the cups. And yeah, I wish good luck to all my teammates in the future endeavors if this really is the end. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Mercy.
Well, wait, I lost the thought. What am I supposed to say now?
Just anything you want. Any shout outs, any final thoughts before we let you guys go? The floor is yours.
Well, okay, first and foremost, I just want to say a big thank you to my teammates. I do want to say that in the past, I did deserve to win an AWC. I just didn't imagine it's going to happen like this. So just thank you to Mehi, Waz, and Raikou.
By staying on the bench, you mean?
I
but you were an amazing bench player.
Thank you, May.
Gee! You didn't have to do that.
I
it
want to
was.
thank to I want to thank to the fans, especially to Echo org,
Mhm.
and yeah, to everyone. GG's. Rough season, and hopefully the next one I can get to play more.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. All right, final one. Who do you guys think wins NA?
Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah,
Fair.
probably them because they're always my safe bet. But with that being said, I usually like I make my opinion based on how I see the games. And to be completely honest, I haven't seen any of the NA games leading up to the tournament, so I don't actually know how the teams play. But yeah, my money's always on Drake's team because I always thought that they're the best in NA.
Awesome, that's fair. All right, well, congratulations once again, Mercy Meh. We'll see you around. Congratulations.
Thank you for having us,
Yeah,
and
thank
good
you.
luck for that.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, good luck.
Like,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the North American region. This is just as competitive of a region, and I'm so excited to get it started. We have 4 teams left over here as well, and you can bet that if it's anything that we saw like those EU games, it is going to be just as competitive and as exciting over here. And of course, we did have those games yesterday, but first let's take a look at the prize pool because $200,000 is on the line, as well as those shiny medals from production or from Blizzard. Very, very excited for that, and I'm sure the players are too. But let's take a look at the games that we saw yesterday in this North American region, Absturge. If you were watching from home, if you missed those, what were some of the things you'd want to point out to them?
Yeah, so basically just going down the line, top of the bracket, we had Welcome to the Jung starting off against Left 4 Dead with a 3-1. Left 4 Dead actually came from the Gauntlet as well, so had a pretty solid showing, I would say. You know, gave Welcome to the Jung a run for their money, but you know, Welcome to the Jung is just kind of the juggernaut in the region. They ended up taking it 3-1. And we had Liquid against the Tiger Toads, and Liquid actually bringing out Mez. So anyone who is a huge Lord Mez fan, he actually got to play 2 separate matches with that Arms Warrior Elemental Shaman. 2 wins for Liquid. Liquid wins that series 3-1. And I think the Toads, you know, I was kind of confused by their comp pick, but hopefully we can see them kind of figure things out better today. We also saw Welcome to the Jung and Liquid in that upper bracket final with a crazy back and forth series, 3-2 in favor of Welcome to the Jung. But Liquid was playing their hearts out, and Trill had a, you know, surprising talent choice with the Song of Chiji that Sid pointed out, and it was working, you know, pretty well for them in that series. So showed that Welcome to the Jung can definitely take a few losses there, but overall Welcome to the Jung is just still staying strong and dominating, I would say.
Most definitely. And let's take a closer look at some of the rosters here for North America. Like I said, 4 teams left, 1 making it out of the gauntlet. That's the first one we're going to take a look at. Subati's Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, this is the last time for any of these teams in North America. Left 4 Dead have been leveling up cup to cup to cup, getting better and better and better, getting out of that gauntlet, like Absturge said, and taking games off of Welcome to the Jung, coming very close to taking 2. So for me, Left 4 Dead are a very impressive roster. I think Gage has been really highlighting the Shadow Priest, Axton on the Pharaoh Druid, and Tuna on the Holy Paladin. They're not afraid to flex between offense and defense and really put on a show. And honestly, I'm keeping my eyes on them for the rest of this tournament, because I'm kind of thinking that they might be able to make a deep run. Left 4 Dead are very impressive, but their opponents, Tiger Toads, are also quite lethal. Now, this is a playmaking team. This is Calvish, Kearney, Dazed, and Cubsy, and they play very unique compositions that nobody else plays. They run with an Arcane Mage. They run with a now Destruction Warlock, apparently, on this roster, with Cubsy flexing on both of those specializations, and they can be very dangerous in those types of situations. They were able to clutch 1 win actually against Liquid earlier on, and it was because of Calvish's playmaking abilities with the smoke bomb and his usage with that spell to be able to execute on a kill. So Tiger Toads, very lethal team, playmaking team, and this is going to be a fireworks of a series, Absturge.
Yeah, next off we have Welcome to the Jung, of course, or sorry, Liquid with, you know, Mez, who we just talked about, who got brought in an amazing series with the Arms Warrior. We have Sam I Am always playing that caster with the Mage, with the Elemental Shaman, putting in a lot of work for Liquid this season. Sidu, as always, on the healer. Holy Priest, Discipline Priest for now. And he's honestly done a great job and kind of bringing out some unexpected specializations with that Disc Priest for NA. And then, of course, Trill on the melee with the Subtlety Rogue recently. And I think Liquid is doing a phenomenal job so far. They just got to keep it up. Keep trying to throw out weird compositions, weird strategy changes with their picks like they did yesterday. And I think, you know, if they sharpen it up today, they'll do fantastic. Of course, after that, we have Welcome to the Jung as well. We have Nick, who played the Mage a lot last season, kind of played the Warrior this season as well. We saw a little bit of a Ret Warrior mirror from them in the Cups. Drake playing that Pharaoh Druid primarily, who is just always the goalkeeper of the team. Prev on the casters, sticking to Elemental Shaman most of the time. Also known for that Shadow Priest, but on that Ellie Shaman, he is a force to be reckoned with. And then, of course, Zhang, who is super efficient and kind of the brick wall of the team, where it feels like they never run out of cooldowns or mana when he is healing.
Absolutely. That, of course, is the team that Mercy and Meh thought was predicted to win the grand finals today for North America. So definitely keeping an eye on that team, but everybody is coming to play today. And you can bet that they're going to be extremely competitive because so much is on the line. So many stakes right now, Super Tees. We can look at the bracket for North America. We played a little bit in this region yesterday, but today, Sid, some of these teams, their dreams are going to end here.
And you can tell the nerves are getting to some teams, right? They're making mistakes that they would normally not otherwise make. We saw teams in Europe like DOBOB really struggling in the earlier parts of the bracket to be able to find their fire. So it's really important that the teams and players focus on their strengths and they don't kind of take these safe routes that don't work for their team's play style or their strategies. But the stakes are at their highest. This is the last time these teams are going to get to compete this season to show us what they've got. Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads up first. Completely unique compositions between the two of them. I'm actually very excited to see what comes out from game 1 with them, and then the next matchup against Liquid, which could be a rematch. It's really almost anyone's tournament here, although I am leaning a little bit more towards Liquid right now.
For sure. Carl, what do you make of this bracket?
I would agree with Sid. I think Liquid is kind of what I'm hoping for. We get a rematch. I think the first series against Welcome to the Jung was incredible. Back and forth. I think it's always nice to see some strategy adaptations and talent changes as well. So I'm leaning more towards Liquid, but I would kind of be lying to myself if I said I didn't expect something crazy in this first series between the Toads and Left 4 Dead. And maybe the Toads will bring out something crazy. You know, we've seen Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, and maybe he makes a comeback and just kind of dampens every team. It's possible.
You never know. Anything is possible here in the AWC, and there is certainly some untapped potential that we have not seen with that roster. So let's see what they can do. It's the first series of the day here in North America, Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads. It is best of 5. So much on the line, so much riding on the shoulders of each and every one of these players on both sides here. It's game number 1, Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads on the Grand Arena.
All right, what are the comps? What are the comps? Oh, they're coming out swinging. This is the strong hands from both teams here. That Arcane Mage Subtlety Rogue on the side of the Tiger Toads and the Feral Druid Shadow Priest of Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, we see Left 4 Dead kind of sticking to their guns for now, but Tiger Toads actually playing the Resto Druid, so curious to see how this fares for them with Kearney actually swapping off that patented Holy Priest. Everyone just kind of sitting in stealth right now. This is always a fun thing to see. Everyone trying to just see if they can find each other. Calvish may be getting a sap, but right now we're kind of just in... Oh, Calvish maybe sees him. Kind of running around him, so everyone kind of playing it patiently for now. Kearney also in stealth. Cubsy kind of mounted up behind the pillar. Gets open on by accident. Get a sap on the gauge, though, so rakes on the accident as well. Maybe an opener here on the gauge. Arcane Surge comes out. We get a Hodge and Fear onto Calvish. Calvish comes out. We get a Dark Ascension from Gage as well, and it seems like the opener from the Toads is not as good as they would expect for now. Maybe some CC onto Tuna. They can potentially force out a Dispersion here, or a Sacrifice. There's a Sacrifice from Tuna, and Toads getting some cooldowns out of the way.
Yeah, pretty even trade so far here. Although 3 medallions down actually for Left 4 Dead, and Smoke Bomb's still available. That's a big opening. And I wonder where Calvish is going to go with this. You know, he still has to get Barkskin from the Druid. He still needs to get Dispersion from the Priest. So he can't commit the Smoke Bomb until he gets one of those cooldowns. And right now he's having a hard time moving. That Consecration on the ground is snaring him quite heavily from Tuna. And now he's using Repentance on the Rogue as well. A lot of crowd control. Finally a kidney shot. They're going to send the go on the Shadow Priest, it looks like, at the moment. And they get Dispersion. Now there's no Trinket and no Disperse. They continue the chain. If they can keep up the pain, maybe they can kill him towards the tail end of this. They get Silence on the Repolymorph, and he's not going to be able to find it. Tuna's now charging in towards Kearney. Kearney tried to Shadow Meld. Did he actually... I think he Shadow Melded CC right there. That was really well done from Kearney to completely immune that as Tuna wrapped around the corner. Now Gage is repositioning defensively. He has no Trinket and no Dispersion, so he's rotating behind the pillar, getting some vital casts off as well back here and reloading his dots. But Calvish is setting up with a Gouge into a kidney shot. There's no Dispersion. They grip Axton over, but he's in a Cyclone. There's the cheap shot. There's no Trinket. Smoke Bomb comes down, and these are the plays that we like to see from the Tiger Toads. Calvish and Cubsy and Kearney playing an excellent game 1.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead just, as you said, you know, they traded kind of well in the opener against the Toads, but they ended up using all their medallions pretty much in sync with each other, so I feel like, you know, against that sub-rogue, against the Subtlety Rogue, you cannot use all of your medallions in the opener. Otherwise, you know, we see what happens. They force a Dispersion without a bomb, and then all of a sudden the Shadow Priest has no trinket, he has no medallion, no disperse. The only way for him to survive is get the Void Shift off, but smoke bomb comes in from Calvish and Gage goes down. So I feel like Left 4 Dead, they kind of just overreacted a bit for that opener, Sid.
Yeah, I think they panicked, but that's the curveball that Calvish and Cubsy deliver with the Arcane Subtlety Rogue, being the only players that run this combination. You never know if they're going to all in, run you over, or if they're just going to dampen your soul and drag the game on for 20 minutes. So this time around, the end of the game, almost at the 2-minute mark here, and they just perfect execution. They really punished hard. They saw the positioning error. I feel like Tuna and Gage being so far apart when Divine Shield is their only breaker ended up being what cost them the game. When you're in this position, your only crowd control breaker is bubble, you need to be stacked up so the smoke bomb isn't a threatening lethal option. Even Kearney is sneaking up on Tuna, so it's going to be very difficult for him to actually get over in time. Even with the life grip preemptively on accident, there was nothing he could do to support. So definitely errors made there in game number 1, and this is not the time for them. You are going to be absolutely punished if you make mistakes at this stage in the season. It's the grand finals for North America. There's no more second chances. Every single series is an elimination series. Now they're down 1 point. They're going to Hook Point, a small map. Do you think that they would possibly switch to a cleave, or is it just going to be Shadow Priest Feral throughout?
I mean, let's see. Hook Point, so Left 4 Dead, they like the small map, I'm assuming because of the Resto Druid and the Arcane Mage. They don't want to be too far away from them, but that means they're closer to Calvish, and we've seen what happens on small maps when these Subtlety Rogues are close to the enemy healer. It makes it very... there we go. So, Feral Shadow Priest again, kind of just sticking to their guns, and I think... maybe the small map will favor them in terms of offense, but I feel like the problem wasn't offense. I feel like the problem was kind of the defense from that opener, and I don't think the small map helps them too much in terms of defense if Calvish is able to create a lot more openings for Kearney and Cubsy to gather some CC and gather a lot of crowd control onto Tuna because of the fact that he is so close to them in the map.
Yeah, it's a dangerous double-edged sword. We see all the teams doing this, though, into the Subtlety Rogues. They pick the small map. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So there must be something they know that we don't in order to be making this type of selection. At least gives them a bit easier time stacking up Mage and Rogue to get bleeds on multiple targets, so it should likely lead to them being able to get out more damage in this type of situation. But
I think it's just pressure.
Yeah,
I think just offensive pressure has to be the motivator for the small map choice, because it's the only way that you can kind of connect to these mage healer compositions. But, the Subtlety Rogue is so scary when he goes on the solo mission, so I don't know.
Here we go, 10 seconds, no turning back. When those gates open, it's do or die here, and they're actually leaving, so it's not do or die just yet. Or you'll be jumping back into that game, remaking that game. Obviously, one of the players had a technical issue there before starting it, and if they leave before the gates open, there's no harm, no foul. But after they open, there's no going back here. So small map, Left 4 Dead want to bring in some aggression. And I think that is good. Every team we've seen that pulls off aggression, it ends up paying off, right? Like Echo, paralleling their plays on Rogue Mage relative to DOBOB, it was like night and day. Just full offense, just won every game really quickly, just absolutely demolished them, as opposed to trying to drag on the game and play safe and play for the late game. It didn't work for them. So it seems to me that aggression is outweighing that kind of traditional dampening play style that we may see at this level of play.
I think one thing to know before this game starts is Cubsy's actually playing Sun Fury too, so I noticed in the middle of that game that Gage was just kind of floating in the air for a second, and I was quite confused as to what that was, but it's the Gravity Lapse hero talent in the Sun Fury tree. So typically you have Supernova, which knocks you in the air, but the Gravity Lapse, it seems like, just suspends you in the air, so just another form of disruption from the Mage.
I saw a Mage playing that in Solo Shuffle, and he absolutely one-shot a healer out of nowhere with the Arcane Phoenix out at the same time. So,
the Phoenix, maybe.
Yeah, the Phoenix. So actually, this dude, how are players come up with new tech literally on the last final day? Trill comes
maybe they're saving it.
New tech. Cubsy comes in with new tech with the Sun Fury Arcane Mage just when they need it. Other teams don't expect it, and then it ends up just absolutely clobbering, and maybe they can actually make a deep run here in the lower bracket. It's a really good game one for the Tiger Toes. I'm glad they're playing into their strengths, not bringing anything weird. They're playing into their mains, Calvish is out here. Gates are open. Axton charges in. Sap on Gage. Doesn't pop him. Actually did pop him out of stealth for a second, but Axton can't find him. Calvish re-stealths. No sap on the Paladin. Double in-cap roar. Cheap shot to set them up. Cubsy Arcane Surge gets silenced. Good shutdown from Gage. He repositions back here. Line of sight of Tuna. Kearney's immediately in Ancient of Lore. He doesn't want any early momentum from this incarnation. It's an easy 1-for-1 trade as far as cooldowns, and now his team can likely start pushing in here. He's taking a bit of damage here. He gets Cyclone. He's trinkets that immediately. Cubsy is playing really aggressive. We don't typically see this. You know, he's normally running away, dragging the fight on, but he's getting in their face.
Yeah, I think Tiger Toes just know that they can stand directly on top of them right now and get pressure. Tuna in a full polymorph right now. Cubsy maybe get a resheep. We get a nice kidney shot onto Tuna. Tuna actually trinkets Gladiator's Medallion and uses that Blessing of Sacrifice onto Gage. They get a swap onto Axton here, who already has Heart of the Wild up, can potentially just bear form, Frenzied Regen, and kind of slow down. And we're already 2 trinkets down, 2 Gladiator's Medallions down on the side of Left 4 Dead. And, you know, this may not be a major defensive like Dispersion, but the Medallions are super vital against Subtly Roasted.
Yeah, it's a very important cooldown, and Axton's getting pressured as well. Heart of the Wild bear form. Trying to reposition. Nice fear on Kearney from Gage. Good pressure on Cubsy. This is why they selected the map, so they could get on top of the Resto Druid and get crowd control, but they don't get any major cooldowns. Now Tuna's in a polymorph, Maim Stun on the Feral Druid. I think they want Shadow Priest. They've been focusing him quite heavily now into a Cyclone. They want to get Dispersion with this setup, and they get it. So no Trinket, no Disperse. They're in the same position as game number 1. So because of this, Gage and Tuna need to play close together. Just stay on this pillar with Consecration. Make sure that Tuna can use the Divine Shield if there's a Smoke Bomb. He's actually getting aggressive, and I think, oh my god, Kearney's just outplaying Tuna. He immuned the Hammer of Justice with the Ancient of Lore. He Shadow Melded a crowd control in the first game. Now Tuna's in the kidney shot. They are stacked, so the Blessing of Protection will come through, but now they might just swap on Tuna. They get his Divine Protection as well as Blessing of Protection. They clone him. Now, if they get this Blessing of Protection off, Cubsy's just attacking into it. He's not even bothering. He gets cloned. Tuna's in Gouge. I think Gage has survived here, but by the skin of his teeth. And in reality, like, Tuna's going to have to get ready. The next CC is probably going to be coming pretty quickly here. And Gage is splitting up. He might get smoke bombed if Tuna's not careful. He's trying to stay next to Gage. He's also charging in on Kearney. He gets a Hammer of Justice. They swap on Calvish. They get the Trinket and Cloak of Shadows. I don't think they're killing him through that with Cloak. He's going to recover now. And now Calvish, he can do whatever he wants. There's Touch of the Magi. He's got Blades. Here comes the Kidney Shot. A clone on Axton, though. Maybe they want to set up on Gage, I think, here with no Dispersion. Cheap Shot, maybe a swap on Paladin. They're kind of just sending it randomly. They break the sheep. I think they want to kill Tuna. They get his Divine Protection. It's a little bit uncertain as to what they really want to do here. Maybe that Cyclone on Axton threw them off. Maybe it doesn't matter. Full blind. Gage, no Dispersion for 14 seconds. He needs to get ready. Desperate Prayer comes through, and he manages to survive. Left 4 Dead, they hold on, and they have an opening. Calvish with no Trinket.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead seems to have kind of recovered here from that opener. Has Medallions back, has some defenses back. So I'll say Left 4 Dead's in a decent position here. Tuna gets caught up in a Kidney Shot, Cheap Shot on the Gage as well. In Cap, we're on to Tuna as well. Maybe a full clone. Easy Disperse here, I would say, from Gage. There it is. We get a Dispersion. But they also swap onto Axton here. Calvish kind of in the Maim Stun, chasing down Axton a bit, sitting in bear form. And Axton's running around 30%. Gage is still dying. We have a Blessing of Sacrifice on the side of Left 4 Dead, but I feel like they're just slowly falling behind. Gage is going to have to, maybe he's going to swap here. Bubble! Might just swaps into the bubble on the Smoke Bomb, and Left 4 Dead is slowly getting out of this game.
I think they overlap Lay on Hands and Bubble too. That was like, they just pressed every single button, and they still have the gas pedal down. I don't know how they win this. They got Incarnate in 30 seconds. They have to live for that. If they don't live for 30 seconds, there's no shot. But the low clone, Dark Ascension, 0 value. Tuna needs to get ready to use Sacrifice here preemptively, I think. But if he gets cloned on it, it will immune. So he's trying to wait. Fine time with Axton here on the pillar, using the Hallowed Ground, trying to kite away on top of those Consecrations. Axton gets a clone. Nice clone at low health on the Iron Park here from Axton, denying Calvish's immediate recovery. Tuna charges in. Kearney Shadow Melds and Rake stuns him. But then he has to Trinket the Hammer of Justice. They have follow-up on the Trinket. No, Tuna's in a sheep. No Trinket. Gage Master Spells. They can't stop it. Tuna is free. They stun him. Oh, another sheep. Gage is in trouble. Look at that damage. Massive pressure coming up from Cubsy here. What is that pressure coming up from Calvish and Cubsy? Just total domination. And Left 4 Dead, it's looking like DOBOB. They're just not finding their footing. It just seems like Tiger Toads are running the show.
I think Tiger Toads are just back to their bread and butter. That Arcane Mage with Cubsy is so difficult to deal with, and I feel like the map, like we talked about in the pregame, just backfired for Left 4 Dead, where it seemed like they could never really stabilize. They had a couple moments when their Gladiator's Medallion sort of came back and they rotated back to that, but outside of that small 40-second window, Left 4 Dead was just behind the entire game. We can see him suspended in the air here in the bomb. The bubble, the Divine Shield, Lay on Hands, overlap with the swap as well, and Trinket from Gage. And Left 4 Dead just couldn't find any footing, like you said. It seems like they had a really hard time with knowing not only who was being attacked on the side of Cubsy and Calvish, but knowing who's going to trade what and kind of how to survive until that next DR. Whereas Cubsy and Calvish just seem to be going whoever they want. They're sticking primarily to Gage, but they're getting damage on the Axton whenever Gage presses the defensive. They're hitting Tuna and kind of making him a bit scared and making him use Divine Protection. So if he has to trade Divine Protection out from sort of a random swap in that cheap shot, then he's also a target, and it kind of changes the entire game when everyone is scared.
Everybody is terrified on Left 4 Dead. I really hope that they can get back in it, because they had such great fire and spirit against Welcome to the JUNG, taking a game off them, almost 2 games off of them, and now facing the Tiger Toads. They must not be used to this playstyle and these specializations. I'm so used to watching Cubsy just drag games on Arcane, but now when he can flip the switch and play aggressive, it looks even more terrifying, honestly. Like, they're winning these games so fast. I see a lot of games going the 10-minute mark, 11-minute mark. They're winning in sub 5 minutes, sub 3 minutes. So Cubsy, Calvish, and Kearney have definitely come to play, and it's up to Left 4 Dead to try and put the pieces together and not let the fact that they're basically facing death's door right now. If they lose one more game, they're out of the tournament. It's the end of their season. No more shots at the money. $200,000 on the line this weekend for both North America and Europe. This is a big weekend. Like, this is what you committed everything for up to this point. They do not want to go out in a blowout, and they're completely flipping the script here. They went for small map and said, okay, that's not going to work. They're just on top of us, spamming crowd control. Let's go to a large map and see how that plays out. And they're not changing their composition. It's ride or die right now with Axton, Gage, and Tuna.
I think they have to. I think they're worried. They don't want to send Clapper in on the Warrior. I think that's a terrifying matchup to have into the Arcane Mage. And then Tuna, of course, I think what's interesting about the Toads is that with Cubsy being Arcane, and from experience of playing in these tournaments against him, you can't play a Druid. It's so difficult when you're against the Toads to kind of find a decent composition, especially if one of your main classes, which is the Resto Druid for Tuna, is kind of hard countered by this Arcane Mage. So I think they're kind of just sticking to what they have. I think this is their best matchup, but they need to really figure out a way to kind of shut down the setup potential from Toads, because it seems like Cubsy and Calvish are just standing directly on top of them. Kearney's in the back line. He's not getting pressured. He's not getting CC'd. He's keeping up full hots onto Cubsy and Calvish, and they're kind of just doing whatever they want throughout the match. So I don't know what Left 4 Dead really needs to do to fix that. Maybe some swaps onto Kearney so that they have to be a bit more scared, because it seems like right now Toads are just in complete control.
Yeah, I was honestly worried for Tiger Toads. That's why I predicted Left 4 Dead. I thought after yesterday, like, what are all these desperate Destero lock picks? This is kind of weird. This doesn't make sense to me. But now they just came in, bread and butter, Arcane Mage, Subtlety Rogue, playing what we know and love.
They tricked us.
Yeah, they tricked me. They tricked me again. And maybe I cursed Left 4 Dead. I don't know. It's still not over. They could reverse sweep this. They need to win 3 games in a row right now against the Tiger Toads. And so far this series has been less than some individual games in the finals. So this might be over quick for them. The gates are open. There's no going back. Axton's charging in, looking to try and find someone in stealth. Haven't found Calvish just yet. He's right on top of him. He's just going to open on Cubsy. He blinks into the wall, so he stunned him while he was facing the wall, so he couldn't blink anywhere. But here comes the Arcane Surge, and that has crit really big for Cubsy. There's the Arcane Phoenix out as well. Big meteors coming in from that Phoenix while Cubsy wraps into the midfield with spam Arcane Missiles. He's locked out on a heal. He tries to go for Shadow. It's so much damage. It's on match point. He can't afford to choke. Tuna trinkets in the initial exchange here, as that is lower cooldown than his DPS teammates now since that change. Massive swell of damage on Cubsy. Gage, Axton trying to put up a fight, but Kearney has that Ancient of Lore. He can just totally negate all of that burst damage. Now it's fallen. He goes for a maim stun. They're trying to keep their momentum up on Cubsy. Nice rake stun. He blinks in, but he blinks right in on top of them into a triple disorienting roar. But Tuna's in a sheep. Gage is in trouble. Could be a disperse, and they're already down a trinket. If he has he's going to die without it. He disperses at critically low health, almost dying through it. They're trying to crowd control Tuna a little bit longer. They don't have it. Gage stays alive, but Tiger Toad's offense with this Arcane Mage, this Sun Fury Arcane Mage, is crazy.
Yeah, Tiger Toads was taking a ton of pressure there, but Kearney kept everyone stable and just allowed them to stay in control. We get a nice clone, maybe a clone to Tuna here. Gage has no disperse. He gets cheap shot again. What's he going to do? Tuna, Divine Shield, Sacrifice, saves Gage for now. And Gage still has that medallion and the Void Shift to survive, but it is looking very scary for Left 4 Dead if they do not try to kind of stall out the game here, because Cubsy and Calvish are just setting up over and over. We get a Dark Ascension from Gage with the Void Volleys, trying to slow down the enemy team's pressure, trying to create some damage opportunities maybe. Kearney's just maximum range, though. It seems like they can't get any crowd control on him, and I think the next setup onto Tuna... Oh, the next setup here. Kidney shot onto Tuna. Cheap shot onto Gage. Gage is going to have to trinket swap. Trinket, Void Shift. Tuna's caught in the ring low. Gage is going to die through. There's no way. If they can get any follow-up on Tuna, Gage can just fall here through the Blessing of Protection. Maybe a Cyclone. Silence comes out. Still getting chased down.
I think that's it. Tuna trinket. He's trying to be greedy. Why is he not trinketing? It's so much pressure. It's match point. It's the end of the tournament. Smoke bomb comes through. Engage holds on by third. Another cyclone from Kearney. And that is it. Tiger Toads came to play speed running Left 4 Dead in the first stage of North America.
I mean, did you curse us? Like, did I curse us? Who's the curse here?
I'll take the blame here at this point. Okay, it's fine.
I mean, the Toads are just completely different showing from yesterday. You know, obviously the destruction lock pick was kind of strange, but I feel like even in the gameplay and the setup, they're playing with so much more confidence. They did not leave Tuna and Gage alone in this matchup here. We see the ending here. We get a kidney onto Tuna. He actually gets out late with that will to survive racial, gets the Blessing of Protection, but gets caught up in a ring. Unfortunately, it breaks. Gage is still dying through the Blessing of Protection as well, and they just never stopped the pressure. We get a clone onto Tuna as well from that, with a full clone from Kearney. And then he MDs the clone during the bomb, gets a reclone from Kearney as well. And, I mean, the Toads just never let off the gas pedal. They stood on top of them pretty much the entire game. And I feel like, you know, if you're the Toads, you have to be feeling, you know, kind of pumped up and motivated for the rest of this finals, because I feel like they looked completely different than they did yesterday.
Now, do they trip up though? Because they got the rematch. Are they gonna? Are we gonna see them trip up here? Because I like this comp. This is the Tiger Toads we like to see. Like, they are just laying down the law right now. Kearney's getting in there into the mix, doing Star Surge damage, in-cap roaring, cloning multiple targets, cloning MD punishes with the smoke bomb to provide support. Like, just absolutely wild push right there from the Tiger Toads. Cubsy is popping off on that Sun Fury Arcane Mage. I can tell a lot of Arcane Mages might be logging in and re-rolling here. Even though the Spell Slinger is really fun, I like the animations on it, but this Phoenix is just chunking people.
Do you feel like Supatis that they're playing better than they did yesterday?
Well, I mean, I think they probably played Destro as well as you could play Destro in the current meta.
Fair enough.
Arcane Mage is a little bit more
how about the rest of the
forgiving.
season, I should say?
I think that was their best series of the season.
Okay.
I think, as far as performance, like, that was really well done on their part.
Absurd, I think I cut you off earlier. What were you going to say?
Oh no, I was just I'm kind of stunned, honestly. I'm upset because my predictions. I feel like today my predictions have been off, and you know, maybe it was the beginner's luck. You know, Chan's out here roasting me nonstop for that, but I feel like I had a lot of confidence in Left 4 Dead, but the Toads really just showed up, and this is, you know, like Sid said, this is what we've been kind of seeing from them every season, where if they are on that Arcane Mage, even though they can play a bit of they can play very defensive, sit back, dampen everyone, bring you to the edge of the ocean, if you will, they didn't do that today. They just stood on top of them, and it was really good to see. And I'm kind of freaking out because now I'm trying to predict the next series, and it's like, if the Toads are playing this well now, and then my prediction changes. So
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a hard decision to make, a hard prediction to make. We also have to remember Team Liquid did beat Tiger Toads yesterday, but it seems like not only is Team Liquid stepping up, but Tiger Toads definitely is as well. So I'm right there with you. I don't know who's going to win this next one, especially with Team Liquid. I mean, we talked a little bit earlier, Supatis, when we first came to this region, just how creative of a team Team Liquid is, and how they're not the team to shy away from trying new compositions and making new things work for them.
Yeah, and I think the blind pick could be very important here. I think Calvish tweeted after yesterday that he thought they lost the series because they lost the blind pick. They had the Destro lock into the Warrior. So blind pick could be very important. for this series, depending on what compositions they decide to lock in for that first round. That could decide things swinging back and forth. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I think the series is impossible to predict. And I'm not just saying that to make myself feel better because I'm probably going to get it wrong. I feel like it is actually impossible to predict just because of how volatile the blind pick is going to be.
Yeah, most definitely. So we are going to head into our second series of the day for North America, for the North American region. The winner of this next one determines who goes on to the grand finals against Welcome to the Jung and who will be finishing the day in third place. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Team Liquid kicking off against Tiger Toads in this rematch. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the semifinals for North America. It is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. This is a rematch, but I fear we may be seeing not only another version of Team Liquid stepping up to the plate, but Tiger Toads as well. They did just have an incredible series just now, and they're going to be bringing that momentum Absterge into the series against Liquid.
Yeah, Tiger Toad's, first game of NA looking phenomenal. I am still kind of stunned. I feel like I was not expecting that. Super T's talked a little bit about how we're used to seeing them be kind of the team that drags you on to dampening, and this time they are completely different. They just stood on top of Left 4 Dead the entire time, non-stop crowd control, and I feel like they're looking really solid right now. And not only that, but just confidence-wise, they are playing a lot different than they normally do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that's got to be kind of a scary thing also to Ven. It's kind of a ride or die type of day. Obviously, Team Liquid, they are veterans. Tiger Toads as well, maybe not quite as much. So I do kind of wonder how much nerves are playing into a situation quite like this, because I feel like we saw it a little bit in EU as well.
Yeah, for both these teams, there's just so much on the line. The entire season comes down today. This is an elimination series. You basically only have this one shot. But I feel like for Liquid, they got to be feeling somewhat confident. I think they've done a really good job so far this entire season of going toe-to-toe with Tiger Toes. I think they've won 2, maybe even 3 series against them. So they've looked really good. And they've actually forced Tiger Toes to not play the Arcane Mage, because Samayam on the Frost Mage just seems like he has a bit of a control edge in that match over the Arcane Mage. So I think Tiger Toes cannot comfortably lock in their bread and butter, which is that Arcane Mage. So they're going to have to take a different approach to this one, I think.
All right, well, given that, Ven, what is your prediction for the series? I know that we were all talking about how difficult this one was going to be, but I'm curious to see where you landed.
I'm going with Liquid. Just the history, I feel like Liquid looks really good. They're prepared for all these teams. They impressed me a lot yesterday, and they have a great history into Tiger Toads as well. So I'm going 3-1 in favor of Liquid.
Okay, Upsturge.
Yeah, I'm kind of just siding with Ven. I said 3-2 in favor of Liquid. I feel like they're just a team that is always hard to really count out. Even in the lower bracket, we've seen that they always have good preparation. Even yesterday, I was not expecting Mez to come in. I've seen them practice a good amount of it, but I just wasn't really expecting that, especially into a team like Toads. But, I think those kind of picks and those kind of swaps and compositions are really something that sets them apart from other teams. So I'm thinking 3-2 Liquid.
Okay. I am also in favor of Team Liquid here. I feel like, regardless of how well Tiger Toads did in that last series, I still think that is going to be Team Liquid to bring, to bring the victory here. They're just super consistent. Sometimes Tiger Toads is a bit of a toss-up here. Obviously, they're the underdog, and you always love an underdog winning. So it looks like Super T's, Zico, and Chan, as well as the Coin, are all in favor of Team Liquid. So Tiger Toads up against a lot, but I would argue that they were up against a lot in that last series as well, and they do have the momentum from that last victory. So this blind pick gonna be super important. This series is super important because the winner of this one moves on to face off against Welcome to the Jung Ven, and that is the team that kind of, I would say, is definitely the favorite. We spoke to Mercy and Meh. They also think that they're going to win. So no matter which side of the bracket you are on here, you're gonna have a difficult grand finals against Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, Welcome to the Jung. They seem to be a little bit of a different beast, but we saw them bleed a little bit, when they played the Feral Shadow Priest. They played the Feral Shadow Priest. They ended up losing some games, not using defensive cooldowns, making some uncharacteristic mistakes. Liquid came with some surprises that threw them off guard for another close series in the upper bracket finals. So they're an amazing team. They're likely the team that's going to win, but I feel like they've shown some of these other teams really can compete and potentially give them a great challenge.
All right, looks like the series is ready to go. The players are loading up into the arena, and the gates will be opening soon. A dream is going to die in just under 5 games here in this best of 5 series here in the Grand Arena. Game number 1, it is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. Winner of this one still has a chance to be the champion of North America for the War Within Season 2.
Ooh, Arcane Mage. Okay, so they're sticking to it. I feel like this is good. This is what I want to see. I feel like Cubsy is playing very well today. So we see the Arcane Mage, and actually Daze on the Outlaw too. So Outlaw from both rogues, Shul also on the Outlaw. So the only difference here is that Samayam is on Frost, Cubsy's on Arcane, and I'm excited for this. I've heard some players say that Frost does a lot better into Arcane in the mirror, but I feel like Cubsy's just on one today, Ven.
Yeah, we'll see what he can get done. I feel like one of the problems with Arcane Mage is just the fact that you basically have only one school of magic makes it very difficult to go head-to-head with a Frost Mage that's just controlling you. He has that advantage where if he gets kicked on Polymorph, he can still just spam out Frostfire bolts, and it's just going to be a difficult one here for Cubsy. We'll see what they can do. Full Polymorph lands onto Kearney. Trill getting aggressive, and he will be playing, of course, that Outlaw specialization. It's going to allow him great uptime here onto Cubsy. I'm curious if Cubsy is going to be playing that Sun Fury Mage once again, or if he's going to be going back to that Spell Slinger. We'll have to wait and see. Decent damage out onto Sam I Am right now, as it looks like he is going to be put into a Gravity Lapse. So Cubsy bringing in that tech once again. We haven't talked about, though, when you play Gravity Lapse, you don't get Dragon's Breath, and that's a big thing to miss out on as a mage.
Yeah, actually, I thought you still had that, so that makes sense why Cubsy is just kind of using the Gravity Lapse as sort of a disruption on your cast. We see Sam Am getting locked there on Arcane, trying to cast a Ring of Frost, maybe get some Polymorphs onto Kearney. Actually lands one full Polymorph onto Kearney here. What are they going to do with this? They're trying to get a repoly. Seedu's pushing in for a Fear as well, so they get a full Fear. Kearney's actually sitting that as well. No Will, they're Forsaken, and Sam Am's taking a good amount of damage as well. Full blind onto Seedu. Is Yam going to have to maybe go into a block? They cannot get any follow-up onto Seedu there. So Seedu tops up Yam, gets a Chastise late into a Fear. Day's actually taking a good amount of damage now as well, and Kearney actually has to trade the Apotheosis and the Guardian. Big cheap shot onto Yam. No pressure, though, it seems like. We got a half sheep onto Seedu, but no pressure seen from the toes right now. It seems like Liquid is kind of deflecting any setup they have.
Yeah, just these interrupts. Nicely done there by Sam I Am. Sam I Am has such incredible counter spells, and that is really annoying as an Arcane Mage. However, Cubsy, once he gets that Surge off, you basically summon a Phoenix, and that Phoenix does an incredible amount of damage. So it's all about shutting down the Surge. There it is. It does connect. And I feel like Sam I Am should honestly just probably line of sight. They're just going to go toe-to-toe. That Phoenix is tearing him apart. And I think that's one thing that these players aren't fully realizing is that Phoenix does insane damage. You have to line of sight or pull away. Sam I Am now caught into a Sun. Cubsy's just all over him right now, spamming missiles, spamming barrages. What is Sam I Am going to do? Seedu has a lot of work ahead of him. He almost gets one shot. The touch of the Magi procs take him down to 10% health, but quickly Seedu recovers.
Yeah, Liquid had a couple scary moments there. Seedu caught up in a cheap shot again. Yeah, Sam I Am has that alter time. Gets a Feared, actually. Seedu's stuck in the Fear, not wanting to use the Will yet. Will's late. Power Infusion onto Yam. Maybe they can get some pressure here. Kearney actually has to trade out his Power Infusion too. Get some pressure. Gets a Guardian Spirit onto Cubsy. We get a full Fear onto Kearney. Kearney wills into the Spirit form, so no one should really take damage here unless he gets this wall. He still has Divine Him up, so the wall is not too scary at the moment. Cubsy actually getting the Fake Cast there and getting some Arcane Missiles with Precog. We had a Kidney onto Yam. Gouge, Cheap Shot onto Daze as well. So trying to get some CC onto Kearney. He actually gets locked, counterspelled on that Polymorph, and Kearney's caught up in Dragon's Breath now. Cubsy's slowly running down. He still has so many defensives. Kearney actually saves the day. Stuck in this Ring of Frost, so how is Cubsy going to survive? He has the Alter Time, and I think the Arcane Mage so far is looking good, man. That Sun Fury is doing so much damage, and Cubsy seems sort of like a tank right now.
Needs to be really careful, though. Like, Sam I Am needs to be careful of the Arcane Surge, which is available here for Cubsy. He's got all of his Spellfire Spheres loaded up, ready to go. Gouge now onto Cubsy. Are they going to make a setup here onto Daze? Sam I Am moving forward, looking like he wants to land a Dragon's Breath potentially here. Cubsy now going for a Surge. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. They need to shut it down, and if he does get off the Surge, they need to run away. They need to hide. They need to run away. Just unhealable damage at that point in the game. Cubsy gets interrupted using his barrier. If they break that, it's going to be an overpowered barrier, which allows him to blink into invisibility. He gets low, though! Oh, almost devastating there onto Cubsy, going for the Surge. Gets Dragon's Breath on it, gets Gouge, gets Counterspell. Great shutdown there by Liquid.
Yeah, it's exactly coming down to what you said. He just keeps getting locked down on this Arcane Surge with the Gouge. Oh, he maybe gets one off. Chastise on the Troll to prevent that kick.
Run!
And huge damage from Cubsy. The Phoenix is coming out. And I know it's making you happy. Sam I Am taking so much damage. He Alter Times, blinks away. Life Swap, Voice Shift comes out from Seedu and the Guardian Spirit. So huge cooldowns being traded by Liquid. And once that Arcane Surge comes off, Sam I Am still taking a ton of damage here. Gouge low, gets the Ice Barrier, full Kidney Shot, gets Life Gripped away from Seedu, and Seedu actually has to Trinket there, gets caught into a full Sheep. Sam I Am still taking a ton of damage. Cheap on the Daze as well to kind of peel from Sam I Am. Cubsy pushing in and blinking back, displacing back as well. Sam I Am kiting behind the pillar, Seedu in a half Polymorph, and it seems like Liquid has kind of survived for now.
Yeah, for the time being, Cubsy still just tanking it out here on that Arcane Mage, just spamming barrage after barrage over and over here. Kearney caught into a cheap shot. Sam I Am, can he find crowd control? Doesn't look like it just yet. He's caught into a stun. Decent damage here out onto Sam. Big amount of damage. This could easily be an ice block, and it is. And now Sam is not feeling confident. There's no ice blocks. They haven't even forced one onto Cubsy so far in this game. The Ring of Frost does land here on to Sea-Doo. Looks like he's going to be able to get out of that one. I think he's this Will of the Forsaken into a Shadow or Death to break that crowd control chain. Samayam still in trouble. They need to get an Ice Block out of Cubsy, though. That Surge is coming up in 7 seconds. I really feel like this tech is just, teams aren't used to it. Like, as soon as that Phoenix is out, you need to be out of line of sight. It's the most important thing. But if you're just tanking it, you are inevitably going to die. There's the Arcane Surge. Samayam moves out of line of sight. This is exactly what you want to do. Now it's turning its attention over onto Trill, blasting him. But I think they may have weathered the storm. Maybe not. Sam's still in trouble at 10% health. Sea-Doo in a fear, and this could be the game. Tiger Toads looking to strike first blood, but somehow, some way, Samayam will ultimately survive for the time being. But with no cooldowns, this is not looking good here for Liquid.
Yeah, Sea-Doo actually managed to get the Guardian Spirit before the Fear, too. So he sat that full Psychic Scream, still has Medallion, and Samayam has no block for 40 seconds. That was the Arcane Surge, though. It seems like Toads can maybe just stay aggressive here, and they can potentially close out the game. But I think if Yam gets his block back, then they can maybe return the pressure, because the Toads are just slowly not being able to get as enough cooldowns as they needed. Sea-Doo still has that Medallion back. He's going to have Guardian Spirit soon. Cubsy actually dropping low. Still has Ice Block, though. Gets polymorphed by Samayam. Kind of goes back up a little bit in HP. Kearney has that Guardian Spirit soon. We get a full kidney on the Daze. Big swap on the Daze. No trigger. He vanishes out. Survives. Kearney has Spirit Form soon. Sam could die. He gets a block just as Cold Snap comes off CD. Oh my goodness. Kearney goes into Spirit Form as well. And Liquid is going to be super scared soon. We get caught up in a full blind. No trinket. How is Liquid going to respond?
I really don't know what they're going to do in this situation. Samayam with no Ice Block for quite some time. Cubsy has the Arcane Surge. Can he get it off? If he fakes an interrupt and gets the Surge, but Dazed might just go down. Here it comes. Evocation, Arcane Surge. Massive damage here for Cubsy. Can he just annihilate Samayam off the face of the earth? Beautiful Chastise there onto Dazed. Samayam gets out of line of sight. Cubsy still pushing forward, though. Missiles into missiles. Barrage after barrage. But at the same time, Cubsy's getting a little bit low with the full polymorph onto Kearney. Very back and forth. Dampening is getting high. These teams are really struggling here to survive. Samayam has the greater invisibility, but he's just forced to play so defensive in this match. Swapping onto Daze once again. Cheap shot. Big swap coming in from Kearney, but they might just kill him through it. The damage on Daze is completely overwhelming. Cubsy trying to create some semblance of counter pressure here, but Daze is just so scared. He's behind the pillar. Now it could be Cubsy going into an Ice Block.
Alone.
Trill is all over him. Interrupt here onto Sea-Doo. Sam is still low on health. This is so back and forth, Absurge.
Yeah, I think Liquid is fighting for their lives right now. They're trying to stay alive. They're getting a ton of pressure offensively, but they just have no cooldowns left. Sea-Doo has to use that Guardian Spirit. No cooldowns left on the side of Sea-Doo. He does not have the Void Shift. Trill has no CDs left. Samayam has no block shed, and we're in 43% dampening. All that matters right now is damage. If they can keep up damage, then they will get pressure. We get a nice kidney shot onto Daze. He actually trades out that Cloak of Shadows. Huge Ice Wall comes down as well.
Nice.
How is Daze going to get out of this? We get a full polymorph into Kearney. He actually deaths it. Huge death by Kearney, but he gets caught this cheap again. Oh no, Daze goes down. He could not get away from the polymorph from Samayam at the end of that game there. He actually gets a death, Shadow Word Death on that first polymorph, but they just didn't have anything left. Dampening's too high. That half polymorph really just cost him the game at the end there. The positioning, Kearney was just stuck in the center of the map, and he just couldn't line, Ben.
That was crazy. I mean, that was such a good Ice Wall there by Samayam in those final moments. And I like the fact that Liquid realized going after Cubsy isn't really stopping damage. And it seems like he's quite beefy on that Tauren Arcane Mage. Very difficult to take down. So it seemed like as soon as Liquid started turning their attention onto Dazed more consistently in the match, it started going better for them. Cubsy isn't the thing about Cubsy's playstyle is when he's being trained, he's probably doing very similar damage to being just left open. He's playing Blink and Ice Flows, so it's really difficult for him to actually go in and kind of sneak polymorphs onto Sea-Doo. So kind of just leaving him alone, throwing stuns, gouges, polymorphs, Linus sighting Cubsy, and just going after the rogue. I feel like it could be a very effective strategy. Outside of the Arcane Surge windows where you really have to focus on shutting Cubsy down. But yeah, great final moments here. Daze inevitably goes down. Samayam landing some beautiful crowd control.
I think Kearney actually, there was a Nova on Daze at the end here, because he actually did try to use the life grip, but I think he was still caught up in a frostbite maybe. If you look here, he tries to grip and does not get the grip on Daze. And he actually would have gripped him before the wall even went down. Maybe they could have gotten away from that ending, but you see Samayam, beautiful Ice Wall, gets a polymorph onto Kearney, and at that point, it's kind of checkmate as well. So you kind of just spam the polymorphs on Kearney while he's in the center of the map, and he couldn't get away. So deep dampening, you get a death, you get resheeped, and it's just not enough for the Toads to win that first game. And I think it's important, like you said, to note that they stopped going for Cubsy. And I feel like this is something that everyone kind of does. You know, we've seen that time and time again where you go against an arcane mage and you stick to the mage. You try to kill the mage. You try your hardest. You do it every single game. You're chasing him down. You don't want him to get polymorphs. You don't want him to get your arcane surge. But you kind of get baited by doing that to where you're fighting this target that's sort of, you know, a tank until the later stages of the game. And it seems like once Liquid started going after Days more, the pressure completely swapped in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something that they'll just keep doing. That's kind of my strategy against arcane mages in solo shuffle is you just ignore them. Stop going on the mage. Just let me polymorph them, let me counterspell them, let me dragon's breath them, and just pull away. Just try to avoid, because I feel like a lot of teams get baited into going on mages. Mages are very tanky. I mean, if you guys play World of Warcraft, you probably know it's super hard to take down a mage outside of like a few specializations, right? Like maybe hunters are decent at taking down mages, you know, evokers that can chase after them, LE shamans, but for most classes, mages are basically just like a non-target. So I think these teams are starting to adapt to that just a little bit. We'll see what Tiger Toads decides to do, and if that Sun Fury mage is going to be enough, because it's like it feels like it's one of those things where it can really catch you off guard, right? Like when the Surge comes out and the Phoenix is just literally one-shotting you for 1.5 million, 2 million damage over and over, especially with him playing the Gravity Lapse also. Cubsy being attacked is the same as Cubsy being left open, because he can't really push in and get Dragon's Breath Sheeps. He just doesn't have Dragon's Breath, right? So I feel like it's pretty easy to just deal with Cubsy being open. He's not nearly as threatening as if you're a mage that's able to just have Dragon's Breath and play Shimmer and get crowd control and stuff like that. So I think Liquid is slowly starting to figure this game out, and I think if we see the same matchup, it's going to look even better for Liquid.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Liquid kind of found their ground that game. They started to understand the matchup more immediately, and knowing that, you know, Cubsy was sort of a bait and they had to get more pressure on Days. So do we feel like the Sun Fury was just sort of something that, of course, we saw last series with them that, you know, kind of caught Left 4 Dead off guard, and they tried to catch Liquid off guard this first game as well? Because it seemed like once they started going for Days more, Cubsy just wasn't really a threat at that point. It seemed like he just couldn't really create any pressure, because he can't go for those Dragon's Breath Sheeps, Dragon's Breath Polymorphs. He can't push in and get any crazy crowd control because he's just kind of standing in the center of the map with Blink and casting damage. But if they're going for Days, it's just not enough. Oh, wow. Here we go.
Big difference here is what? Calvish on sub?
Yeah, we get a sub rogue. So they swap out Dazed and go for the... I feel like we're kind of seeing the same story, because they're also on Empyrean Domain, and I feel like big maps help Liquid more than they help the Toads if they want to go after the rogue and not the mage.
What do you think about Calvish on Subtlety Rogue? Do you think this just turns the game into... It has to just turn the game into like a rogue race, right? I can't imagine Calvish wants to play sub to take down Sam here.
I think that they maybe want to make it a rogue trade for sure. I think it's going to be really hard to go after the mage. You know, as you've said, mages are really tanky, and whenever they decide to play the Blink, it's hard to shut them down because they get out of every stun. So I feel like with him being sub, it's probably going to be a lot of swaps onto Trill. Maybe they stick to the mage majority of the time just to, you know, shut down polymorphs and shut down crowd control from Samayam. But I think it's most likely going to be Calvish and Cubsy trying to do big damage and setups onto Trill. Maybe a swap onto Sea-Doo as well. I think we don't really see too many Holy Priest swaps anymore. I feel like we saw those a lot early on in the Cups, but not anymore. And maybe that's just because the nerves are high. You know, it's the last tournament, last day of the season, you know, Championship Sunday. And I feel like you just got to take risks, though. You know, you have to play the way they played last series, where they were just going all out. And I feel like the Toads need to kind of bring that back.
Let's see if they can do it. Calvish on the Subtlety Rogue, obviously a menace, one of the best Subtlety Rogues in the game, in my opinion. Super solid player. Let's see what he can get done. Cubsy on that Arcane Mage. We'll see what he does. Does he go back to the Spell Slinger? Does he continue to play Sun Fury?
Sun Fury still.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, looks like that's exactly what he's going to be playing. What are they going to do? Who is going to be the target? I want to say they're going to go after Trill more. The Subtlety Rogue could potentially punish Sam for playing Shimmer. The fact that he's playing Shimmer, maybe they can actually catch him in a Sunlock and take him down. A little bit more threatening than the Outlaw Rogue. I'm curious to see what line of play Tiger Toads goes with here.
Yeah, so far we're just kind of seeing them sit in stealth. You know, this is the typical when you have stealth classes. You don't really want to give up the opener. So Cubsy actually opening right now, just getting a couple barrages out, getting into combat, trying to cast the Arcane Surge and maybe, you know, fake cast some interrupts here. But he actually does get the Arcane Surge. So Calvish opens here. We get a kidney shot on to Sea-Doo. Calvish gets cheap shot on, though, into the Polymorph. Ring of Frost from Cubsy onto Sea-Doo. And now they're swapping Trill. So exactly like we said, goes down. Trinket Vanish. So Gladiator's been down into the Vanish. Still dying through, though, on the side of Trill. Gets caught into the cheap shot bomb. Cloak, evasion, everything. And they just got every cooldown from Trill in the opener, Ven.
That was not great there for Liquid. Trill's going to be in trouble. Luckily, they did commit the smoke bomb, so CD should be able to save him. I don't know if Cubsy's going to be playing Ice Wall. I don't think that he is, so they're not going to be able to just stun him and use Ice Wall. Cubsy now moving forward, potentially. Trying to maybe get some crowd control here on the Sea-Doo. I'm curious if they can actually set this up or what they're going to do, but Trill definitely is the main target here. Tiger Toes punishing that in a big way. Here comes a full kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Cubsy in position to potentially get crowd control, but it looks like Sam completely shuts him down. Dragon's Breath into Polymorph, but Sea-Doo, no! The Polymorph does land, and now there's no trinket on Sea-Doo, no trinket on Trill. Trill is going to be in a lot of trouble for this next setup. They got Shadow Blades rotating up in 30 seconds, Arcane Surge rotating up in 30 seconds. Liquid, I don't know how they're going to handle this, but I think Sam's going to have to play like a god.
Yeah, I think right now Toes are in a heavy favor for this opener. We get a full Psychic Scream on the Kearney. He actually wills out of that. And Cubsy trying to cast some damage here, maybe get some polymorphs as well. He gets caught up in a polymorph from Sam. I'm trying to slow down the pressure. We get a cheap shot on to Trill, but no CC yet. We get a follow-up. We get a blind into the Chastise onto Sea-Doo, into the half Psychic Scream. No Sundiars, though. We get on to Trill. We get a cheap shot on Sea-Doo. And so far, they're just trying to... I feel like this was kind of a setup to maybe create some pressure, but the real setup is coming soon because Cubsy has that Arcane Surge. Dropping a little bit low. Maybe we get a Guardian Spirit from Kearney. Kelp into full blind. Trinkets. Tops off Cubsy, and now we have Arcane Surge. Here it is, Arcane Surge. Shadow Blade's coming up soon. Will they be able to get any sort of pressure or crowd control onto Sea-Doo? Trill's kind of back at the pillar. Life Grip from Sea-Doo gets caught up in a kidney shot into a cheap shot on Trill. What are they going to do here? Triple Psychic Scream from Kearney, but is it enough? Chill in a cheap shot again. Last cheap shot, evasion comes out. Cubsy's still casting Arcane Missiles, but Sea-Doo actually manages to get the Guardian Spirit here and ends up maybe topping Trill. He gets that CC. Trill's finally kind of stabilized now. And Sea-Doo actually returns fire with a Psychic Scream as well. Big setup on the Calvish here. Goes down. He has no trinket. He could just die. Just Ice Wall. No. I feel like the Toads were just in such a good spot. And then the Ice Wall comes down from Sam again. And oh my goodness. Liquid just returns the favor, if you will, after that opener. And kind of just get their own one shot on the Rogue.
I feel like, I think Trill did a really good job. The one lethal setup that they had where Sea-Doo had no trinket, Trill had no trinket. Trill did a really good job pre-vanishing, immediately fainting, and then vanishing again. So he actually committed 2 vanishes to survive that setup. But in these final moments, I feel like Sam, he's doing such a good job. Like, he's really denying Cubsy. And that's the one reason I don't like Arcane Mage in this matchup, is I feel like the Frost Mage is heavily favored in control. And you can see the amount of burst damage that they have here on Trill. This is that initial panic moment where Trill is forced to use his trinket, he uses his evasion, his Cloak of Shadows, so he's forced to trade out the Will of Forsaken. So you get a lot of cooldowns out of the way early on. It's a very scary opener, but you can see here in these final moments, Sam going for crowd control. He gets the full polymorph onto Kearney. He gets a beautiful Ice Wall out of this as well. So out of the polymorph, another polymorph lands, potential Ice Wall out of the fear to just deny anything. And they get the big Meteor Comet Storm setup. Alvish gets deleted, and unfortunately, Cubsy doesn't really have anything he can do. And because he's playing Gravity Lapse, he doesn't have Dragon's Breath. There's no like. I really feel like this build, it's a lot of damage, but you're giving up so much utility in favor of damage. And I feel like in a matchup like this, Sam just gets to kind of have a field day.
Yeah, you're certainly right. It seems like with the Frost Mage from Sam, he just has more control. You know, if you use a counterspell or an interrupt on Sam, he casts a polymorph. If you use a interrupt on polymorph, he presses Dragon's Breath on you. And it seems like Cubsy just can't really offer the same defense. You know, whenever Liquid is getting scared, Samam just does everything he can to peel. He has Blast Wave, he has Frost Nova, he has Polymorph spam. He can Ring of Frost if he hasn't used it yet for crowd control onto Kearney. And on all of these little CCs, these little disruptions, make it so much harder to find your kill window. And Liquid just pulling off a beautiful game too, especially after that scary opener, Ben.
Yep. Well, we'll see what they can do. I feel like Liquid, they're getting better. They had that scary opener, but I feel like they're getting more used to what they need to do in this matchup. The rogue setup seemed really important. You can see here these final moments where the burst damage came from in the last about 4.5 seconds. Samayam contributed 8.3 million, Trill 4.3 million, and Sidu, oh, you know, he helped. He added in a little bit. He
got a little bit.
He was mostly a polymorph for that setup.
I think he got counterspelled on his Holy Fire for the win too. So he was there though. Distractions, you know?
Yep. All right, Tiger Toads, what are they going to do? Are they going to lock in Calvish on the Frost Mage? That's another option they have, right? Like, that's the thing. When Tiger Toads can play the Arcane Mage and it's not into Liquid, they look really good. It looks really solid. But Liquid has just been owning them the whole season. All the cups. I feel like Samayam, Trill, and Sidu that's been doing a really good job. Samayam knows exactly what to do to shut down an Arcane Mage, and he plays it exceptionally well. So I feel like this is going to be an uphill battle for Tiger Toads. They got to change it up. I don't really think they're going to win RMP mirrors with Arcane.
I lost faith after that last game. I would say, you know, the game 2, that opener was crazy from the Tiger Toads. I thought they would really get a lot of pressure. We talked about in the pregame that Trill was probably going to be a main target for them, and they had a really solid opener. They got a lot of trinkets out of the way. They got Trinket, Vanish, Cloak, Evasion from Trill. They got Will the Forsaken from Sidu. The next DR, the next diminishing return on Sidu, they actually got Glidier's Medallion as well. So you thought in terms of defensives and cooldowns that Liquid was slowly kind of losing that match, but it comes down to what we said. The Arcane Mage can't really... It seems like they have a lot of pressure offensively, but the Toads, when it comes to defense, they don't have that force of crowd control with the Mage that Liquid has with Samayam, because of the fact that they don't have Dragon's Breath, because they are playing Arcane Mage. So he has one school. If he gets interrupted on his damage, well, that's it. He has no more crowd control. Whereas Samayam, if he gets stopped on any damage, he just casts Polymorph. And it seems like that's changing so much in this game and taking away a lot of momentum from the Toads. So, all right, we're just back to Outlaw. I feel like... I think they just have no other choice, right? Because what's the other option here? You just mirror? You mirror Liquid?
I want to see an RMP mirror. Yeah, why not?
Like, well, I don't think... I mean, the mirrors were pretty close in the cups, but I think Liquid, you know, kind of did a bit better during that. So I don't know.
I'm up. I mean, I don't have faith in this. I want to see Tiger Toads succeed, but I would actually have more faith with I'd have more faith with Calvish on Mage. I'm really surprised that they're not just. I'm really surprised that they're not just going for the mirror. I mean, it's cool and all. I think it's good, right? Like, believe me, I'm a big fan of the Sun Fury Arcane Mage, but I just don't think it's good in this matchup. Like, when you have to go toe-to-toe to a Frost Mage, it seems like they have every advantage in the world to take you down in this particular matchup. So, I don't know. It's going to be tough, but they're putting all their eggs in the Arcane Mage basket, because if they lose this, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be a potential match point for Tiger Toads, and you know, like you said, if they lose, they're out. This is it. Championship Sunday. Liquid is fighting hard to get a nice rematch into Welcome to the Jung, get back to the finals, and try to just take down the Juggernaut. So they're up 2-0 right now into Tiger Toads. They're bringing out the nice RMP. Trill actually on that Outlaw and not the sub that we saw yesterday. So I feel like their Liquid's looking really, really, really good. I feel like Samayam's getting a lot of solid ice walls. We saw a great ice wall in the first game to kind of close it out. We saw a great ice wall in the second game to close it out. And I think Toads, it seems like they're just kind of sticking to, you know, what they know with the Arcane Mage. But I can't help but be a bit worried if we don't see some sort of strategy change, because the first game, we saw them going after Samayam. And, you know, they have the Outlaw Rogue, so they have good uptime hitting Mage with that. But Liquid decided to change their strategy and go more after Daze. So are we going to see a repeat of the first game where Liquid was kind of behind for a majority of the game, but they started realizing, hey, why don't we just go after the Rogue? Why are we chasing Cubsy around the map? And after they did that, it looked a lot better for them. So are Tiger Toads going to do the same thing? Maybe they want to come up with some changes in strategy. I'm not sure.
Yeah. And let's be honest as well. Like the Arcane Phoenix, it's really nice. It does a lot of damage, but it's it's basically like a turret. So it's a turret that basically can't move. So if you just run away from it, you range it, you line of sight it, you really kind of mitigate how much damage it's going to be doing. So I feel like in a matchup like this, where it's really obvious they want to shut down the Surge, and even if he gets the Surge, if they just kind of emergency dip out of there, get out of line of sight, it really limits what Cubsy's going to be able to do here. So Liquid versus Tiger Toads. Tiger Toads once again trying to live that arcane dream, going into the mirror matchup. Let's see if they can do it. They have to win 3 straight in a row, but so far Liquid's been looking really good here. Especially Samayam and that Frost Mage has been a really big playmaker for them.
Yep, Liquid up 2-0. Samayam and Trill and Sidu playing out of their minds, I think, right now. And they are 1 game away from getting a rematch into Welcome to the Jung. So game 3, here we go. Everyone starts off in stealth. Samayam tosses an orb out. We get a sap onto Cubsy, though. So kind of a good way to help set up for Liquid in the start here. We get a nice gouge onto Samayam from Daze. Cubsy trying to cast the Arcane Surge. Actually blinks out of line, though. Samayam, great blink. Trinket's the opener as well. We get a nice Ice Wall. Smoke Bomb onto Daze, though. Kearney comes in. Fear. Huge fear into the Spirit, into the Divine Hymn. So Kearney actually shutting down that quite well without using any Gladiator's Medallion either. And I feel like Toads have kind of weathered the storm for this opener so far, but we really need to see some pressure, unlike the last 2 games.
All right, here we go. Samayam taking a little bit of pressure right now. Cubsy had that Surge rolling. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Kearney trades out his Trinket. He's got no Medallion available, so Liquid potentially has set up a way here from getting Daze Medallion. Let's see what they can do. He's in a full kidney shot right now. Samayam's potentially looking for a Polymorph. Just on the Cubsy, just trying to slow down the offense. Gravity Lapse incoming here from Cubsy. Samayam's suspended in the air. Looks like he will just trade out the barrier. Should be able to survive, but big barrages from Cubsy. And so another thing to keep in mind is Cubsy can just get these really big barrages. If you get the right proc at the right time, they can do 3-4 million damage. So if you ever see Samayam's health just dip really low, or if he just gets one shot, it's probably going to be at the back of one of these big barrages he can do. Full kidney shot onto Kearney. Samayam gets immediately counterspelled. Nice counterspell there by Cubsy, shutting down that setup. And now Sam could just outright die. That's going to be the first ice block. A great power play there by Tiger Toads.
First ice block of the game goes to Tiger Toads. And now Trill's caught up in a dismantle here, trying to create some pressure, but Kearney's still on diminishing return, I think, from CC. So it seems like Liquid is just going to slowly try to get some crowd control out. They really need to get some setup onto Kearney here. Kearney's in a prime position, though. Trill grapples into him. Kidney shot onto Kearney. How is Samayam going to respond? He actually gets gouged on the Ring of Frost, so great play by Daze here, but he just swap onto Daze. Tries to cast the Ice Wall, gets counterspelled, cheap shot onto Daze. Daze actually survives here, and that was the Common Storm as well from Samayam, so Daze survives without having to use any defenses, really. Kidney onto Samayam, though. Huge grip, chastised, second block. Oh my goodness, Toads are doing a lot better this match. I don't know what changed, but it seems like they're avoiding CC, and they have so much pressure onto Samayam.
Yeah, this is kind of a repeat of game number 1, though, where Sam is blinking in aggressively. He's trying to get polymorphs, and he's get punished a lot. So now that Sam has no ice blocks, I suspect he's going to play a lot more defensive, which is what the exact same thing that happened in game number 1. Cubsy now getting a little bit low. We'll see what Samayam decides to do. Nice double fear. Maybe they can get the ice block out of the way. Cubsy's low on health right now, but looks like Kearney's in a kidney shot, still rotting down low. He's got the overpowered barrier. Samayam forced to trade out his Trinket on the Smoke Bomb. Dismantle on Daze as well. So Liquid doing what they can to try to just stay in the fight. CD luckily still has his Trinket. He's got his Void Shift. Liquid's not out of defensives yet, but definitely behind on tempo.
Touch of the Magi here onto Samayam as well. So Samayam taking a huge amount of damage. Guardian Spirit comes out from Sidu. Apotheosis as well. They should be stabilized for now, but big thing to note is right now, Cubsy has Arcane Surge in 10 seconds. If they can get any CC with the Sex Arcane Surge, I think this could be it. Sidu does have the Gladiator's Medallion. He does have the Void Shift, but they could easily kill through that if Samayam can't kite. We get a nice killing spree onto Cubsy here, slowly rotting down. Kearney comes out of CC. Actually has to use his Gladiator's Medallion there. Full blind onto Sidu. Trinkets out immediately. Presses the Holy Ward as well, trying to stay away from any crowd control right now. Samayam has no blocks. He has Alter Time. He has Ice Bear. Those are his only lines of defense right now. Sidu has no Trinket as well. The next CC, if it's not a fear on Sidu, could spell the end of the game for Samayam. And here's the Arcane Surge. Tons of damage coming out. Missiles. All they need is CC on Sidu, Ven.
Yeah, it looks like the bird is still hitting Samayam. You can see it just pumping those Power Blasts over and over. Massive damage here onto Sam. needs to be careful. Ducks out of line of sight once again, and exactly how I think Sam needs to play this. Just play defensive, go after Dazed a little bit, force them to push into you. Man is about even here for the healers. Sidu, though, looks like he connects a big heal. He has the Apotheos up, big polymorph here onto Kearney. Let's see if there's any damage to follow it up. It doesn't look like it just yet. Samayam sneaks in that polymorph, but unfortunately, there's just no burst. Triple Dragon's Breath here. Nicely done there by Samayam, but Daze gets a cheap shot on Trill, cheap shot on Sam. Sam could fall. No ice block for another 2 minutes, but if Liquid can hold on for 2 minutes, Samayam's going to have 2 ice blocks back, which will definitely put them back in the game, but that's some time away.
Yeah, I think we see Guardian Spirit coming out from Sidu onto Samayam, kind of trying to slow down the damage here, keep him healthy. Kearney goes in that Spirit form, and it's exactly like I said. Oh, Cubsy actually sneaks a nice Ice Flows polymorph onto Sidu here, but doesn't look like they have any damage to really follow up here. Trill's kind of taking a good amount of damage. Kitty Shot to Trill. He has Trinket. How is he going to respond? Sidu actually will of Forsakens out of that Psychic Stream into the Spirit form, and you know, it's happening exactly like you said, Van. Game 1, they had the same thing. They had the same amount of pressure at the start, but Samayam just starts to play defensive. He uses both blocks, and now we've gone 3 minutes with him being under relatively zero pressure because he's just blinking defensively now and trying to stay away from that Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a good strategy adaptation. Cubsy doesn't really have too much agency to push in. He can basically only capitalize on bad positioning. Daze, though, forced to trade out his Trinket. His Shadow Meld. That was great pressure there. At the same time, Samayam is getting absolutely blasted. Running back to the pillar. Shifting power comes in. Look at this. Samayam, almost 2 ice blocks available. At the same time, Cubsy is getting absolutely destroyed in the midfield. Big kidney shot here on the Sam. Can they take him down? Sidu has a lot of answers to keep him alive, and I think he should be able to. Cheap shot now onto Daze. Sidu moves forward, gets the fear onto Kearney. Kearney trinkets out, gets the counter fear onto Sidu. It's very back and forth here in game number 3, but Dazed is low, and this could be the end of the series. Tiger Toads, are they going to fall? Dazed down to 10% health. The Void Shift comes in. Cubsy or Kearney keeps him alive. At the same time, Sam and Trill are low. Swap here onto Kearney. I think Kearney's going to be able to survive. Sam, I am 2 ice blocks. Don't greet it. Don't greet it, Sam. Guardian Spirit here from Sidu is so back and forth. Sam needs the ice block. Void Shift overlap. Massive. A big setup ice wall here. Daze could easily fall. Liquid looking at 3-0 Tiger Toads. It's back and forth. A full polymorph lands. Dazed. There's no way out of this.
Wow.
He gets dropped. And Liquid is going to the finals.
Liquid having a great performance in the series. They want that rematch, man. They want to go against Welcome to the Jung again. They had him in a 3-2 yesterday, close series, and today they are not messing around. Quick 3-0 on the side of Liquid, and I feel like it happened exactly like you said. Game 1, it was pretty much just a mirror from game 1 where, you know, the Toads started off hot. They started off strong with a lot of pressure, but once Samayam started playing more defensive and they started doing a lot more swaps to Daze as well, they just couldn't really recover, and they couldn't find any ground. Obviously, we see the end of the game here. Kearney has to use a Void Shift, and then they do a small swap onto Kearney here. Kearney gets out. He's currently fine. Samayam almost goes down without trading that block. Presses the ice block, comes out of the block. They get a cheap shot on Daze, get an ice wall, and he actually, after that ice wall, Kearney MDs. He mass dispels the ice wall, and Samayam just, you know what? I'm just going to cast a polymorph. So even in that moment, Samayam still going for CC, and they completely flipped the pressure and the momentum inside of Liquid, where Liquid just decided, you know what? You know, we're kind of defensive here, but it's dampening. We can do a swap on the Daze, no Trinket, and they actually fire back amidst all the chaos and land their own crowd control and setup with a wall here on the Daze. So honestly, just beautifully done from Liquid here.
Yeah, I love this. Just the immediate polymorph. Kearney, at this point, you're just so sad. You have no Trinket.
Oh,
really nothing you can do.
Apoth too.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of healing available, but unfortunately can't access that when you're in a polymorph. I feel like Liquid, they played a great game. And yeah, we talked about it. Samayam just starts playing really defensive, and then it becomes really difficult for Tiger Toads to push in and really make anything happen. Tiger Toads, they had a great series, you know, bringing in some interesting tech here for the finals. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I think they had a good season overall, but Liquid's definitely going to be really happy. They look focused, and I think we're in for a really, really good grand finals here for North America.
thinking I'm eating my words here a little bit. I didn't expect these series to be quite as much of a wash as they have been so far. Tiger Toads unfortunately falling 0-3. Very surprised personally with that one, but Team Liquid, I think it just goes to show how much they have stepped up then between the last time that we saw them and now. And I'm kind of curious as to what kind of work that takes, within 24 hours to turn it around like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of VOD reviewing. The one thing for Liquid that's nice is they're all together right now. I think they're all in California. They're at the Liquid studio. It's an environment where there's no distractions, right? All four of them get to hang out. They get to VOD review. They get to discuss strategies.
There's some ping pong going on, apparently, according to Seedu's Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, unwind, play some ping pong, discuss strats, like all that stuff is good, but it just puts them in a really good position where they can just focus up, and they looked really good. Yesterday, they brought in some stuff that we hadn't seen before. The Shadowpan Windwalker Monk, playing the Song of Chi-Ji. I feel like they look very focused, but they're going up against a behemoth in Welcome to the Jung.
That is very true. They may have made that series look easy, but you're absolutely right. Welcome to the Jung just may be the wall. They have been the favorite this entire weekend for North America. Honestly, the entire season, this team is so consistent, but we've seen Team Liquid best them a few times, and we know that they are capable of bleeding. So, Absurge, what do you think it's going to take for Team Liquid to topple Welcome to the Jung?
I think... Well, what we've seen from Welcome to the Jung is that it really gets scary for them when teams sort of collapse on them. So you have this moment in the game where, the first several minutes, everyone's kind of passive. Everyone's kind of in triangle formation, trying to get some CC, putting up dots, but trying to do some, decent damage on the meters. And once people start collapsing on the Zhang, once they start trying to follow up with more and more CCs, start making the game a bit more chaotic, swapping different targets, that's really what is kind of I guess I wouldn't even say weakness, because they just keep winning every series, but I think that's one of the things to focus on against Welcome to the Jung. And I think Liquid tried to do it a good amount yesterday. We saw a crazy 3-2 series, very, very close. They brought out some Song of Chi-Ji plays with the Clash, which was ridiculous to see. So I think if Liquid's going to win, they have to do that. I think we need to see just more chaos, basically. Try to keep the game very fast paced, try to keep Welcome to the Jung on their toes about who they're going to attack, who they're going to swap to. And I think that's really going to be the answer for them.
All right, can they do it? They have to step up to the plate now. This is their chance. They've had a rough go this season. When talking with Team Liquid multiple times, they said that they've been disappointed in their performance, throughout the first 3 cups. And I feel like here's the time to prove themselves that they are that team. They are those guys. And Welcome to the Jung is the team to face them. So we will have to see. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the grand finals for North America, the War Within Season 2. We will find out who our champion for North America is after this break. It is the moment you have all been waiting for. 4 teams started off in the North American region. Only 2 remain, and only 1 can be crowned the North American champion for the War Within Season 2. It is Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid certainly the underdog going into this, but I have a feeling, Supatis, that they're going to give Welcome to the Jung a run for their money.
Yeah, definitely. They looked really polished in that last series against the Tiger Toads. They've got flexible compositions, lots of different options, unique builds. They've leveled up their entire roster. They're able to utilize Mez if necessary. So to me, this is like a fully powered up Liquid, but also equally so a fully powered up Welcome to the Jung. And they had some curveballs as well. They got fast kills against Sea-Doo the last time we saw them go head to head in the semifinals in the upper bracket. So I really think this could go either way. Welcome to the Jung are looking to maintain their dynasty. Liquid are looking to reclaim it. And it should be very exciting.
Should be very exciting indeed. Well, given all of that, Supatis, what is your prediction for this series?
Where's the curse going? I gotta wiggle my fingers around.
Yes, who are you going to curse today?
The curse. Where's the curse? Who's being cursed by my prediction? Do I even want to say it, or should we just reveal it here?
Yeah, just go like this.
Oh, we're leaving it a little bit. Leaving it a little bit. We're delaying it, but oh my god, everybody is the same. What is going on right now? 4-2 across the board to Welcome to the Jung.
Okay.
And then... Okay.
Then... Okay.
That's right. Ben is a smart man to go the opposite direction here. The curse is very powerful. The curse is very powerful. So I'm giving Liquid some help here with the curse, obviously.
Okay, well, Ven, you believe in the Team Liquid dream.
I believe this is the year they're going to do it. This is the season they're going to do it. This is the year they're going to do it. I believe in the power of teamwork and friendship for Liquid. They're all together. They've been practicing really hard. Welcome to the Jung. Insanely good team. I think most people probably favor them here, but I feel like Liquid's going to pull off the upset. I really do.
Which they've done before, so they certainly could do now. It's really anyone's game. I feel like these two teams are on an even playing field for the moment for this series. What does this say? Supatis has been granted honorary Warlock status due to the strength of his curses.
He got 2400 on Warlock in every specialization.
I guess that's what happens. That's just what happens, okay? Maybe they have a Druid, though. They could probably decurse if they play a Druid, maybe. So
okay.
Maybe they'll be able to remove the curse, but I like how I flipped me just getting every prediction wrong into something positive, okay? Instead of...
Really? That's a great trait of yours, Supatis.
Wait, what about... Did you predict Echo to win?
I tried to curse them. It wasn't powerful enough.
All right, you're losing it then. Like...
maybe the strongest teams are stronger than the curse, I suppose. But Liquid at the same time, I don't know. I think if they're playing on their A game like we just saw, that they should be able to put on a show. And also I think Sea-Doo is going to be a lot more cautionary with his positioning, cooldown allocation, because he's seen that he can be a target in these matchups. So I just honestly want to start the games because I feel like this is the series I've been waiting for since yesterday. I was like, I want the rematch. I hope it happens. Liquid deliver, and now I'm just like very eager sitting here waiting to get the game started because I think this is going to be one of the most exciting series likely of the year and possibly this season as well. Would have liked to see the last grand finals go a little bit longer too with CHIBAKU. So I'm really hoping this lives up to my expectations that have been set now. Come on. Neither Welcome to the Jung or Liquid. Don't let me down.
Dude, I feel like this is what happens as a chess caster. We're like, oh, they're so evenly matched. It's going to be such a difficult series. We're going to go to game 5. And then we've had like so many 3-0s today, which I think has surprised me quite a bit. So I'm with you, Supatis. I hope that this is more of a bloodbath. And I feel like it definitely could be. I think Team Liquid's going to step up to the plate. I think Welcome to the Jung is going to step up to the plate. You know what else also is Liquid? They're coming off of a win here against Tiger Toads. Welcome to the Jung. They haven't played all day. They had to sit and watch you play then, and they had to sit and watch North America play, so I do kind of wonder if that's going to affect them at all.
It's definitely possible, but if I know Welcome to the Jungle, they've been wargaming nonstop all day for the last 5 hours straight just for this moment. Like, probably haven't even been looking at who they're going to play against. Like, this team is like, they're a machine. They really are. Like, they're not that known as players. Like, people know them because they keep winning these tournaments, but they kind of keep to themselves. You know, they're off social media, like lurk in the shadows.
Which is really annoying because I feel like we don't get to know them that well, but it's also kind of endearing. It's like they're just here for the love of the game.
Yeah, they want to win. They want to be the best.
They're mystery. They're elusive. They're
they
just
are.
the hidden challenger that nobody seems to be able to beat. They're like, is there a WoW tournament? I guess we'll sign up and just beat everybody, and then just dip back into the shadows for a little bit. Whereas Liquid, obviously, very much so in the public eye. And there's pros and cons to that, right? Like, well, one of the JUNG can keep things a secret. They don't have to reveal anything, and look how broad their composition pool is. Look at what their win record is on a lot of these compositions as well. It's really solid so far, and their games are honestly pretty short as far as average duration. We see some matches going 10 minutes, and they're almost half of that. I think particularly their Feral Elemental has been kind of one of their favorite comps, but when they re-rolled, I think their 7-0 is literally just against Left 4 Dead as Ret Warrior. It's just 7 wins against Left 4 Dead's in mirrors as Ret Warrior, so they got a really good win rate on that. But particularly the Ellie Feral is their combo. That's like their go-to comp right now.
Yeah, definitely been a good composition that has worked out for them, and they easily switch off of it, it seems like, too, then. Like, they're not afraid to have to make that tough decision of, you know what, this isn't really working, we're going to try something else, and it usually ends up working in their favor. Here is Team Liquid's composition pool, kind of a little bit of the same story, then, although I would say they do have a wider spectrum of compositions and specs that we've seen them do, at least on a broadcast perspective.
I'm going to be honest, one of my favorite things about yesterday was seeing Mez. Like, just Mez locked in the blind pick on Warrior. I didn't expect it. You know, Mez he's a phenomenal player, and he's particularly a massive asset to them as a fourth, because I think Mez is overall one of the smartest WoW players in the entire game. Like, he just knows what's going on. You know, like, he's really good at helping with add-ons, strategies, coming up with unique ideas. He's just an amazing, really intelligent player, but to see him actually locked in on the Warrior as well, and also win 2 games with it, I feel like maybe we'll see him here. I feel like Liquid, everything's on the table right now. Obviously, Mez prefers Death Knight, but let's be honest, Death Knight's not so good right now. It's been a bit rough for them the last couple seasons, but that Warrior is looking really nice, and Mez has been looking good on it.
Yeah, certainly has. You know, it's kind of always that fourth player that, you know, you may not see them in the actual games themselves, but usually that is kind of the playmaker. You know, I'm thinking back to like Snuts on Cloud9. We didn't get to see him that often. Mercy on... Oh my god, now I'm blanking. But Mercy, you know, the fourth player, of course. Thank you. Same thing, playmaker over there as well. You know, they may just be the fourth player, but they're definitely doing a lot more behind the scenes that I don't think we usually realize, because that player is just as important, of course, as is Mez. So do wonder if we're going to see him, do wonder if he comes out in that blind pick, but I mean, it's best of 7, it's do or die right now, so I'm sure that they're thinking a lot about the decisions that they are making as they head into this, because this is do or die. The pressure is on. I'm sure that there's so many comms happening, Super T's behind the scenes, especially given that we're on a little bit of a delay right now, and these players aren't loaded up yet.
I mean, they also probably just want to take a breather coming off the series against Tiger Toads, rethink the matchup, get their heads in a different mode, because Welcome to the JUNG is a completely different roster as far as playstyle and strategy, so they gotta get a reset here. They may also be considering their picks, because they do have a lot of options. Maybe that comes back to bite them. I honestly really like their Windwalker Mage. I really think that they should start with that. Start off with the Shadowpan Windwalker, with the Song of Chi-Ji. That seemed to be really good for them, at least the last series. But Welcome to the JUNG have now seen that comp too, so they might be able to make some adaptations. It's a really tough call. I don't think anybody knows for certain who's coming out on top of this, guaranteed. I'm just really hoping they can put on a show for us. And I really, it would be cool to see Mez at some point in the series, but I mean, maybe, because there's no mage, right? So like maybe at some point. But I'm kind of thinking that they're going to be ride or dying on that RMP and the Windwalker Mage.
All right, we will see. Blind pick, very important here, heading into the grand finals for North America. Welcome to the JUNG, the team that has been so consistent for so many expansions in a row, versus Team Liquid, the team that is trying to reclaim their former glory. Have had a bit of a rough go at it, but have had an incredible weekend so far. Can they keep that going? Ooh. It's game number 1 now in the grand finals, Sid.
A little bit different here. Sam's coming in on Elemental Shaman, a lightning showdown, facing off against Prev. Trill coming in on Windwalker, Drake coming in on the Feral, and C2 is playing a Holy Paladin as well. So realizing maybe they can play a late game here. Only difference being the Feral Druid versus the Windwalker. He is playing Song of Chi-Ji. I believe he is playing Shadowpan as well. So they still have that crowd control chain. They have actually a lot of crowd control with Repentance as well. This could be a very interesting pick from Liquid.
Song of Chi-Ji, like you had mentioned here, Repentance here onto Trill. The thing is, I feel like Trill's going to have to deal with a little bit more crowd control than Drake is really going to have to. Big setup here on Sea-Doo. Insane damage early on. Sea-Doo needs to be very careful. Already trading out the lay of hands. No, it's disastrous in the opener. Might end up coming off cooldown later on in the game, but an explosive start for Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, they don't care if Sea-Doo's on a Holy Priest, a Holy Paladin, it doesn't matter. They just poke Sea-Doo, constantly attacking him, prodding, and trying to find an opening. They swap to him again with a bash, but Prev is being pressured. Sam is pulling back, looking as if he wants to assist a little bit here, but Sea-Doo's just going to have to deal with the damage. Primordial Wave comes through for Prev, another wave of Lava Burst. Big damage on Sea-Doo. He's just going to drop Divine Shield now. Not even a minute into the game. He doesn't have Lay on Hands. He doesn't have Divine Shield. Sam is getting absolutely decimated. They are falling so far behind on damage. I don't know if you can mirror Prev on that Ellie Shaman. This is devastating for Liquid.
I think it's Drake on Feral, too. I just feel like overall this composition has more control, but need to be careful. The Windwalker Monk, of course, has very explosive damage. Trying to train down Prev right now. Drake, once again, going for a full Cyclone on Trill, and you could bet Sea-Doo is going to be that main target. No Lay on Hands, got no Divine Shield. Luckily, he has a Blessing of Protection. I feel like I'd want him to trade that just earlier on if he's going to take a bunch of burst damage, but seems like he might be okay. He needs to be a little bit careful. Samayam knocks Drake away, trying to free Sea-Doo from some crowd control and buy him a moment to breathe with that Avenging Crusader, getting some big healing out, but just really struggling to stay alive.
I wonder how many reps they have on the Paladin, too. Maybe they realize, like, there might be something to exploit here, because Sea-Doo has been spreading himself onto so many different healers, whereas a lot of other healers are just sticking to one. So they have all their games, all their reps on one healer. Can Sea-Doo manage to get that going for his Paladin against Jung Bahai? Another swap on Sea-Doo. Is he just dead? He pops it, he line of sights the Purge, but now he's down Lay on Hands, he's down Divine Shield, he's down Blessing Protection. His team is still getting AoE'd. Look at the DPS, they're almost doubling them. They do have a little bit of pressure right here on Prev with no Medallion, but Jung Bahai uses Sacrifice, redirecting damage. They swap off that to Drake, looking to try and get a cooldown from him. They get Heart of the Wild and Bear. Stormkeeper loaded for Sam. Where is he going to go with that? He gets stunned. He can't go anywhere with it. Big damage incoming from Drake. They paralyze Drake, actually. Maybe a leg sweep out. Doesn't actually have it. They're going to go for a lightning lasso instead. Repentance on the monk is going to be super annoying as well. He just dispels that, but another setup with the stun knock into the middle of the map, setting up for Prev's Primordial Wave. Jung Bahai is there with the Hammer of Justice. Oh, almost not dodging the Song of Chi-Ji, but everybody is dead on Liquid. How is Sea-Doo going to pull this one back? He manages to recover. Trill holds on, and I can't believe it. That was the game-winning push from Welcome to the Jung. Sea-Doo defies it.
Ascendance over Prev, 18 seconds, and the fireworks will begin. Welcome to the Jung has a massive amount of damage available. Samurai, at the same time, though, you can use a counter Ascendance, try to get something going. Repentance is going to land here. Jung Bahai has landed like 15 Repentances this game, getting a lot of value from that crowd control, but I am very afraid for Liquid right now. However, Sea-Doo does have the Lay on Hand, so that is going to be an option. It looks like they're being very patient with the Ascendance. Never mind, immediately pulling the trigger, and Trill might just fall. 10% health. Sea-Doo trades out the Sacrifice, but now Sea-Doo is low and vulnerable. If Drake can get there for the stun, they might be able to take him down, but it looks like they're afraid. Samurai at the same time getting a lot of counter pressure out. Nicely done there by Trill.
Oh, he clashes the Paladin into the Song of Chi-Ji. He thought he was going to safely avoid it, but Clash pulls Trill and his target close together, and he was able to pull him into that. And now Drake is falling low as a result. They make a trade and overlap with Lay on Hands and Survival Instincts, but Trill is getting blasted. He trades Diffuse Magic, but the Feral Druid doesn't really care about that cooldown. He might be able to cut through it. They swap off on Sea-Doo. Nice interception, but Drake trinkets to go for the win. Sea-Doo blocks it, and he survives just through the stuns, but now Trill gets low again. Is he going to be able to hold on in game one? It's so important in a matchup like this. Best of 7 grand finals. An entire season of play. Can Welcome to the Jung hold on to their empire? Or will Liquid be the one to crush the walls and reclaim the throne as both sides recover? Mana is at least still even for Sea-Doo as he continues to hold on through the attacks of Welcome to the Jung. Trill gets low. Karma comes through just in the nick of time. Is he going to bop off the Karma maybe? No, they hold on to it. Lay on Hands. Overlapped with the Karma. Sea-Doo starting to crumble a bit. Sam getting low. He's got Avenging Crusader. He's trying to power through this, but Dampening's at 21%. He's got good positioning. Staying in the back line, dispelling Flame Shocks. Trill moves in, paralyzing the Shaman. Song of Chi-Ji. Just trying to get some crowd control onto the DPS, it looks like, but Drake's just on the run behind the pillar. He baits Trill behind the pillar. Big stun behind the pillar. Is Trill going to fall into the bash? Not enough damage. Sea-Doo gets there, but he had to expose himself in the open. And Liquid, they hold on, but they are praying for a miracle. Right now, their best opportunity is Drake. He's got no Barkskin and no Trinket. And Jung Bahai needs to be ready for that opening.
Yeah, Trill has Wen available as well, so Trill has a lot of damage. Dampening's getting higher, and this is where they can really force cooldown overlaps if they can live, though. Trill down to half health. Sidu, once again, in desperation, needs to try to recover. It's a full lightning lasso from Prev. Trill's getting absolutely destroyed. Sidu's forced to trade out the sacrifice. Drake now going for potential Cyclone. Big heals available here for Zhang Bahai as well. His entire team is full health, and this is not looking good for Liquid, but somehow, some way, in Defiance, they're staying alive. Trill, I really wonder where his Transcendence is. I think it's very far away from Sidu, so he needs to be careful. If he gets too low and tries to portal away, it could end up costing him.
Trill trying to go for a Song of Chi-Ji right now. He's going to hit Prev. Is he going to clash it? It's too far away. He's just getting it for crowd control to annoy him. Big damage incoming on Drake. He bark skins right away. And Trill is still lethal. Even though Prev and Drake have a massive damage advantage overall, the lethality of the Windwalker Monk is the edge here. But he gets caught in a stun. Massive damage incoming. 1 second away from Karma. He gets bopped in Karma's, but now they switch their attention onto Sam, who is critically low. Sidu is struggling. Divine Protection needs to be enough. Everybody is rotting down on their side, and there's no Avenging Crusader for Sidu to recover. Drake is moving in. He's vortexed them out in the open. Big lava bursts are incoming, but they stun up Drake, looking for the counter pressure. Zhang Bahai trades and recovers with sacrifice. Trill pushes forward into the middle of the map, but Sam gets caught. No trinket in a stun. Sidu is rotting down. May need to bubble just a lava burst. Trill gets stunned once again, and I think that's lights out for him. It's too much damage. Welcome to the Jung 1-0.
Yeah, it's that Ascendance lining up with Incarnation. It's just unhealable damage at that point in the game. But Liquid, I feel like the way this game went is it went from terrible to okay. Like, this is kind of stable. It's looking okay. So I feel like maybe they just need warm-up in this particular matchup. And if they lock this in again, I feel like Liquid might be able to do a little bit better. But yeah, welcome to the Jung. Looking really solid, playing very confidently in the opener, and pulling way ahead in those initial stages.
I wonder why they don't want to do the Mage with them. I was wondering if Sidu should play a Paladin the last time with the Windwalker Mage, because they were kind of just losing on mana. I wonder why they opted for the Shaman. I just feel like an Ellie Shaman in this matchup, like if you don't have a Feral Druid just stunning everything for you constantly, it can get out of control. I just feel like the Holy Paladin has a way easier time dispelling also against the Windwalker. It doesn't have to worry about randomly getting swapped to or randomly getting stunned. It seems really stressful. Because I think the Paladin was good as far as like longevity. That's the main advantage they had, is that they were still ahead on mana. They just fell behind on throughput. So maybe having a mage there. I wonder what their war games looked like, that they wanted to try this, or what the thought process was with this. And you know, Liquid, they come in with these tricks, they come with these cheeky talent choices. But also, it can be a double-edged sword where you have too many options, and then you're spread too thin, and then the other team is just an expert on their option, and you're coming in a little bit more of alt territory. And I don't know if this is good enough for them to be able to beat Welcome to the Jung.
I want to see Sam on Mage, honestly. I know it's not super favored into the Elemental Shaman, but I feel like at this point, we need to see Liquid just put their best foot forward and go for it, because I don't know if this composition is going to work out for them. Maybe, like I said, the mid game felt a little bit better, so maybe if they can hold on to that early Divine Shield, that lay on hands, they can maybe find some extra offense. But it's definitely nice to be a team like Welcome to the Jung in this situation, where you're just locking in the same composition over and over, and it seems like no one really has an answer for it. So every single time they're going to be picking this comp, they're going to be feeling confident with it. And Liquid's still kind of just scrambling to figure out what they want to do, because they have a lot of options. That composition looked okay, but then yesterday we saw them play RMP, and that looked okay too. But then they also played Windwalker Mage, and that didn't look too bad. And I don't know, out of the three options, which is the best, and what they should be going for.
And I feel like they know what's coming their way. What would Welcome to the Jung surprise pick? Maybe they do an RMP game here. Since they're already warmed up on it, right? Like, they looked really good against the Tiger Toads earlier on. So maybe just play more focused around what you've been playing the entire season. That's what got them strong wins in the early cups. So that might be their best route, or best bet in the short term right now. Because I just don't think, at least that comp, I don't think they have enough reps on it in the matchup. I think Welcome to the Jung are just going to outperform them as far as experience. So I think they need to be picking the comps they have the most experience with, and just outplay basically at this point. Maybe they just wanted a surprise pick, because usually you do have to against these teams like Echo or against Welcome to the Jung. The best way to beat them is throw something they've never seen before, and don't give them time to figure out how to beat it. So maybe that's what Liquid's thought was here in game one. We'll just play something they didn't see us play before, it could work. It makes sense on paper. We got the Paladin to match the Paladin on mana and spam Dispel. You know, Ellie to match Ellie. And then we got Windwalker, Lethality, single target pressure compared to the Feral. But I just think the reps weren't there on that composition. They're taking their time. Obviously, coming from the lower bracket, you're going to be at least a little bit fatigued. And you still have to shift gears. Completely different matchup, like I said at the start of the series. But they're running out of time. This is their last chance to really show us what they've got in North America if they want to get another championship title. Whereas Welcome to the JUNG seem to be sitting pretty comfy and confident. I mean, 1 million sustained DPS between Prev and Drake to get individually for that entire duration of a game. And Sea-Doo is a phenomenal healer, so to be able to get that much damage out through him spam dispelling flame shocks, I like this. I like this. I think this is a good adaptation from the weaknesses that the comp had yesterday, which was Sea-Doo running out of mana in the late game. And I think the Paladin will not have that issue. He still will have the problem of surviving and when they pressure him. So that's going to be where Sea-Doo is really tested, is how does he deal with the swaps that Welcome to the JUNGs throw his way. But regardless of that, I think that there's a lot more experience for this composition. They're not kind of like doing the double ult deal with like the Paladin and the Ellie into Welcome to the JUNG. So I think that's going to help them out at least a bit. And yeah, we'll have to just wait and see how this plays out. It's just all about Sea-Doo. Can he deal with the damage? And if he can, I think later in the game, Liquid's lethality will definitely pay its weight in gold.
I do wonder how Liquid wants to play this also. Like, is Sea-Doo going to go with the Repentance? Is he going to go with the Blinding Light? Are they going to play really aggressive and try to just spam crowd control on Zheng Bahai and actually just run Prev over? Are they going to play passive? I feel like with the Mage and the Ellie Shaman, you kind of have to, maybe. I mean, you could potentially wait for your Veins windows and try to just overwhelm. But I could also see Liquid trying to play this really aggressively and just go for the Song of TGs, Polymorph, Repentances, Hammer of Justice, and just overwhelm Welcome to the JUNG with crowd control. But I really like this. I feel like Liquid, going back to more of a comfort pick of Sam I Am on the Frost Mage, he's been a playmaker for the roster, and I feel like he's going to be really important to win this series.
All right, Sam's back on the Mage. Sea-Doo picks up the Paladin from yesterday to today to try and get that late game mana advantage. Will they survive the onslaught? Because Welcome to the JUNG are not pulling punches here. They're not going easy on Liquid. They want another tournament win to add to their collection, and they have many of those throughout multiple years. And even despite recently coming out of retirement, they still continue to hold them. And they still got Nick sitting in the wings as well if they need to pull out any other compositions should Liquid actually find something to confidently defy them in this matchup. And their Windwalker Mage, their Rogue Mage have definitely been looking like the best options, and they really need this Paladin to work. I don't know if they can get on top of Zheng Bahai, because if Sea-Doo runs into cast Repentance, I think he's just going to die. I think that's the danger. Sea-Doo has to kind of play a passive game and maybe stun targets that come close. You know, get a Song of Chi-Ji on Zheng and then Hammer of Justice on Prev or Hammer of Justice on Drake. I think Sea-Doo needs to be pulled away from the engagement. He can't get too deep because they'll just go after him immediately.
All right, here we go. Welcome to the JUNG. They're up 1. They are looking good. This composition has looked unbeatable almost. I mean, some teams have taken off games, but winning a series, that seems really, really difficult. Liquid's going to try here with Sea-Doo on the Holy Paladin, Trill on the Windwalker Monk, and Sam I Am on the Frost Mage. I think Sam had a great series against Toads. We'll see what he can do in this one as well. It's difficult though, like getting crowd control against an elemental shaman and a feral druid who's passively just immune to polymorph becomes a lot more difficult to get that kind of control in the game.
All right, Sam's pushing forward. Trill's in on Prev. Sam gets stunned. Big burst of damage. Big swap on Sea-Doo. Sam is still getting cracked as well, but the swap has been engaged. Is Sea-Doo ready? So many lava bursts. He's just going to lay on hands right away, not play around whatsoever with that initial incarnation and Ascendance. It's a big swing of damage with that 3-minute cooldown. Sea-Doo is still lingering at low health with Avenging Crusader up. It's so much pressure. Sam is just absolutely getting demolished. The entire team feels like they're dead, but the Ice Wall comes down to try and make a play on Drake. They get the Barkskin and Heart of the Wild, but not the Medallion. Ice Wall, definitely a critical ability. I think that is one of the game-winning spells, because Welcome to the JUNG don't have a good way of dealing with it. Both Feral Druids and Ellies don't kill the wall very fast, and they don't have a Mass Dispel. So, but this Cyclone at low health is nasty. Sea-Doo really wants to top him off, but now he's into a stun. He could get cloned. Dragon's Breath from Sam. He blasts Drake away to buy time for C2 to recover behind the pillar, but now they're stacked up and they are getting cleaved. So much damage comes out from Welcome to the Jung. This is unbelievable. They're almost peaking 2.5 million combined DPS as a team at this point in time. And they're trying to get a setup going once again. They can't stay stacked on the pillar for too long, but Sam gets cloned, and Drake just switches over to C2. He's getting bleeds rolling, setting up for Prev's lightning bolts, and then going back onto the mage after the clone. Now a clone over onto Trill. Too many clones are sneaking through. I think Sam needs to focus on shutting these down. I don't know if he's holding them for Jung Bahai, but there's so many clones that are consistently going out. Double leg sweep, nice knock on the fist. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, he needs this. He gets the Ring of Frost. They need to get a trinket here. They got Prev's trinket. Okay, so now the Ice Wall, that's coming off cooldown in 20 seconds. If they can get a good Ice Wall here on Prev, they can get his Burrow or his Stone Bulwark, and then after that, they can start looking for a win. But that Ice Wall is the main thing that I'm looking at. They're going to have Icy Veins too. They have good pressure on Jung, but they stay stacked. The Ice Wall is going to be tough to land here for Sam. But Prev is just dying. What is this damage? Jung Bahai maybe just not anticipating that much damage without crowd control. He does manage to recover. The Cyclones from Drake have been really good. Once again, I think they're going to have to focus on shutting down Drake if they want to win in this position. They paralyze the Druid, so he can't clone. Where's the wall, Sam? Where's the wall? They have Icy Veins, but he's being pressured. He's vortexed. He wants to go for this Veins Comet Storm and win the game, but he needs to get a Polymorph or a wall before he does it. He blinks in. He gets the Polymorph. Here comes the Veins. He burrows instantly. Prev is not playing around. Jung Bahai trinkets, though. They overlap. That is beautiful for Sam. He drops down a wall, but Jung Bahai's there. The wall gets 0 value. That's super unfortunate because that wall could have been game-winning.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Sam I am going to be shimmering away, immediately displacing back into the middle of the map. They're just all over Prev. A full polymorph lands once again here onto Jung Bahai. Sam I am, he gets the follow-up. Is there anything else? The double leg sweep, nicely done there by Trill. These Crackling Jade Lightnings. If Trill is able to sneak in a Crackling Jade Lightning that's fully ramped up, it does insane one-shot damage. So keep in mind, at any moment, Trill can just blast Prev off the face of the earth if they're not careful and they don't interrupt that cast. Jung Bahai positioning far away once again, going for a full Hammer of Justice, and now trying to just not play on top of C2. They want to create as much space as possible. Jung Bahai not comfortable with Liquid playing so aggressively, and they get a full Polymorph once again. This is a great opportunity here for Liquid.
Yeah, but it's the Ascendance for Prev, and he's in the back line, firing Lava Burst down onto Sam at the moment. Now a lasso on Trill as he wraps around the corner to avoid the counterspell. Big Primordial Wave on Sam, another round of Lava Burst. C2 in a stun, uses the Human Racial to break out and recover the team, but Drake's looking for more clones. He gets Blast Waved away as he's looking for another Cyclone. He gets counterspelled on it. Good shutdown. Nice Song of Chi-Ji. Good pressure on Prev. That does enable them to get the Stone Bulwark Totem. Nice Polymorph from Sam. Great offense, but he's falling behind. He needs to stay stable while he's making this push. Prev trinkets, but he's not walling. He's not walling. He's getting critically low. He walls way too late. He drops the ground. It's not enough. And Liquid punish in game 2.
Oh, I really like this from Liquid. This is exactly what we want. I mean, Chanimal even mentioned it. Like, Sam I am is basically the North American Tessia. When he can play really aggressively and in your face, landing polymorphs, I think that is the line of play we need to see from Liquid to actually survive. Like, play hyper-aggressive, just spam out crowd control, and force mistakes here from Welcome to the Jung. And I think that late Astral Shift from Prev ended up costing them the second game.
I think he didn't want to trade it because it wasn't Veins, I'm pretty sure. It was just a crowd control go. They didn't have like major cooldowns, so he's thinking like if I use this, I'm dead later is likely the logic. Because here the Song of Chi-Ji, he Stone Bulwarks, and he hopes that's enough. He doesn't want to overlap that, but this full sheep with no trinket and no bubble, and the sweep. Like, you trinket and doesn't wall, and then you're just already in touch of death range. It's not going to matter what you do at that point.
I mean, yeah.
It's a tough call because it's not cooldowns. I guess it kind of is cooldowns. Like, it's monk cooldowns.
Yeah, monks are scary,
You know,
especially
it just
Trill.
ended, I guess, and then Comet Storm comes up. Yeah. He's afraid of the Veins, I guess. That comes up in 20 seconds, but then you'll have
I think he
Paladin
just used the
trinket.
bad global. I think he just... 2 bad globals, actually. Used the Lightning Bolt, and then he dropped his Magma Totem, and it's just like, yeah.
They can bleed.
Yeah, and the thing is, Welcome to the Jung, they have been making some mistakes. Like, normally, it's just absolutely perfect play, no mistakes whatsoever, but we're seeing a few mistakes yesterday, a few mistakes today as well, defensively, which is very uncharacteristic. Normally, it's like they're playing absolutely perfect every game, but I really like this for Liquid. Like I said, I think the success for Liquid is going to ride or die off of just really aggressive plays, keeping them on the back foot, and allowing Sam to just be fully enabled on that Frost Mage to get control.
They are going to be tested here, but we can see that it's possible for Welcome to the Jung to make mistakes. There might be some holes in their defenses that Liquid can take advantage of in this best of 7 grand finals for North America or within season 2. Who's going to be taking it? We already saw Echo taking the championship in Europe, and Welcome to the JUNG look to try and hold on to their championship title, but it's not going to be an easy run. They're going to a big map. I think Liquid play the same comp. I think the Paladin looks good. I think it has the similar drawbacks to the Holy Priest that you can be swapped to, but you actually have more answers. Like you can wall, you've got that. You've got Bubble, you got Trinket, you got Lei. He's running Human so that he can Trinket and then Human ratio later on his swap. So I think the Paladin actually gives you a lot of options to survive. And then not to mention that your mana, you don't have to worry about mana because you're just mirroring the Paladin on both sides. So I think that has so far been a key adaptation for Liquid. Now I do wonder if Welcome to the JUNG... It's so weird now because we're seeing this weird meta. Like, is Mage stronger than Ellie? Is Feral stronger than Windwalker? Like, which class is better? Who's gonna move first off of kind of their main setup? Because Welcome to the JUNG, we've seen Paladins get punished with Mage compositions, right? So if Welcome to the JUNG have a Mage prepared, this could be the time for them to utilize
Druid?
it. Yeah, maybe
They
like
play
Feral
Druid?
Mage is what I'm thinking. You think Resto Druid on this comp?
Maybe? I don't know.
I was thinking
It's
Feral
possible.
Mage. I was thinking like a lot of spam crowd control on C2 could be good for them. But
Yeah,
at
just
the
bringing
same
Nick
time,
off the bench.
yeah, but at the same time, their win rate maybe isn't the best with that comp. That like their Ellie Feral typically does a lot better. But I feel like a Mage is just really good into a Paladin.
I'm curious. Welcome to the JUNG. I always think of Welcome to the JUNG as the team that just plays one comp. They just have one
Yeah.
comp that they play for the whole series and never switch, no matter what. It's like they think this is their best option. They don't want to have to think about it. They just play one comp all the way through. So I don't think they'll make a change until Liquid maybe wins. Like, if Liquid wins the next 2, then maybe they will. But other than that, I feel like Welcome to the JUNG is just going to stick with this.
Yeah, it was also a loss on like a blunder, right? They could have kept that game going. They don't know how it would play out in dampening if C2 swapped to Paladin and the mana actually is an issue for them or not. I'm just trying to think like, a little bit more into the future just because we've seen teams with Paladins really struggle. Like, think about Cubsy on Arcane Mage. Like, he absolutely was just dominating Paladin teams. Now, I don't think Welcome to the JUNG has that as an option, but they do have Nick on Frost Mage, which they could bring in as a possible ringer if necessary here. And Liquid now, they're really testing Welcome to the JUNG, and it's very interesting to me to see the difference in meta between the regions. Like, we're seeing a completely different grand finals, basically, between North America and Europe. You would have anticipated the meta to kind of converge at some point, but it's interesting that we're getting like this Paladin show, right? Like, no one in
We
Europe.
saw RMP in the last game, though. It was RMP Mirrors and RMP won in Europe.
In the lower bracket, sure, but I mean, like right now, like we don't see any Paladins at all from Europe.
Yeah. The lower bracket, I mean, in the semifinals, like, yeah, but I know what you mean. It is interesting. The Paladin definitely seems to be more of a pocket pick in North America. And at least we're seeing Ellie Shamans in North America, because that's one thing that I feel like we're often lacking. It's always the Shadow Priests that kind of come out of nowhere. Europe has like 0 Shadow Priests whatsoever, and North America normally has no Elemental Shamans, but Prev is locking it in because I feel like Ellie seems really solid right now. Those Ascendance windows are absolutely horrifying, and Liquid's going to have to watch out for it.
All right, here we go. Gates are about to open, and when they do, there is no going back. We're tied up 1-1. Welcome to the JUNG can bleed in this best of 7 grand finals for North America. $200,000. The teams have been battling for their share of this weekend. The last chance to show that they deserve North America's championship title. Who is going to take it? C2 has to flex onto Paladin. We have not seen him break this out in the competition so far this season, where Zhang Bahai has been playing it the entire time. Will he be able to catch up in that gap? As far as the healing roll, Sam gets blasted. Break stun comes through. Big swap on C2. Setting up once again. He divine protections. He trades out. Nice mass barrier from Sam. I think that's really good to align with the Ascendants. It's both a 3-minute cooldown, but they've cracked through those absorbs. Sam gets low once again. Desperation Dragon's Breath. Trying to get a defensive Ring of Frost possibly. Double leg. Ice Wall comes down. Can they get some pressure with it? Zhang Bahai able to reposition, I think. He's just attacking into the Ice Wall. He doesn't even care. Just 0 damage on the back end of that Ice Wall. Sam gets stunned. Big blast of damage towards him. Now Drake swaps on C2. Lava Burst flying through, but a Song of Chi-Ji. Is that going to clip Zhang Bahai on the pillar? It's flying through the pillar right now. He dodges the Song of Chi-Ji. C2 charges in. Hammer of Justice. Big damage on Prev. Oh my god, this pressure. But C2 is struggling to heal Sam at the same time, and they're so evenly matched. It's back and forth. The pressure is mounting. This crowd control on Zhang Bahai almost seems endless, and this damage now on Drake out of nowhere. Sam is still getting destroyed and getting cut down. It almost feels like anyone could teeter over. Full Maim stun on C2. Sam block. He blinks away.
Ah!
He's trying to be greedy.
Sam!
He's trying to be greedy. He gets away. He gets the block off. Nice. He cancels it for the counterspell on the clone to protect Sea-Doo. Now they're pushing forward on Prev. He's got no wall. Dragon's Breath. Oh my god, this damage from Prev is so high. Sam is just getting blasted. He knocks him through the ring. Double leg sweep. Nice punish from Trill, but Sam is just dying. Nice plays from Trill. The double sweep into the Song of Chi-Ji. Gets the leg sweep basically by himself while Sam is getting smashed. Trill is doing what he can to carry, but Sam is falling more and more behind. He's on hypothermia for another moment, but Prev can't get there to finish him. Barriers up. He blink counterspells Zhang Bahai. If he can get a polymorph here, is he going to get it? He has to fake their interrupts. He fakes the interrupts. He's got to get through a grounding totem. Zhang Bahai's at the pillar. Sam can't get the sheep. Sam blinks in, but he's going to get punished. It's so much damage. He has to displace back. He Dragon's Breath Drake in desperation, but there's so much damage. Ice Wall comes down. Zhang Bahai relocates next to Prev. Not able to win. Stun into clone. Drake could switch onto Trill. He's got no trinket. Trill sees that swap. He's not falling for the bait. He doesn't go behind the pillar. Switching back on Drake, and you can tell these teams are ready to pounce on any mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, this is so back and forth here in game number 3. We're all tied up in the series, the grand finals for North America. Zhang Bahai LOSing once again. Trill going for a Hail Mary there, throwing in that Song of TG. Unfortunately not landing, but Zhang Bahai is now forced to do a polymorph. Samheim continued the chain with another one. Prev is getting dangerously low on health. Can they take him down through the Astral Shift? Looks like it will be a trinket from Zhang Bahai and a lay on hands, but at the same time, Liquid is just being devastated. Seed is forced to trade out the Divine Shield to keep Sam alive. This is the Icy Veins window. They get a lot of pressure out. And I feel like both teams are still really scared here, but ultimately it's going to be Prev on the back foot.
All right, full polymorph, no trinket. Prev could be in trouble here. Can Liquid take the swing match? Can they actually turn this series around so early here in game number 3? Crowd control has finally subsided. Zhang Bahai recovers, but a double sleep. They could switch on Drake here. Is he ready for the swap? He's not trading. He's in Bear. He's confident that's enough. He's not going to commit the Bark Skin, even though it is the Storm, Earth, and Fire. It's a lot of damage from Trill. Last time they disrespected this, they died. But Trill gets blasted out of nowhere. Sea-Doo is trying to get there to save him. It's so much damage. He gets the leg sweep just in the nick of time to not go down. And he holds on. He's starting to recover. Big crackle. Instant kick from Drake. Now he's on top of Zhang Bahai. Ring of Frost connects onto 2 players. Prev's still in trouble. He knocks Trill away. He instantly reconnects, but Zhang Bahai will just bubble. He is not disrespecting this exchange. He does not want to go down. Song of Chi-Ji. Trill is trying to set it up around the corner here and snipe Zhang Bahai. Fist of Fury parrying Drake's attack. Big cleave damage. Prev is low. Song of Chi-Ji once again fishing for Trill, but he gets bashed on it. Big lava burst incoming. Can Sea-Doo deal with the damage here? Avenging Crusader just faded, and it looks like he has Lay on Hands in his back pocket. Song of Chi-Ji. And if this snipes Zhang Bahai off the sheep, it's the sickest Song of Chi-Ji ever. It's coming around the corner. It's not deep enough, but they get the blinding light into another polymorph. They need to get Astral Shift here. They're not getting it. Not enough. Maybe the Hammer of Justice. I think they might be able to get it. They get it. Maybe he dies anyways.
Oh,
It's so much damage at 1%. Welcome to the Zhang man in dire straits. A double leg sweep. The ice wall comes down. Sam is looking for the kill. He cancels the wall so Trill can get there. Is he going to get in there with the images? The images are connecting. Fist of Fury with the images. It's not enough damage to finish him. He clashes him back in for a kick, and Zhang Bahai is struggling. He's floundering. Another full sheep, and Liquid, I think they found their momentum. I think they found their composition. Prev is desperate behind the pillar. Another polymorph. Big shatter combo comes through. Bloodseer protection doesn't matter. Sam is shattering through it. He counterspells the off heal, and Sam, it closes it. Liquid take the swing match.
Liquid's got to be so fired up off of these games. They are really keeping Welcome to the Jung on the back foot. It's this constant crowd control on Zhang Bahai. And I think you were right. Bringing in the Paladin gives you that extra stun with the Hammer of Justice, an extra setup with the Blinding Light. And they are just keeping Welcome to the Jung on the back foot. And now they are up in the series. They take the swing match. This is massive for Liquid.
I'm finally right about a pick for a prediction, okay? I was saying yesterday, Holy Paladin, I think would work for them. Like it's winning on mana. You get the same utility. So it's working out for them. They're actually matching them 1 for 1. Now they got 2 wins up. They were able to finish off Prev in these final moments on the replay. Crazy setup from Sam. He had to kill Prev by himself because that Blessing of Protection prevents all physical damage, so pretty much Trill can't attack him. And Prev tried to be cheeky with his Spirit Walker's Grace and these healing surges, but maybe it would have just been better to be in line of sight to win sheer. It's such a tough call. CD was there for the Hammer of Justice. He's hitting them with some Hammer of Wrath and Judgments as well, and the Crackle as well. Trill's just doing whatever he can to do damage to the bop. That was a team effort by Liquid. They are looking synergized. They're looking ready to go. And this is one of the first times I'm sitting here thinking, like, Welcome to the Jung must be sweating.
We need Nick. I think we need Nick.
Is it time?
I think it's time. I think we need to see the Feral Mage Paladin versus the Windwalker Mage Paladin. In my mind, the Feral Mage Paladin should come out way ahead on that one. Like, with the control you can get on Trill in that match, I feel like Welcome to the Jungle, we might end up seeing a comp swap here. Because although this isn't looking that bad, I still feel like Liquid, they've just been looking better. Like, as all of the games have gone on with this composition, they just look like they're getting more confident to push in, getting more crowd control, keeping Prev on the back foot, and even though Samayam isn't doing the most damage, the control he's getting in this game is just invaluable.
Okay, here. Welcome to the JUNG, actually being forced off their main composition. And look at that time, 4 minutes, 42 seconds. These are fast. Like, you know, the history between these teams, these games can sometimes go the distance. 8 minutes, like this pressure is high. It is all out. This is 4.5 minutes of everybody is dying and you need to make the right calculation at every millisecond or you're going to lose the game. These are intense games between these teams in the grand finals for North America. $200,000 on the line, an entire season of play. Liquid out to prove that they've still got it. And in those final moments, it was actually Sea-Doo for the most part. Or
Sam, I mean, Trill didn't do anything here.
Okay, I looked at the numbers incorrectly. I thought they said 1.7 mil from Sam, and I was like, huh, that doesn't make sense. So Sam carrying the game, had to basically kill him through the bot by himself, but he managed to do it, and they had great crowd control chains there. They're going to another big map. I think it's a good idea, but I just wonder if they're going to change comp or not. I wonder if they're questioning themselves as far as strategy, because it's not very often that Welcome to the JUNG is challenged like this by a team in North America. So Liquid, I think you just do it again. I mean, what
they will. I guarantee it.
I feel like it looks so nice. You don't have the Holy Priest mana issues. Hammer Justice is just as good. As far as stuns, you get a little bit better self-protection as well, even as the Paladin, to survive on the swaps. So, and you get the freedom and utility for the Monk and the Mage to be able to chase down the Shaman, which can sometimes be difficult. So the Holy Paladin has looked so good for them. I would be very disappointed if they changed that. So they're going to lock in the same composition, man. Welcome to Trillville. Welcome to the JUNG. What are you going to do? Are you going to play the same comp and just say we need to play better? Or is it time to bring in Nick?
Nick is an insanely good mage. Like, I think he can go toe-to-toe with Sam. So I think Welcome to the JUNG, normally they don't switch their composition, but I feel like this is a good opportunity to do so. I kind of feel like if we see this play out, Liquid's going to win the series, like the same compositions. So I think Welcome to the JUNG should mix it up here, but how much practice do they really have? Not that many people are playing the Windwalker Frost Mage Paladin, so probably don't have the most practice into this.
Yeah, I also wonder how much practice they have as Feral Mage, because it feels like they committed pretty heavily to this Elemental Shaman Feral. So if they don't have the reps on it, it could look like Liquid did in Game 1, where it's just you don't have the reps on the comp, you're not going to be able to beat the team that does in this type of matchup. So maybe they're forced to stay in on the same composition. It's a big map, so I don't think there's any other options. Either Ellie Feral or Mage Feral. I don't think you can change to anything else, and nor would you really want to. I couldn't see like a Cleave doing too hot here for Welcome to the JUNG. I don't think that, you know, like we saw Feral Warrior in Europe, but they didn't fight any Windwalker mages. I feel like Windwalker could be super difficult to deal with. So I think Welcome to the JUNG are just debating whether or not they're playing bad and they can change something up in the matchup, or if they really do need Nick. And I kind of think they should try him. I feel like a Mage Feral would just be so much crowd control. Like, how is this Windwalker going to play the game? He's just going to be sheeped and cloned the whole game. Sea-Doo's going to be sheeped and cloned the whole game. Sam's just going to have a Feral dude running him down the entire game. It's just on paper, it would make a lot of sense, I think, here for Welcome to the JUNG to bring him in.
I can't wait to see. 13 seconds left. Not that much time to make a decision, but everything comes down to this. I mean, Liquid's up 2-1 in the series. They won the swing match, 2 away from closing it out. This is the finals, so it really is do or die. And Welcome to the JUNG, they're sticking with it.
Okay, no changes, no changes. All
what are you thinking? Who do you think's winning this?
I think Liquid have the momentum here, and they're not tripping up. You know, they're not tripping up. Maybe sometimes the walls from Sam not getting huge value. If they clean that up, I feel like Liquid will absolutely, actually maybe even steamroll this finals. If Sam is getting some really good wall timings, that's the only thing I'm seeing as far as like a potential weakness on their side at the moment. And Welcome to the JUNG, maybe they're not pressuring Sea-Doo as heavily as we saw in this series so far, but maybe it's just too difficult to do it. I mean, the Mage's punch, you know, the Ellie Shaman's more consistent damage overall, but every time Comet Storm is available, that's like, you can chunk half someone's health in 2 globals. That's like the main difference between the Mage and the Shaman. The Shaman can only do that with Ascendance, or if they proc an Ascendance, but the Mage can do it pretty much every Comet Storm, and then their damage is much lower in between than the Ellie Shamans, but you have to respect that exchange every single time, basically, as the Ellie Shaman. It's tough, it's tough. They don't want to change. Liquid, they adapt, they overcome, they've evolved their strategies. We already saw their first, it's like we got to see their first form, which is RMP. Then we got to see the Windwalker Mage with his sleep tech. Now we get to see this third stage form of Liquid with Holy Paladin on this roster. And it's like, do they have a fourth form? Is this Liquid's final form? Does Welcome to the JUNG have some sort of hidden form that they could pull out? We will have to wait and see, but we're going to Tolvaron Arena, and I think Welcome to the JUNG are sweating. I think that there are droplets just falling off their foreheads right now because this is Liquid look nasty on this composition.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Welcome to the JUNG. They want to tie this series up. If Liquid wins this, they are in such a prime position for the series. They'll be up 3-1. It is a very important game for both of these teams. Liquid with a surprising Shadowpan Windwalker Monk in the finals here. It's not something that's typically played. Like, when you look at the ladder right now for Windwalker Monks, basically everyone is playing Conduit of the Celestials except Trill. He knows something we all don't, so he's making it work here. These Crackling Jade Lightnings look good. The consistent damage is good, and it's really putting Prev on the back foot.
All right, here we are. Gates about to open. No turning back here. Best of 7 North American Grand Finals. Welcome to the JUNG, looking to hold their grasp on the crown, and Liquid want to snatch it. 3 seconds away here. I'm so excited to see how this plays out. Trill is making such crazy plays with the clashes and the Song of Chi-G's. Sam, not going to charge in too deep here and try and grab a little bit of damage. He's with the flurry now on Prev, proccing a root. Trill is now moving and advancing. Is he going to relay his port offensively on this pillar? Sam gets caught by Drake. Trill's not going to switch back. Trill's still just pushing in. Sam is pushing in. They're getting aggressive, actually. They might get punished. They're leaving CD behind, so Drake could look for a Cyclone here. He's not going to. I'm surprised he didn't look for a Cyclone with that Lightning Lasso. Prev, he gets stunned up on his Spirit Walkers. Big pressure from Trill. Huge hit of damage, but Prev is answering with Ascendance of his own. And Sam recovers with Sea-Doo's Avenging Crusader. Nice Fist of Fury, parrying the attacks of the Feral Druid, facing Drake the entire time. Prev is just playing defensive. So we see Welcome to the JUNG. They're going to stack up on the pillar, and they're going to turtle all day, is what I'm thinking they're trying to do right now. Is it going to work? I don't know, but that is what they are doing, is turtle all day, Welcome to the JUNG, and Liquid need to play around that and figure out a way to be able to take them out. Because in dampening, I think they will lose to the overall pressure.
I'm not so sure. I'm not convinced of it, honestly. Trill just pushing in, getting big Fists of Fury cleaves, getting triple leg sweeps. Like, I feel like he's going to be able to set up his team quite nicely. Right now, Liquid is on the back foot. Ice Wall comes down. Hand of Divinity cast out there by Zheng Bahai. Sam, I'm getting wind sheared, so great defense so far. Rake stun on Sam. They're really just punishing Sam for pushing in right now. Trill getting low also. Sea-Doo having to play catch-up, and Trill is forced to run away, but he's just line-of-sighting Sea-Doo for such a long time. That's going to be the touch of karma, and that's the one thing is if Trill overextends too much and Sea-Doo gets left behind, he's just going to fall behind on healing, but it looks like Liquid will recover here.
Trying to use that hallowed ground, all those yellow golden lines on the ground. It's a consecration, and the Paladins are playing hallowed ground, which removes snares from the target. It kind of gives you this little sprint effect, basically. So they're trying to turtle, but now they're punishing. They're going after the Paladin. Zheng Bahai, massive damage incoming. Can they get his bubble? They get his lay on hands. He's going to retreat back around the corner with Prev, and they're just running laps, baiting Trill around the corner, trying to get him in a bad position. Sea-Doo's trying to chase down Trill, but they're stacked for a triple sleep. If Trill manages to hit it, he takes a Skull Bash. But now Sea-Doo out of nowhere gets swapped to. This is the dangers of when they try and push. Song of Chi-Ji, not going to connect on Zheng Bahai, but it does hit Prev. A Polymorph hits Zheng Bahai instead. Big Crackle gets wind sheared. They paralyze Prev. Fist of Fury. Nice blinding light from Sea-Doo. He's in position. Hammer of Justice. He's got it available. Hammer of Justice comes through. Stone Bulwark. They cut it down. Everybody is getting cleaved, but Zheng Bahai is Avenging Crusader. He activates that immediately. Trill is now falling behind on the assault. He pre-diffused magics on this Lightning Lasso, and he will survive as a result. So he's just keeping his team stable for now as they try to continue their advance. They're trying to stay on top of him, but here's the Ascendance and Bloodlust. Trill needs to retreat away as he rolls around the corner. Sam is getting aggressive, though. He gets a Polymorph. Trill is trying to get in there. Song of Chi-Ji. He's going to snipe that. Big crowd control chain. Prev gets blasted. Is he going to die through the Astral Shift? It's still so much crowd control. He gets polyed on his Trinket. Liquid have great momentum right now if they can continue to ride this, but it's Incarnation. They're going to use Blessing of Protection just totally to negate that and to stay aggressive. Ice Wall comes down, but that's not going to do anything. I guess it locks Zheng Bahai away from going back to the pillar, but the Ice Wall doesn't get any value. And if they can get a couple more good Ice Walls, I feel like it's a win condition. Sam's maybe just a little bit overeager with it.
Prev is out of there. He does not like this. He's going to the other side of the map. He's like, yeah, forget this. It's a game of cat and mouse right now, and Liquid is the cat. They are just chasing Welcome to the Jung. They are unafraid in this match, unrelenting in their pressure. Song of Chi lands here onto Prev. Full hammer of justice onto Zhang Bahai. Looks like he will be able to escape from that one. Now counter hammer of justice onto Sidu. Siamam getting low, forced into the ice block, and using a lot of shimmer charges to chase down Prev in this match. And when he gets caught in stuns, it's devastating. Now Trill's getting low. Sidu has a lot of work cut out for him here. The Avenging Crusader is available, but at the same time, Prev is in trouble. He burrows. He's underground. The pressure and crowd control is just so high here for the side of Liquid. Another polymorph lands, and Prev is in trouble here, Sid.
Let's see what he can do. He gets rebuked. Sidu is getting cheeky here. Hammer of Justice. He's getting really aggressive with his team. Zhang Bahai could get swapped to as well. Another Song of Chi. Double Blinding Light. Triple Blinding Light from Sidu. Song of Chi. Is he going to snipe Zhang Bahai? He's on the corner. It's not going to... Oh, he walks into it. Can he... Oh, he pre-sacrifices. Nice. To break the crowd control. Sam getting blasted. Big counter pressure onto him as well. Trill into a Cyclone. Welcome to the Jung. They're just trying to find their footing. They're trying to drag this game out, but they're getting pressured so heavily. Trill's right on top of him. Touch of Karma, almost aggressively and defensively, but he gets cloned on it for a moment. He'll come out of that and be free. They're trying to force Astral Shift. They have Leg Sweep. If they stack, he can get a triple. Nice bash. Good stuns from Drake. Peeling Trill away. He's trying to push forward, but he gets caught in a stun. Sidu stays back to support. Another Cyclone attempt. They're trying to stay on top of him to kick him. They paralyze Druid. They stun Paladin. Instant Astral Shift from Prev. Perhaps just go Paladin. He's got no bubble right now. He can't. He's around the corner. Avenging Crusader. Totally stable. Good Cyclones from Drake here. Is stalling the game. Song of Chi. Not able to connect, but a triple leg sweep. Big stack. That's going to force the Blessing of Protection. Can they spell steal it? Sam's in a stun. He can't do it. Big damage incoming on Sam. Prev line of sights. Gets the Stormkeeper loaded. He's got a couple lightning bolts in his back pocket. Going to toss those out with the Primordial Wave. How much damage does it deal? Sam displaces back. Another Song of Chi. He's trying to bait interrupts, but Sam gets kicked. He block lay on hands. Big overlap from Sam and Sidu. That block lay on hands overlap is an opportunity for Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, Trill still just pushing in. He wants to get on top of Prev, but they are not making it easy. Here comes the ice wall. Sidu is low. Trill gets caught into the hammer of justice, and Liquid is falling apart. Sidu trades out the Divine Shield, and Trill is just continuing to make a push. He's trying to get on Prev, but Zhang Bahai and Prev have made it so difficult to do so. Finally, the Whirling Dragon Punch incoming. Full hammer of justice onto Zhang Bahai. What are they going to do? The crowd control lands, but it's just going to end up breaking there, unfortunately. And now I'm most worried about Trill in this situation.
He's got Karma and 2. Diffuse available. He gets a double leg sweep. He rolls back in to reconnect. Sam's trying to get a sheep. He actually got pre-rebuked on the DB. I don't even know how that happens to him. Now he's skull bash, but a double sleep from Trill. Fists of Fury are flying through. Sacrifice activates, but that's just getting them all killed from the crackle. So much damage from Trill. Prev is trying to jump away. He can't get to safety. It's overwhelming pressure. Trill has the gas pedal down on the floor. Prev needs to be ready. Drake intercepts with a Cyclone and a stun on the Mage. Great defense from Drake. He has been keeping the team alive these past 2 minutes with these Cyclones and stuns. Big Primordial Wave hits 2 players from Prev. Trill immediately uses Diffuse Magic, but now they can swap onto Sam. He's got no blocks. He's rotting down. He's getting rocked. Prev is dishing so much damage. You have to polymorph Prev in desperation to stall out the game for Sidu to recover. Hammers down. Doesn't look like there's a Dispel, but he's got Barkskin and Bear. Nice pre-Bear form. Drake is making crazy plays this game. Trill is making crazy plays this game. You can tell that they are playing on the top of their game in the North American Grand Finals, but Trill gets caught. Lightning Lasso, no trinket. Where's the follow-up? Full blind. Trill on the run. Is he going to escape? He's right next to Zhang Bahai. He's so low on health, going for Vivifies. And Sidu finally free. Gets a couple of heals, dispels the Flame Shock. Sam sneaks in a polymorph around the corner, but Drake's in Bear. Prev is on the run. Nice leg sweep. Fist of Fury. Cyclone. Nice paralyze. Stops the Cyclone. He goes for it again. He fakes the kick. Big Cyclone again on Trill, denying all of this damage. Here's the Incarnation. There are no ice blocks available. Sam, how are you going to deal with this? It's a lot of damage. They're just pressuring Drake in return. Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting Zhang Bahai. He's trying to wrap around the corner, and he manages to connect some heals through the wall despite it. Bash on Sidu. No trinket. Trill is getting dunked. He ports at 1%, but the bleeds are ticking. And welcome to the Jung. Tie things up.
Oh, this finals is so good. Welcome to the Jung. Really good positioning here. Really just forcing Sam I Am to overextend, Trill to overextend, and just pull away from Sidu as much as possible, and kind of just isolating these targets. So I feel like Welcome to the Jung. Zhang Bahai, as well as Prev, did an excellent job with their defensive positioning, and Drake did a really good job backing that positioning up with perfectly timed stuns and Cyclones to just really limit the offense that Liquid had here.
Okay, they adapt their strategy. Full defense, turtle all day, and it ends up working out. They can finally get a target exposed, blast them down and dampening with Incarnation, and finish the match here. I feel like everyone is playing so well in this game. Like, Trill's constantly making these plays, and then Drake responds with plays, equally good plays, and it just puts the game back into their favor constantly. All these crowd controls from Drake, and then the bleed's taken away. It's a tragic death. It is a tragic death when you port behind the pillar and you think that you're going to live, and it's like, I got a full row of dots. There ain't no way I'm surviving right now. 36% dampening. And he actually just ends up going down, but they're so... I don't know. Now I'm looking at this matchup, and I'm like, this kind of looks good for Welcome to the Show. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think this is a clear cut and dry rock, paper, scissors. Like, it's coming down to so many small decisions and plays throughout the game. I feel like Drake got way more done in this game, and maybe he was enabled to do it because Prev and Jung Bahai were so defensive, but enabling Drake to get these cyclones, like, look at it, if he doesn't get this clone on the wall, he could be in way more trouble, but he gets this pre-clone on the wall, so he doesn't take any mage damage. It was so well done from Drake.
Have we been to Empyrean yet?
I don't think so.
I've seen so many games today that I don't know if I'm mixing up the series or not. I think we saw Maldraxxus.
Oh, we have.
So,
Game 2.
So Empyrean's gone, Maldraxxus's gone, Tolveron's gone.
We need small pillars.
Ashamane's fall. Oh,
Small
okay, you're saying
pillars.
for Sidu's team, yeah. For
Yeah,
Sidu's
Sidu
team.
needs a small pillar.
So what is the best? You just do like
Small map. Let's just go. Oh,
Mugambala. Okay, I was thinking maybe Cage or something, maybe.
This is the biggest pillar in the
Yeah,
game.
this is a very big pillar to run around.
This is like by far the
I don't
biggest
know.
pillar.
At the same time, it can be easy to Shiba Paladin on this map.
Yeah,
I feel like
less angles for him, like less tight
Yeah.
angles.
I think actually this isn't that bad. I think it's okay. I think it's easy to get sheeps on healer with this. Also, Song of Chi-Ji is kind of dangerous on the long side of the pillar because it can travel
Like a
all
bowling
the way
ball.
before you can get around the corner because you have to go further distance. So like, I don't think this is that bad. I don't know if there's something technically that could have been better, but I actually think this is good for Liquid to play aggressive.
It's a weird choice. We don't see Mugambala picked very often, but it makes sense because basically Liquid, their whole entire game plan is just smothering Welcome to the Jung. Just play on top of them, try to just land as many sheeps and crowd controls as possible, and Welcome to the Jungle, they just want to make space. They want to just... The Jung Bahai does not like Sam I Am on top of him. He wants them to basically fall behind, and they can just abuse the fact that they have the Blessing for Freedom to escape. So we'll see what they end up doing. I think Welcome to the Jung, likely same composition. Liquid, I think they'll pick the same thing really quickly here, than like 10 seconds.
Well, also, like, hollowed ground with a big pillar, like, you're not going to spend a lot of time on the consecration. Like, you won't do a lap and then get back into it. There's no way. By the time you do the lap, it's going to already be gone. So actually, it's weird. It's like the inverse effect. You say they want a small pillar, but maybe they want the biggest pillar so that consecration doesn't get surface area and the mage can blink around the corners. This is actually, I swear this is actually really high IQ from Liquid. I feel like I wasn't even thinking Mugambala. Like, I feel like in the tournament, it's usually just, all right, hook point, Tolveron. We're just going to see small map, big map, small map, big map, and it's just going to be going back and forth like that. But every once in a while, a team picks a map like this, and it could actually work out really well for them. They can't really afford to lose here on their swing match advantage, though. I feel like that is going to be very important overall for the series. But in a best of 7, can you run out of maps? Like, so we got Ashamane's Fall left, right? That would be like a good map for Welcome to the Jung. Maybe I don't think they'll run out of maps. Like, if they win here, they could bring it to Ashamane's on Game 7 or something like that. So I don't think they have to worry about that. Liquid are taking their time. I really think they need to clean up the walls a little bit. I feel like 50% of his walls, they're decent, and then 50% of his walls, they're not really doing anything.
I think it can be hard though, like with them just running away the entire game. And also, like, it's the easiest to land walls when you have a good stun. And unfortunately, Windwalker Monk's the worst stunner in the game. Unless you're getting like the triple leg sweeps, their stuns are not the best. So you don't have those opportunities as often to just like stun somebody.
I guess that's something else. Like, you can wall off that entire side on Mugambala.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, you could like cut Drake off or something, and then Trill can also port back through it. Like, I feel like his port could be in a good spot on this map. So actually, this might just be their best map. So I don't. This could actually be really good for them. I'm just thinking, like, the whole theory craft, like, walls should get value. You can really block off the whole pass. Monk port is in range on that pillar no matter what side of it that he's on. This is really smart. I think Liquid have picked, they've really thought this through. They didn't just go with like the standard picks that we normally see rotated. They're trying to find as many creative ways to be able to find victory, and they need that against Welcome to the Jung. This is Welcome to the Jung's empire. Liquid looking to overthrow. We're jumping into game 5. It's been back and forth all day. Fireworks between these two teams. A series that you absolutely do not want to miss the finale of.
All right, here we go. 5 seconds. We're all tied up here. It's 1-4. So both these teams need 2 more wins to close it out and win the championship. Trill on the Windwalker Monk. We had questions about this map, but it makes a lot of sense. Jung Bahai really wants to utilize freedom to just pull away, but Sam is just there. An immediate polymorph. Sam is just trinketing instantaneously. Prev shuts him down just a little bit there. Double leg sweep coming in, and Liquid's off to a great start.
Oh, here's the Ascendants, though. Sea-Doo ready. He's caught in a rake stun. They're answering back with aggression. Sea-Doo holding on with the Divine Protection. Finally free of the stun lock. With the Avenging Crusader, should be able to recover. You see the Song of Chi-Ji hitting the DPS. Sea-Doo still kind of struggling just to deal with the collateral damage at the remaining period of this exchange. Sam looking to try. Is he going to double blink again? He blinks in. He fakes the kick. He gets the poly, but it looks like it broke. The Fist of Fury, unfortunately, from Trill, broke the polymorph. Sea-Doo struggling a bit to keep up with the damage. He's in a stun now. Sam's getting bit. Big damage from Drake. Oh, they break the shield instantly. He displays his back, but he gets kicked on Frost. Lay on Hands has to come through. Trill is critically low. Prev is blasting right now. He's absolutely blasting. I mean, they're both doing insane damage. They're absolutely peaking.
Yeah, this is not looking good. The thing is, Liquid, they want to play on top of Prev, but Drake is not making it easy. He's landing insanely good stuns on Sam anytime he wants to get aggressive. They're making a swap here onto Drake. Do they have an ice wall? Beautiful ice wall. This is what we were looking for. Can they take down Drake? Barskin Bear Form is going to say no way. Drake will ultimately survive, but that was a really good attempt there by Liquid.
All right, nice attempt. Full polymorph, no trinket. Trill's pushing in, but he's got limited defense, and he's on top of his port, and Sea-Doo's in the stun. Is he going to be able to survive? He survives. Sea-Doo breaks free with the human racial. Drake lands another interrupt. Sam is just having a hard time getting there. He needs the freedoms, but the freedoms are going on Trill so that he can stay on the Shaman. Song of Chi-Ji attempt. Hammer of Justice is down. Nice double knock up into a Song. Hits the double, forces the bubble, and Trill is on fire. Major cooldowns forced in this exchange. Even despite the deficit of damage, Trill is catching up on their heels. Sea-Doo repositioning towards the backline, but Drake is right there. He gets a full clone. Trill immediately using Diffuse Magic as his Paladin goes into crowd control and can't heal him. Sam gets stunned as they switch to him. Drake's in bear form, anticipating the leg sweep. Back into Cat for a moment. If they stack here, they're going to get a double leg sweep. They have to be careful. Sam blinks in, double blinks in, looking for the poly, gets wind sheared, unable to find it. Double Dragon's Breath defensively. Song of Chi-Ji trying to snipe it around the corner. This little cloud is going to possibly hit Jung Bahai if he's not careful. He walks into it, and he sacrifices. He's anticipating it, but he got leg swept anyways. Now they're stacked up for a double Ring of Frost. They continue the chain. They stun the trinket. Beautiful play from Sea-Doo. Prev gets counterspelled. They're getting cleaved. Another polymorph from Sam. They're smothering Welcome to the Jung, and they force Burrow from Prev.
Yep, Prev trying to run away. Beautiful spear hand strike there by Trill. Interrupting Prev. He's still on the run, but the Stormkeeper's up, and this is when Sea-Doo needs to be very, very careful. He's got the Divine Shield and Divine Protection, but he is holding off. Samayam's getting low. Might have to trade out the Greater Invisibility. Goes for a full polymorph, and now it could be Prev that's in danger, but still momentum so heavily in favor of Welcome to the
Another
Jung.
song.
At
Another
this
song.
point, Song of Chi-Ji. Prev's getting low. This could be the game-winning setup. Do they have an ice wall? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it. Beautiful interrupt there by Drake. Prev on the run once again here with the Blessing of Freedom, just looking to position far away so Jung Bahai can catch up. But Liquid is unrelenting. Trill is there. Beautiful rushing wind kick to push in and manage to get a lot of uptime. Samayam getting low on health. He's getting punished. Sea-Doo is getting low. Is he going to use the Divine Shield? Sam's in trouble and gets dropped. An absolute disaster. Samayam falls, and Welcome to the Jung. They take the swing match back. And now they're one away from winning this.
They tripped and fell on their face. He tried to cold snap too, I think, but he got kicked right there and stunned at the worst possible moment. They have so many cooldowns. They were up 2 blocks. Trill has everything. Sea-Doo pretty much has everything. Like, they were smothering them. They were about to win, and they disrespect. They get caught. I still feel like a wall could have won the game on that Song of Chi-Ji just earlier. Like, if he just put a wall down while he's sleeping, I'm sure that could have won the game. Did he really get this? Is the replay going to go back to that moment? Where the Song of Chi-Ji was?
Kicked.
I don't know. He got kicked on Ring, I think. He tried to cast Ring, got kicked, and then maimed, but so this is after the where I think he should have walled. So they push in on top of him with every cooldown. That makes sense. You should do that. Why would you not push on top of them when you have every cooldown and they're all dead with nothing? But they push in and don't trade the Skull Bash, and then as he get kicked again, he gets wind sheared. Oh, no, he wasn't kicked on Frost. He was wind sheared on Poly.
He wasn't.
I just saw a kick and assumed it was Fry. He literally just doesn't block. Or was he on hypo? He blocked earlier.
He wasn't on hypo. Did he?
When did he block?
He might be on hypo. Maybe he
Old
blocked
Snap
crowd
is
control a
already
little bit
on
earlier.
cooldown.
Yeah, I think
block
he actually is on
offensively and
hypo.
just die.
I wish we could go back a little bit more and see
Yeah.
when he ice blocked.
Rewind the clock to the very beginning, because I assumed that he cold snapped while he was stunned there to try and do it on the kick and just didn't do it, but he obviously
Maybe just
blocked
ice
it
blocked to
late
try to win the game.
during that last setup. I just feel like he could have won with wall, like 10 seconds before this moment in time when Chill got that song at Chi-Ji. Just wall him off at the end of it. Man, they were looking so good. This is such a crucial game. They had such a huge lead, and now they lose the swing match off of having such a huge lead. Like, this game was 100% their game. There was like no doubt that I think they were going to win this game if they made a good exchange of cooldowns right on that push to keep staying on top of them. So a big blunder puts Liquid in a tough position. Welcome to the Zhang on match point. Mugambala, this map pick was clutch. It was looking really good, but they cannot close it out. And now, where do they go from here? I mean, game 7 is going to be Ashamains, I think, no matter what.
Did he lay on Hanzo? Like,
He came off cooldown right now, and there's no way he's on forbearance, right? He trinketed. This had to be some sort of miscommunication, like Sam didn't tell Sidu he YOLO blocked or something.
Sidu gets interrupted?
I don't know, because the Skull Bash went on Sam, and then the
Look at
Windshire goes
Sidu.
on
Look at
Sam.
Sidu's frame.
So
Does he get
it's-
rebuked or something? Like what?
Sam gets kicked,
Hodge?
and then
Sidu?
Sam gets kicked, and then Sidu just chilling.
Yeah.
I think that had to be
He
a
bops him too
miscommunication.
late.
I don't think he knew he didn't have a block or something. Like,
Sidu, yeah, Liquid definitely dropped the ball there, 100%. Because Sidu, there's no way he's on forbearance. I think Sidu bops after he already dies. So
yeah. And he could have laid, too. That would have been full health.
you can see, yeah, it's unlucky.
Unlucky ducky,
but, I
man.
mean, that's-
Any
it-
mistakes are going to get punished. We saw the same type of deal with Prev, you know,
Oh.
underreacting and going down. So you can tell the
That
tension
map
is
looks
high.
so good.
Yeah, I know. It's like just running in on top of them, getting so many songs, so many sheeps, just plowing them over, getting lots of cooldowns, just constantly on the in the advantage. And now we're on match point, and after that, like, are you gonna be tilted? Like, you can't, like, you got to come into this. You can't be, you know, have any sort of like brain fog moving in here, because the entire season now is just one defeat away.
All right, so this is bad. Yeah, he iceblocks crowd control to try to win. Oh, no.
Yeah, ice block to try and win, and he still didn't wall to sleep. I swear the wall was free right here. Out of
There's
this
a-
clone.
there's
So
a
he
cue.
blocks the clone and then just wall.
He gets kicked. I think he tries to. He gets
Did he
kicked.
try to? He's not kicked. That
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
show the frost tree kick. Okay, so he YOLO blocked, and then I don't think either Sidu didn't know that maybe, or they just didn't think he would die randomly like that.
I mean, it has, like, if we're looking back at this, the millisecond Sam gets stunned, it's a bop, like right here, boom, bop. That's what it should be, but it happens so fast. I mean, I don't know what global. Sidu could also be just on global in that situation, so
Blocks the clone, which I think is fair, right? Like, this song is so good. I don't think this is a bad block.
he gets kicked on the polymorph.
Yeah, but
So-
then there's wall. I swear a wall
Right.
right there would have been sick. It would have been like play of the game. They'd have a win right now, and he'd look so cool.
Yeah.
It would have been insane there. Instead, it just fizzle out and they die. So this is it. Hook point, small map. They got to keep up their aggression. If they enable Prev to be able to retreat, we've seen what happens later in dampening. Trill just gets totally destroyed. So Liquid need to keep up their aggression, need to keep up the calls, keep a level head. They can't get too tilted by that because they had full control of that game. Take it to a game 7 and then just figure it out from there.
All right, here we go. Welcome to the Jung. They are one away from winning. Liquid, they got so close in that last game, but punished for being a bit over aggressive. This small map should allow Liquid to play on top of Welcome to the Jung and come back in the series, at least tie it up. I think for myself, I was predicting a game 7, so we'll see. I feel like for these two Titan teams, nothing would be more fitting, but Welcome to the Jung, they are such a menace. They're somehow slipping away, surviving Liquid setups. But we'll see what happens here. What is Liquid going to do? I expect aggression once again.
All right, big flurries just from Sam. Just exchange you with Rev here. Drake's going to open up. Trill, Tiger's left side of the route to connect. Stay on target. He's just pulling away a little bit here. Sam into a clone. Drake jumps over to Sidu. Big lava burst incoming. Divine Protection trades for Sidu to negate that damage. They stun Trill. Switch back, but a full polymorph has been secured. Song of Chi-Ji on the Feral. Nice lasso to stop it. Trill getting cleaved here. It's still match point, an entire season of play for Liquid. They don't want to blunder this game. They can still do it. They can still go all of the way and possibly overthrow Welcome to the Jung's Empire. They get Medallion from Jung Bahai very early in this initial exchange. That is a very important cooldown to get out of the way. And now as they move forward to the next setup, they're going to be looking to get a major cooldown. They get another polymorph. It looks like it breaks, though. Song of Chi-Ji. Nice snipe from Trill. But Sam gets cloned, and Trill is dying. It's so much pressure. He has to exchange Karma. Hammer of Justice down, trying to pressure Prev through his Stone Bulwark. They cut through it. Dragon's Breath for follow-up. They force Astral Shift. If Liquid can stabilize, they are getting the cooldowns one by one, falling like dominoes from Welcome to the Jung.
Ooh, Divine Shield trades out by Sea-Doo, though. That's a massive trade to stay in the fight and keep pushing forward. Sam now caught into a stun, and beautiful fake there by Drake. Will land the Cyclone onto Sam and slow down the offense from Liquid. Drake is just so crucial in this game. He's the one that needs to land the clutch stuns as well as Cyclones to slow down this offense. His peels have been very important in order for Prev and Jung Bahai to stay alive.
Right, double Dragon's Breath. Sea-Doo's chasing Jung Bahai. Blind, but it's on DR, but it bought time for a polymorph, so it doesn't matter. They really need to force Divine Shield, but Sam's in trouble. This lasso from Prev got so much value. Just totally shut them out, and Sam's in trouble. He can't go down without blocking. Greater Invis, critically low health, taking the gamble, and he blocks. He makes the exchange, and oh my god, this is coming down to the wire. Prev with limited options. Jung Bahai needs to buy 10 more seconds, but he doesn't get it. Sea-Doo sneaks in with a Hammer of Justice, forcing Prev to burrow. They could swap on Jung Bahai, cleave him. They're going to go for a Song of Chi-Ji. They win shear it. Fist of Fury, double Ring of Frost from Sam. Ice Wall comes down. Prev is out of line of sight. He burrows over. Is he going to get there in time? The bubble comes through. Big value Ice Wall, forcing the Divine Shield. These are the plays Sam needs to make. If they can keep lining this up, they can still win. They've still got another block in their pocket. They still got to lay on hands in their pocket. Karma's coming off cooldown. They have to keep up this momentum.
Yeah, Trill actually doing a really good job with the Song of Chi-Ji. It went through the ice wall, and that's what forced Jung Bahai's Divine Shield. Full polymorph lands once again. Liquid, they are all over Prev. Huge crackling Jade Lightning. Drake shuts it down, but he's getting low on health. It's back and forth. Sam low, Trill low, Drake low. Prev finally gets topped off. Jung Bahai trying to retreat. Once again, a Song of Chi-Ji trades out here by Trill, trying to snipe it. Is it going to hit? It looks like it won't, unfortunately, but Prev is locked in place. Sea-Doo now getting blasted once again. Sea-Doo's very vulnerable. Keep that in mind. There's no way out of a stun. Sea-Doo could easily fall at the same time. Blinding Light on Jung Bahai as they go after Prev.
Oh, Sam, barrier's already been cut there. He's at half health. Trill diffuses aggressively out of a root, I think, to stay on target. He kicks the lasso to stay on target. Prev falls behind. He has no trinket. Leg sweep comes up in 8 seconds, but Sea-Doo is stunned. Sam is still in trouble. It could be a second block. He's critically low. Big primordial wave. Massive damage is swelling in on match point. Sam trades up the block. Sea-Doo is struggling. He has to lay on hands. It's too much damage. It's too much damage. Welcome to the Jung, North America's champions once again. 4-2.
Unbelievable. I mean, welcome to the Jung. They just find these opportunities. They force the cooldown overlaps, and they force the panic there by Liquid. This team is just so unbelievably talented, but you got to give a lot of credit to Liquid. They make the series incredibly close. I feel like Welcome to the Jung at some points was definitely sweating, but they're just so consistent. They made some minor adaptations. I think Drake really did a good job with his stuns and clones. Like, he was definitely an MVP in this match.
Drake did insane. He totally caught Sea-Doo off guard. He went for a DR rake stun. No one expects to die in the DR rake stun. And he just went for it. He's like, I sense blood. I feel I can do it. I'm going to risk it. And he goes for the DR stun. So right here, Sea-Doo gets stunned. They block. And now he's got lay on hands. So he's thinking, I can be greedy, wrap around the corner, and heal. I just got stunned. But Drake's like, nah, little DR stun. Dead. In that global. Just that 1 millisecond where he needs to make a decision. They catch him, and they close it out. So welcome to the Jung. Take the small map, turn it on its head, and meet aggression with aggression. Closing out the series, 4-2. Liquid really put up a fight. I honestly wonder if they just had more reps. I feel like Sea-Doo didn't probably put in like a huge amount of time on the Paladin, let alone like the Paladin with this composition to see these types of situations that you need. Like, it's like a split-second reaction. Like, he's thinking he can be greedy. He just got hodged. Like, Sea-Doo is thinking, I'm totally fine. My shield just proc. Like, he just gets hit so hard. And he gets caught in a little DR stun and can't lay on hands.
Yeah, he had the Divine Protection. He had to lay on hands.
He doesn't want to wall because there's no stun. Like, he's just trying to be greedy because there's no stun. But maybe he should have walled here.
I think he just shoved the lay on hands, honestly. Like, it's just...
But it's also a block, man. Like, if he shoves lay on hands, they have nothing in the next... Like, I get why he wanted to be greedy there. It's just the damage was too high to be greedy.
Yeah, unfortunate end there for Liquid, but welcome to the Jung. I mean, this team is just pure dominance. They had an incredible cup season, And yeah, they're just showing once again why they are the champs. They're just so consistent, coming out of the shadows, kind of dominating everyone, and it just, yeah, it's an amazing performance by them. There's such a scary roster.
Most definitely. Credit to Liquid as well. You guys kind of already covered it. I mean, they really stepped up, especially in those final moments. Wasn't enough for them, unfortunately, but they did have an incredible season. But welcome to the Jung. Once again, our champions. This team just continues to be so consistent season after season. Even when they, play different compositions, the question always seems to be within this region in North America, how can we counter this team? How can we fight what they're doing right now? Because they are unstoppable. I think we were even saying it a little earlier today, is they just seem like robots. They're just so exact in every single thing that they do, Ven. And I hope that I hope that we see them next season.
I don't think they're going anywhere, to be honest with you. I think they're happy to keep on winning. Yeah.
Unless they get bored,
Yeah, we've seen players say that in the past. It's like too easy to win, so
Yeah.
we'll see what ends up happening. But I don't think they're going anywhere. I think they love the game. They love playing with each other, and yeah, it's amazing to see such a dominant team. We talked about it. They don't have the biggest presence on social media. They don't stream. People don't know that much about them, but one thing we do know is they're incredibly talented players. They practice a lot, and they just can't stop winning.
Yeah, speaking of not knowing a lot about them, unfortunately, we aren't going to get an interview with them, but I can bet that they are celebrating right now and are very proud of themselves, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're capable. Very on brand for them. Yeah, I write questions every time just in case, but you never really know with them. But yeah, definitely go give them a congrats if you are managed to do find them on Twitter. So that is going to wrap up the season. Welcome to the Jung and Echo, our European and North American champions for the War Within Season 2 Supatees. Overall, what were your thoughts on this season? Did you have as good of a time as I did?
Yeah, I think it was a really good finale. Competition was at its highest. I was expecting maybe a little bit of a different result. It felt like Chibaku's series could have gone a little bit longer. Even this series, it felt like it could have gone just a tiny bit longer. It would have been absolutely perfect, but I'm kind of nitpicking there. Overall, It's been really good. I think from the newcomer teams, from the bottom all the way to the top, everyone has improved so much dramatically as far as composition, strats, bringing in their own flavors. Like, really well done to all the players, the teams. It's been a great season. Big shout out to everybody involved, watching, production. Like, this has been a really cool season to see the teams go head to head. And yeah, I basically just can't wait until the next one, basically, at this point, because it's like, man, I just want that perfect moment. I just want that game 7. I want everything coming down to that last second decision making. But I guess you can't really complain, though. It was still a very exciting tournament.
Yeah, I think you kind of touched on it just now. I think my favorite thing about this season was how these newly formed rosters, not new players, some new players, but newly formed rosters really seem to go toe-to-toe then with these long-standing rosters like Echo and Liquid.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And I mean, even seeing the long-standing rosters like Liquid still coming up with new tricks and being able to go toe-to-toe with some of these new kids on the block. It is great to see. Like Sid mentioned, there's so many good rosters, and it seems like every season these players are getting better. They're, coming together to make better rosters overall that are better, more well-rounded, and it's just really fun to watch.
Could not agree more. So thank you, everyone. Like Sid said, production, the observers, the moderators, the admins, the producers. There's so many people behind the scenes also that can make this happen for AWC as well as MDI and the Great Push. So speaking of that, that is not the end of WoW Esports. I believe starting tomorrow, actually, the team is going to be doing a rebroadcast of the Chinese MDI for the next 3 days. And then this coming weekend, the MDI does have their global finals. So definitely be making sure to tune in with that. So that being said, thank you everyone so much for watching. The next time you see us, there's going to be some PvE casters on the desk instead, so make sure you are giving them your support as well. It's definitely a good time over there. Twitch.tv/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST, May 30th. The global finals for MDI are starting, or we will see you tomorrow for the Chinese rebroadcast. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next time.